on time as promised.
Let's go. Danya, you're a hero.
I mean, the just the incredible power of setting things up the night before. It's taken me something like 25 years to understand. I mean, I understand it conceptually, but it'll take me another 29 years to start applying it consistently.
You know what that means is you need a commentator for technology to help break down the patterns and explain the nuances.
I think you sent me an invite. I'm very
Uh,
touched.
you're very welcome.
I have to click to accept. You haven't been invited to the stream together session.
You
Would you
have or
like?
have not.
Would you like to invite me?
I just invited you.
Can you try? Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Perfect. What's up, guys?
What's up, everybody? The last day, the best day.
Last day, best day, Hess day.
Well, they do say save the best for last, don't they?
They do indeed. Can you guys hear us? Is everything good on the sound front? I believe it or not, I'm already making coffee, so I won't even have to take a 10-minute break.
You're just ahead of the game. But you know who's not ahead of the game?
Norway Chess
Yeah, we're already 1 minute past. We were early because being on time these days is early, it would
is where it's
seem.
at.
Bobby can still get top three, right? Yes, he can.
Sorry, just finishing all the setup, and we have moves piping in. Sound is perfect. Damn girl. They just had handshakes. Probably had announcements by whatever local dignitary makes the ceremonial first move. And anything but ceremonial is the significance of this game between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carls. Magnus Carls. What is Magnus Carls going to play here?
It's a great question, and I was taking that question seriously at face value because Danya, for Magnus, who enters this final round a half point ahead of Gukesh in the standings, a classical chess win is worth 3 points. He wins the tournament with a win. If he goes to Armageddon and Gukesh wins his game, Gukesh wins the tournament. So it's not just playing your own board at this stage. You have to possibly keep some opportunities alive to muddy the waters and try to take down Arjun Erigaisi in classical.
Yeah, I mean, you want to seal the deal. You don't want to depend on any other results. And Arjun is the kind of guy who is okay. Arjun knows how to play solidly. Every GM over 2750 has the capacity to make a draw with white if they so desire. But typically, Arjun is not the kind of player who will try to bail out in the last round. He will probably give Magnus chances. This is already kind of a potentially big moment. What kind of opening is Magnus going to play? Is he going to play the traditional Queen's Gambit declined with Knight F6? Is he going to play an edgy sideline like Bishop to B4, which has ebbed and flowed in terms of its popularity? C7, C5, Semi-Tarash. So the world is
Tanya,
Magnus's oyster.
you said edgy, and I thought you were going to say A6 or H6.
I My brain works a lot more slowly. I'm surprised you haven't realized that than you think it does. But let's continue the grift. I mean,
Well, Danya, I was catching your drift, and I thought that you were saying edgy
oof.
sidelines, and Magnus is known to play A6 and H6 in exactly this position. And it may seem kind of odd to be pushing those pawns, but H6 stops White's ideas of pinning a knight on F6 when it eventually lands there. And because this is a closed position at the start, it's still early on that a little pawn move may not have this horrible outcome. Whereas in say a sharp knight or Sicilian, you're best off not wasting tempi by pushing pawns. You often need to be direct in your course of action.
Now, A6 has an entirely different idea. As opposed to H6, which is more prophylactic, trying to restrict White's development, A6 carries a very concrete threat. You want to play D takes C4 and link up the pawns with B7, B5. We see this often in the Catalan. And I call this the Tang variation because Andrew Tang has played the move A6 here very consistently for many, many years. Actually, this move is the reason why I exclusively rely on 1E4 against him. I think the move A6 is a very good reputation here. As far as the Queen's Gambit decline goes, you can play that in several different move orders. You can play Bishop to E7, Knight to F6. Magnus is taking his sweet time here. There we
He's
go. Thank you, Magnus. You heard me.
Yeah, I was about to say he's listening, and as soon as we talk about all the possibilities, he plays the standard approach, knight to f6. We have an exchange of pawns on d5, and here's a big question, Danya: knight takes d5 or e takes d5? The engine, the evaluation's irrelevant, right? This is just a choice, and he takes with the e pawn because knight takes d5. That trades pieces very quickly. If they slow down, we might have an opportunity to go through the motions and talk about the difference with knight takes d5. But white would have had a big center, and black would have been able to trade some more pieces. But instead, we get this standard territory, Danya, where in the QGD, it's funny because it starts with the queen's game declined, but then we see it's called the exchange positional line.
Like I've said, we need to take these chess.com naming conventions with a grain of salt because it's some drunk software engineer with nothing better to do, just scribbling Ramakanov Tartakower positional strategical line of the Queen's game decline. I just know this as the Carlsbad structure. And we see Magnus adhering to a traditional Carlsbad setup with bishop e7. Yesterday, we saw in the game, which game did we see the bishop coming out to e6? I think it was Leiting J versus Humpy Canero.
That's correct.
Or vice versa, sorry. Humpy Canero versus Leiting J. Black played a sort of more modern treatment of the position. But there's nothing wrong with the traditional sort of bishop e7 and c6 approach. Let's see what Magnus will throw at us here. Yeah?
Sorry, I just saw out of the corner of my eye a game that has much more development and about to be fewer pieces. And of course, we want to focus on Magnus, but we do have a second section, and I really apologize, Dinah, for jumping in there. But it looks like Anna Muzychuk, who entered the round in first place in Norway women's chess, 2 points ahead of her nearest chaser in Humpy Canero. She's just trying to trade everything off.
So she's trying to make a draw. I have this extra command here to help people see the standings. You can click on the link provided, !last round. And this is a very clear indication that Anna Muzychuk is putting her faith not only in her ability to draw this game, which she will, but in Ju Wenjun's ability to not lose to Humpy Canero, which I think is a completely reasonable choice. Now, the one obstacle here is the fact that there is a 30 move, no draw offer rule.
Right. So you have to prove that equality through and through. And if we're being honest, with a position like this, if the queens come off the board, it's a pair of bishops, a pair of rooks, and 7 pawns per side. I think that Anna Muzychuk, she'll figure out a way to continue liquidation and get that much needed point in the standings.
At the World Rapid, the second day, I was feeling exhausted and I was playing Javahir Sindarov. I played this with white, except there was no draw offer rule. And so after the move Queen E2 check, I think I offered a draw, or even a little bit earlier. But this line is, along with sort of the more well-known drawing paths like the Berlin, with Queen E4, Queen D4, the exchange Slav. This is one of those lines that you play, and then the players exchange eye contact, and shortly thereafter, there's a handshake. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do indeed. Yeah, it's like, okay, how do we get to move 30? It's we're not there yet, but we will make sure that this point is split. And it's not any sort of collusion. It's kind of like we know the trajectory of this game. But Danya, I mean, do you have to trade queens for Anna Muzychuk? Because she went Queen E2 check, the black queen stepped in front. Is there an opportunity now to play something a little bit more ambitious? Maybe move your queen to F3 and claim space? Or you think she's just trading the queens no matter what?
I mean, if she were to play something a little bit more ambitious here, it would kind of resemble the joke of, the 3 people stuck on an island, 2 smart ones and a stupid one. Smart one swims 40% of the way to shore, gets tired and drowns. This other smart one swims and swims and swims, gets tired 60% of the way and drowns. And then the stupid one swims 99% of the way to the shore, and he's like, I'm exhausted. I'll return to the island. So if you're going to play ambitiously, you might as well have played at the very least a different variation of the 4 knights. So I would find it shocking if Anna Muzychuk suddenly swerved the car off the path and played like Queen H5. With that said, I don't know the theory here.
I don't either, but I do know some chess history and Mikhail Gurevich against Nigel Short, right? That famous game where Gurevich, he just wanted to make a draw. He played the exchange French as white, and he lost. So I think this actually could be a good illustration of if white takes on e6 and black plays f7 takes e6 towards the center, I think any grandmaster would take the black side of that endgame, right? You have two pawns in the center, you have a semi-open f file, a bishop already on c5, and if white is going to start trying to neutralize some of the threats, namely the f2 pawn, like bishop e3, thinking that all trades are good, look at how bad the pawn structure becomes after the swap on e3. I'm not claiming that white is losing there.
Yeah,
But
white
you
is.
get what I mean?
Are you saying that white is losing, Robert?
Yeah, how could he? Yeah, how could he get just so out of hand and claim that white is lost?
Man, this Robert has just jumping the gun. But your point is very well taken. The fact that white has these doubled pawns, you don't want. This is exactly how you don't want to play for a draw. You don't want to do it from a position of weakness. I'm sure that I've had tons of experiences like that. Very, very painful games where you try to force the action. And so here we see Anna Muzychuk taking the mature approach. She is a very experienced player. This is where experience really comes in handy, right? Not getting nervous, not forcing the action, just saying, all right, let's trade, but only on my terms.
Exactly. So this one, it does look very level. That was the whole point of Anna Muzychuk's opening. We'll see if Vaishali can take matters in her own hands and make it more complicated. But in the meantime, Danya, should we venture back towards where you started us? I'm sorry for the prolonged detour, but I thought it was important just in case Anna Muzychuk is able to secure that point in the standings and try to take first place.
Oh, it absolutely is important because this is the deciding game in Norway Chess Women, with Humpy Canero needing to pull out all the stops just to give herself a shot to tie Anna Muzychuk. In the event of a tie, we will get a 3+2 blitz playoff, and we will also get a Wilds commentator grabbing coffee, which has already been brewing before the show started. So believe it or not, by the last round, I finally begin to learn my lessons.
I'm proud of you, Danya. And one thing I saw in the YouTube chat was asking you about Halliburton and his
oh my God.
Last-second heroics. And actually, when I was watching the highlights, I, in a way, made a mental comparison to Gukesh.
That's exactly what?
Yeah,
I literally on my stream called the Indiana Pacers the Gukesh of basketball. Unbelievable. Sorry, go on.
And in a way, it feels insulting to Gukesh because he is the world champion and the Pacers still have to prove themselves. But the way that Halliburton, the Pacers, they're down by 9 points with under 3 minutes remaining, yet they still get the job done because they fight till the very last second. I think that's a compliment to all of those involved, where it's just amazing play until that final buzzer. And so for Gukesh, for the Pacers, it's actually just great proof that until the last second ticks off the clock, or in chess when you resign or get checkmated, you will still have at least a theoretical chance. And now we're talking about theory and theoretical lines. We have this game between Arjun and Magnus. Danya, I get the sense that you're probably looking through some of the openings, but I've had this position from the black side before. And, for those who are less experienced or who are maybe newer to chess overall, there's usually a knight on f3 and not a pawn there. So Arjun is making his intentions quite clear. He wants to expand in the center with e3 to e4, but you have to time these things correctly because let's say I'm going to try to make like a seemingly useless move.
Yeah, like b6 or something. B5.
Yeah, b6, exactly.
Actually, b5 might happen, but let's just take b6 as a sample. I think I know what you're trying to show. Go on.
Or king h8 or whatever it may be. e4. You always have to look out when pieces are on the same diagonal or on the same file. What happens when the piece jumps out of the way? Knight takes e4, has the bishop staring at each other. So if you take back on e4, then black takes on h4. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to take your dark square bishop. So you're going to say, well, our bishops can move in the same diagonal. Let me instead take on e7 first. And then black says, I'm not going to take back on e7. I'm going to take your knight on c3. You take my queen. I take your queen. And that's not even where the assessment concludes, because that bishop can move somewhere, say to e7, but that black knight can jump out and take on b2, or after bishop e7, rook to e8. All these lines will end up pretty good for black. So we just need to calculate to the end of the variation, and f3 sets up e4, as Danya, I know you would say, but it doesn't mean that you have to play it on the next move.
But actually, this is a very important point, that the move f3 grants the black knight a very stable evacuation path through the e3 square, because the b2 pawn can be protected by the bishop. So it is the fact that white has played f3 which gives this knight an out, and so it creates this stable problem for white, that as long as the white bishop remains on h4, it's going to be very, very difficult to counteract these various, and knight takes e4 isn't even the only tactic. There's other tactical shots in relation to e4. That is why you often see, at least in sort of the traditional treatment, these moves king to h1 followed by the bishop dropping back to f2, and only then, having overprotected white's center, is white oftentimes ready to play the move e3, e4. Now, before I grab my coffee, I'm just going to add a curious note, which, as a Carlsbad player from the white side, I've never really played the Queen's Gambit Decline for black. You look at this position, you think it's totally normal theoretical position, right? Wrong. The move a5 is actually an exceedingly rare sideline. It's like 7th or 8th in popularity. It hasn't been played by anybody noteworthy. And the recent top games have almost exclusively featured one of like 2 or 3 moves. Like knight e4 has attracted the repeated test of top GM's rook to e8. But a5, only a handful of games in the database, and virtually all of the reasonable players here have gone for a quick b7, b5, and you do not see this kind of lightning queenside attack all that often from black.
Yeah, and I'm looking at, one of the players there is Arthur De Winter, and I haven't heard De Winter since I watched Hitchcock's Rebecca, and this can be a scary line where you get the pawns going. Donnie, that's a classic. You probably haven't seen it, and no, I'm not talking Rebecca Harris.
No, I was talking about Arthur de Summer, because it is June. So I suggest you run that reference again, and there's b5. It's on the board. Let me grab my coffee. I'll be right back.
Go for it. b5, we live. Thank you to Strong Grip for the sub for Danya's channel. I see everybody in YouTube and Twitch. This is the final day of Norway Chess. Thank you so much for being here since the beginning. Some of you for joining us. We have a full day ahead of us, and we don't know who is going to win this event, but we know it's going to be a fun final day, and we appreciate everybody's support for being here. But the last move, b5. Black is expanding over there on the queen side, gaining important ground, and not just space for the sake of it. Then at the right moment, black could consider the push b5 to b4, kicking the knight off its very healthy square on c3. But whenever you push pawns, you leave squares behind. That's something that we've spoken about throughout this event, and it's important for everybody to take stock of. When pawns are 2 squares away from each other, like b5 and d5 are, the c5 square becomes more vulnerable. So if black decides to keep pushing the pawn, b5 to b4, and the white knight, it just sidesteps that and sits on a4. For those of you who can visualize it, or if you can bring up the board on your own screen and put those moves in, preferably, just do it without the engine for now. Just trying to give you ideas that if the white knight could then jump to a4, rook comes to c1, there is this backwards pawn on c6 that black will have to tend to. So I see the question there. Isn't the main idea in these positions the pawn minority attack, but these guys are pushing their majorities? Such a good question. Oftentimes you hear the concept of pawn minority attack against the Carlsbad structure, but white didn't have any opportunity to strike forward with b4 and b5 because black was first to the punch. So that's now white is focusing his attention in the center where he has the advantage. And on the king side, don't be surprised if white puts the king in the corner, like Danya mentioned, king to h1, and later tries to get g2 to g4 in. A space-grabbing move. If the position remains closed, white is able to push kingside pawns. It's typically risky, but only when pieces can go and attack the king. So g2 to g4 is eventually a concept that black has to keep an eye out for. The knight on e2 can go out to g3 and try to get up to f5. That's going to be a nice landing square for the knight. And Danya, I see that you're back, and I was just trying to tell everybody, you probably heard about pawn pushes and the weaknesses they leave behind.
What do you mean I heard? What, they've invented these earphones where you can walk around and still hear the pearls of wisdom imparted to us by Grandmaster Hess? I did indeed hear that lovely explanation. And I think it's important to set the expectations for the viewers, because I remember, I think in 2008, Grandmaster Yuri Shulman was the main instructor at the U.S. Chess School, which was held in San Francisco. And every day, Shulman's homeroom lecture was on the Carlsbad structure. So he delivered 5 hours of lecture on the Carlsbad structure. And afterward, I felt like I understood less about it than when I came in. So you can write a book on these structures. The ideas for both sides are exceedingly complex. And we will not be able to penetrate even the first layer of subtlety of finesse for both sides. You can study this structure for your entire life and still not understand all of its intricacies.
Danya, there was a famous video. It went viral. I don't remember what year it was. And you just reminded me because you said you learned more about the pawn minority attack and the Carlsbad structure, and you felt like you knew less, right?
Exactly.
There is a video that went around from some quantum mechanics lecture where the professor was essentially saying, Feynman studied quantum mechanics and said that nobody truly understands it. I've been studying it my whole career. I don't understand this. That's the good and the bad news. The bad news is that you won't understand it. The good news is that nobody else will. So just do your best. And for these Carlsbad structures, it's sometimes unclear, as people were asking, when is the side able to launch that pawn minority attack, or when is it best to play on the side that you actually have the strength, and here that's the center. So everybody just take note, try to look at the nuances of the game, and every position, every game is different unless they repeat the same exact moves. And so it's not going to be one size fits all, and you play this move all the time. No, you have to see what your opponent's doing.
So I'm seeing something like 10 games in the database. The only grandmaster to have this from the white side was the Bulgarian GM Boris Chadalbashev, who lost a game here against the 2200 in 2023. He played the move rook to c1, followed by king to h1. Now, obviously, I've seen games where black eventually plays a5 and b5, just not this fast. By the way, the move e4 here, Robert, has to be continually reassessed because a single pawn push can completely alter the landscape of the position. It can introduce some sort of tactical subtlety that can make e4 possible. So obviously Arjun is testing this move. I don't think e4 is possible. I still think knight takes e4 works, unless I'm missing something.
You're not. Same thing we were talking about earlier.
Okay, for some reason, neither of the two games that featured e4 continued with knight takes e4.
Were they Bullet Brawl or Title Tuesday or something like that?
No, classical games.
What?
2117 and 2076, both of those guys played b4.
Okay, put it on the board. I mean, it has to be knight takes e4 as the response.
But okay, let's double check with our third commentator. You're right. Yeah, knight takes e4. Wow, this is like this is basic Betty. This is what you learn. You can't play the Carlsbad and not know this idea for black. That's like playing the Najdorf and, I don't know, not knowing the idea of...
Rook takes c3?
Rook takes c3, yeah. Or like being a Sicilian player, yeah. I was like, I played the Najdorf for 20 years. I can't name a single basic idea. That's the thing.
The more you play it, the less you understand. We got it.
It's going to be the theme for today. So Chadalbashev played rook to c1, which is sort of a nonchalant move. You could play king to h1. How is black going to prosecute this initiative on the queen side? Is Magnus going to go b5, b4, or do the drawbacks of the move outweigh his strength? Because b4 comes with a hefty price tag in the form of ceding control over some of these key queenside squares.
Such an important point in this position is that b4 is not a move that black wants to play that soon because of knight to a4. And in fact, if white plays a4, I think that would be a huge mistake, like a strategic blunder, if you will, from the white side here, because you may think that you're carving out key squares for your pieces, challenging black's advanced pawns. But actually, if white plays a4 here, Danya, I think that black does play b4 and then quickly plays c5, and then the white knight is booted back and black is gaining important ground.
But if white plays a move like rook c1, then b4 would be a very serious positional error. It would play directly into white's hands after knight to a4. The pawn on c6, it is a backward pawn. And very importantly, I think this is why the Grandmaster played rook c1. To prevent the move c5, black would be clearly worse. I like rook c1. Again, he lost the game, and it wasn't because of the move rook c1. So in that game, I'm just quickly going to note what happened, and then we can potentially move on. De Winter also played bishop to a6. I guess this is Magnus's idea, Robert. And Chadalbashev played king to h1. His opponent played rook to c8, defending the c6 pawn, and he allowed this nasty, nasty move a4. The bishop is now undefended. This is not the direction that I think Magnus wants to take the game in.
Wait, you're saying this was a classical game and black walked into a4?
Yeah, but somehow black is okay after queen to b6. That was the game continuation. And black won 22-73, but a 25-06.
Well, you know how we often say that the players from Zurich 1953 would look at this position, shake their head, and say, come on, be serious. Next game. This looks like absolutely not what Black would want to allow a4 and you can't meet it with a pawn push. But I guess it's okay. It's fascinating how chess grows. Instead of rook c8, Danya, because there was no threat on the c6 pawn, I would have been far more inclined to play moves like knight to b6 or even gain more space with pawn to a4 from the black side. But it goes to show that there's so many more ideas than people used to think they're possible in positions like this.
Yeah, some doors have closed as a result of the advent of chess computers. Other doors have opened, and we have really reevaluated, reconceived so many classical positions with a different pair of eyes. Really enriched our understanding and continue to enrich our understanding of structures and lines that have existed for decades. Another benefit of putting this bishop on a6 is that b4 can be followed up with bishop to b5. So in some future situation, not immediately, Black can play b4 and then start harassing this knight by establishing a bishop on b5. So very rich position. I love this choice by Magnus. Just getting something fresh, getting something combative. And he's going to get his chances here, I think. I don't think that this game is likely to fizzle out.
No, why would it? I mean, we've only had one pawn traded per side, and the action lies ahead. So this is going to be a fun game, at least for us as commentators. I don't see an easy way for the players to liquidate, and that means maybe we have a moment, Danya. Should we see what's happening in the other games? Because Gukesh, he really needs to win in classical to have a chance at taking down Norway Chess 2025?
Great question. As I do that by Joel Dick, isn't De Winter the guy who lost that famous game to De Capablanca? You are correct about that. It was indeed William Winter. So let's dechange the topic, and I will dechange to which game? I will just stop. I promise.
The Gukesh game, but I was wondering if Winter was the guy who lost to Albert Fox in this famous game, but I have to look it up.
Did Winter get outfoxed?
Yeah. Yes.
So he became the fall guy.
Oh no! It wasn't Winter against Fox. It was Fox against H.E. Bauer.
Oh, H.E. Bauer. Well, he was no spring chicken either.
Here, Don, do me a favor because you're gonna really like the tactic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to send you that game, or can you find it quickly?
I can find it if you spell. Okay, so can you spell the names?
Yeah, Fox.
Okay, I think I can spell that
one. And Bauer is Bauer.
Okay, just the way I thought.
The year was 1900, and this was played in Antwerp.
Wait, it's not finding this game. Bauer?
Bauer.
The same Bauer who lost to Lasker, right? Johann Bauer?
And this is H.E. Bauer, so I don't think it's Johann.
Oh, God.
Here, how can I send this to you real quick?
You can send it to me by phone.
By phone?
Yep. And I'll open it from my computer.
What about snail mail, though?
You can do that, too.
Okay, let me get this for you real quick.
Snail mail.
I'm sending this to you. Sending to Danya. Hey, you've become the first person when I can share something with. You're the first person on the list.
I see the game.
Yeah, look at move. Move 17.
This better be worth it because I'm like.
Oh, it's definitely worth it.
Wait, let me. This is annoying. Wait, let me just copy this and then put it into a new browser and then copy it into ChessBase. Sorry,
everybody, for the quick distraction. My fault this time, but I don't even know. Oh, because you say Winter. That's how I thought. I thought it was Winter against Fox, but it's Fox against Bauer. My apologies.
Okay, I copied the game into ChessBase. Finally, there we go. Perfect. Okay. And now I can actually share this ChessBase screen.
Great. Make sure you have no engine attached.
No engine is attached, believe it or not. Crazy, I know. There we go. Okay, so here is the ChessBase board on which I will be showing this miniature.
So just breeze through to before White's 17th move.
Blah, blah, blah. Da, 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 da. Oh, I know this game.
Yeah, it's such a sick game, right?
Oh, I saw it somewhere recently. Yeah. Oh, yeah, knight dc4.
Yeah, so for those of you who are uninitiated or just haven't seen this before, it's actually a position that's I think, good for black, if I'm not mistaken. But knight c4, giving up a piece, you would think that after d takes c4, you're just going to take back. But I wonder if chat can find the tactic here.
And as they think, I actually gave this exercise with black to move, like finding black's best move in this position, to the Charlotte Elite Camp last year. And G5, by the way, has been played in the meantime in this Fabiano game.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That's modern chess. On the right-hand side, we're talking about old school romantic chess.
On the left-hand side. Folks, what's the move? After D takes c4, I'll put it on the board. That is the game continuation. Of course, black was expecting some queen takes c4, but white was not born yesterday. In fact, white was born probably in the previous century.
Yes, in the 1800s. And then you want to unleash the Mike Breen on everybody?
Bang! Halliburton puts it in.
That doesn't get the double bang?
Timeout by Rick Carlisle, and Aaron Fox is an assassin. Aaron Aflalo is an assassin, actually. That's a famous Mike Breen call.
Yeah.
You remember Aaron Aflalo?
Of course I remember Aaron Aflalo.
Not to be confused with Aaron Nimzovich.
And Luc Richard Mbah Moute.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, anyway, so back with the chess. Knight takes g6, threatens rook h8 checkmate. The only way that black can stop it is taking the knight on g6. And after f takes g6, bishop takes c4 check. This is the whole point of knight d to c4 to begin with, is that the pawn on d5 captured a knight. Now the diagonal is open, and you can interpose with a few pieces. White will take all of them, and at the end, rook h8 is mate.
Absolutely lovely. And if my memory serves me right, the way that black gets an advantage here is some knight takes d4 move.
Yes.
And I think the point of this knight takes d4 desperado is that after cd dc, if white does the same thing, if white pig-headedly plays queen takes g6, then black has the intermezzo queen takes d4 check, completely discombobulating, disarming this mating mechanism. So I gave this exercise as black to play, find a way to get an advantage, and of course part of the exercise was to refute the move d takes c4. So that's what the big boys have to solve.
Yeah, it's queen takes g6
Great
idea.
game.
Chef's kiss, and it wasn't winter or de winter, and it also wasn't derelevant. So we're gonna go back to the 21st century here, into the game between
Back to the Future.
Yeah, exactly. There we go, Danya. That's when the puns are really shining. So thank you for that. The DeLorean, in fact, and we get here
Right,
where
we're commentating with you is a real delight.
Black has compromised pawn structure on the e file, but when you have this pawn on e6, it takes away the f5 square. That's the good news. And the bad news for black is that in some endgames, you may have some difficulties due to the double pawns. But Donna, you like to say this, and you've convinced and converted me, that pawn structure is overrated, and black's double pawns here can be used as a strength, especially the semi-open f file.
I'm always partial to black structure in these types of positions, even though the engine always gives a small edge for white. I'm also partial to Gukesh's specific choice against the Italian, because if we rewind a little bit, Robert, this move h6, I played it against Wesley So in the 2021 U.S. Championship. This has been my main weapon against the Italian, because as black, I diversified my repertoire. When I became a GM, I started playing e4, e5, in addition to my standard Sicilian. And this became my choice against the Italian. It was a pretty rare line back in 2021. I got a really nice position against Wesley. But over time, white has developed several ways to fight against it. Traditionally, white's two main moves were c3 and short castle. Black's idea, of course, is in some cases to play g7, g5. So against c3, this is what Wesley played. I did respond with g5. And there's a lot of theory here. White can play d4. White can get into this endgame. I don't have time to cover some of this theory. But long story short, Fabi plays this very sort of modern move. And when I say modern move, what I really mean is a move that I don't understand, but don't want to say that I don't understand it, so I just call it by a certain name. A3.
That's the name you're calling it? How rude of you.
Yeah, the modern variation, except g6 actually is the modern. Gukesh decides to sort of moderate his approach, not to play g7, g5, but instead to play a more peaceful system with the fianchetto, h3, d6. This is pretty standard, bishop e3. So here we see kind of a cross between the four knights and the Italian. Fabi not putting a pawn on c3 and instead choosing to develop the knight to c3, which I have to say has been the response of most top players against these fianchetto systems in recent years.
And it's funny because the bishop on g7 doesn't exactly look like a promising piece, but the pawns for black take away key squares. Black is not able to castle at the moment because of the bishop and queen lining up. And for Gukesh, he decided to play bishop e6 to trade off pieces. I see your little chess-based board going,
Mm-hmm.
so I
Oh,
feel like
sorry.
you're
I need to delete this screen. There we
gonna.
go.
No, I thought you were about to go deep into the database and find us the first time it was
I am.
played in Tilburg.
Kamsky versus Martinez. I mean, there's God, the Italian is so hard to analyze because there's so many transpositions. Okay, interesting. Sorry, continue.
No, I genuinely was wondering when this position has been played before, and I actually see a Title Tuesday game between Isaac Parpiev and Min Lei.
As well as a game between two 1400s played in Italy in 2007. Roberto Perdichizzi and Giovanni Tamburini.
Those names are wonderful. I appreciated the accent that you put on them. I feel like you were singing their names.
That's how Italian names. The whole language is mellifluous. Italian is just beautiful language. And the players played quite beautifully for 1400. So bishop to e6, bishop takes e6. So in the Parpiev Min Lee game, I think d4 was played. So I think this is the deviation.
Okay.
Is that double checkable? Yeah, d4 was played. Knight e2 is a novelty, so shall we say the standard deviation. And after knight e2, this is a very standard maneuver. Gukesh seizes the opportunity. He says, if you're not going to play d4, well, then I'm going to play g5, and I'm going to start expanding on the king side. Fabio says, you do your thing, I don't care. He completes his maneuver with knight g3, and I think he is keeping the move d4 in his back pocket. I would also point out that the idea of playing pawn to c3 and pawn to d4 has caused a lot of trouble against the structure for me personally with black in these types of positions.
Yeah, because you typically want to control the center. And Danya, I hate to ask this publicly, but there's somebody that keeps typing and who is kind of annoying in Twitch.
In Twitch, so, yep, absolutely.
Yeah, if you happen to remove them, I wouldn't be upset, and I think most people in chat would not be upset either, because all they're doing is asking for the Magnus game, even though we were just there and left it.
Can they show? Yeah, and you've been doing that every single day.
Yeah.
So is it a ban?
I mean, I would be totally down for the ban.
I'm gonna do one last time out, professional mailboxer. Do not hassle us to go to a particular game. If you see a blunder, if there's something big happening, that's totally different. We really appreciate that. But, don't give us a bigger headache than we already have.
It's funny because for me, I have no qualms. I'm not somebody who... I'm appreciative of the audience that we have. I really do just love commentating, especially with you, Danya, trying to translate the action and, use our brains and come up with plans and try to teach people how to use what they're seeing and apply it to their own games. But to be like chirped at with the same comment day after day, which is just intentionally trying to get under our skin. I'm a pretty even-keeled person, but I also just don't mind taking out the ban hammer.
So, absolutely.
Thank you, by the way, for the barbois. For that sub to Danya. I see you there.
And we also listen to what people are saying, what people's preferences are, but please honor, we choose to have the eval bar on the small board, but not on the big board. So spamming something multiple times isn't necessarily going to make it more likely that we implement it. In fact, I would say the opposite.
Yes, I agree with my friend Danya here. So Danya, this game, if we're being honest, for the time being, it's closed. We have only a pair of bishops have been traded. Fabi's up a little bit of time. Gukesh just considering how to proceed here. Which of these two players do you think is happier with the opening? Because my gut tells me Gukesh should be pretty happy, not just with the semi-open F-file, but this is a position where you can't just trade pieces and make a draw. And if he wants to win this tournament, a win over Fabi in classical chess might just need to happen.
I don't know. I'm biased because I don't have any experience on the white side of an Italian. I have a lot of experience on the black side of this structure. At the same time, this plan that I pointed out earlier, right? C3 and D4. There's constantly this idea of tickling black with H4. So the moment Gukesh castles kingside, H4 becomes an option. White absolutely might castle to the queenside. Nobody's preventing that plan from taking place. So I feel like white holds more of the trump cards. and black has to make more of the committal decisions in the next few moves. I feel like Fabi might have the upper hand experientially speaking here.
I mean, that's true. He is the older player and he just has such a diverse repertoire. But I think what you're also suggesting, Danya, is that it's going to be they're playing a game of chicken. Yes, they're also playing chess, but when white castles to the queen side, only then will black castle that way.
We got to go to the Humpy Jew and June game. I was listening carefully. There's a crazy tactic there that probably will not take place, but might give Humpy Canaro a little bit of a boost.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Want to take it away? This is the current position. Humpy Canaro, she is in second place behind Anna Muzichuk. What is her path to first place? She needs Anna to draw, and then she needs to defeat the women's world champion with white.
I'm going to let you take it away because you spotted this tactic out of the corner of your eye, and it's just so beautiful, and we could talk about why it works, but first, just take us through it. It's just such a nasty idea.
So at first, I didn't notice, I was looking on my phone, I didn't notice that there was a knight on d7. I thought, oh, like the king and the bishop are aligned, so you want to castle queenside, but you can't because the knight is hanging. So I thought, oh, knight takes f6, g takes f6, bishop takes f6 check, wins the rook. Then I was like, wait a second, black has a knight on d7. This doesn't make any sense. No, it makes perfect sense. It still makes sense, and here's why. Black has two ways to recapture the knight. Let's start with knight takes f6. I'm going to try to understand this without the computer, by the way. I think the idea here is bishop takes f6, Robert, check.
Yes.
Triple 0. Now, the bishop can be protected tactically with rook c8 check, followed by rook to c5, but at the very end of the line, b4 dislodges the rook, which has no squares available on the fifth rank. White picks up the bishop with interest, maintaining the extra pawn. If black, conversely, takes on f6 with a pawn, I think white still castles queenside, and I think here you're basically just getting a massive attack in return for the sacrificed piece. There is a check on h6, but the white king will hide on a1. The fact that black's king has already moved and so cannot castle is really important. And of course, if bishop drops back, then bishop takes f6, using the pin, wins material, although I'm still not sure after king c7 who gains the upper hand.
Right, bishop h8, bishop h6 check is really important, and then you take the bishop on h8. And so it's a knight and dark square bishop for rook and two pawns. If we do quick math, the rook and two pawns worth 7, a knight and bishop worth a little over 6, let's say. So white has a little bit more material, and it's about who can coordinate better. Here, I think the pawns and the rook is what I would prefer because there's not much to coordinate with and team up on if you're looking at this from Ju and June's perspective.
Looking at the time situation, 1:37, it's hard to say if they're still in preparation. This was a fairly fashionable opening. I always forget what it's called. Do you remember what this is? So this is a semi-Tarash, I understand. Is this a Sheninghara gambit?
I don't know the full name, but I've seen it. I think Vidit's played this position many times, and so many top players have had this line.
So, like, white can play queen a4 check, but it's considered very dangerous for white. I think that is the Sheninghara gambit. Instead, white goes for the positional line where you temporarily sacrifice a pawn as white, but you induce a favorable queen trade, and then the pawn is picked back up because of the fork. Bishop b6, you don't even need to hurry. Bishop to d2. Looking at opening Explorer here, knight b to d7, still games in the database. And f6 apparently is a novelty. What do you see?
You want to hear the... Okay, this is actually amazing. If you're on chess.com/events and you use the openings tab, right?
Sure.
There are two games from 1953 and then one from, two years, one 1953, one 1954, and the next game after that was 2013.
Are the players from the 1950s famous?
Arthur Bisguier is one of them.
Of course.
From 1954. And the 1953 game is Carlos Moderna against Julio
Pfizer.
Julio Bulbachan?
Yeah, Bulbachan, Argentinian Grandmaster Bulbachan.
Yeah.
Wait, so which position did those games appear in?
Let me first pick up the Bisguier game, and it was 7e4. So it was this queen trade variation.
Wow. By the way, Bulbachan has a game against Fischer in my 60 memorable games. Go on.
Well, can I actually just read the moves to you for this game?
Please.
Okay, so after 9 knight g5 after the queen trade, bishop e6, knight takes, f takes, bishop g5 was played.
Wait, knight. I'm sorry. Which move?
So 7e4.
Knight takes, f takes. Yeah, and now bishop g5.
Exactly. Bishop b4. Castles queenside with check.
Check.
King e8.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4.
Ooh.
Rook d8 check. King f7. Rook takes rook on h8. Knight takes bishop on g5. And good luck to everybody in the pre-engine age to figure out if the two pieces or the rook are better, especially when the back rank is pinned. White went bishop c4. Black went bishop f8. White went f4.
Setting up for the next game. Yeah.
White went f4. Black went knight d7. And then white made this move.
Knight d7. Oh, threatening rook c8, huh?
Yeah, this is a cool game.
Yeah, people were good back then.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
White went bishop to b5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4. Bishop takes d7. Knight f6. And then rook d1. g6 was played. But unfortunately for black, it looks like ended up down material and lost the game in the end.
And the dean of American chess. So, I mean, after king g7, you can give up the exchange on f8 and then pick up the pawn on e6 with a healthy extra pawn. Arthur Bisgeier, of course, operated in the shadow of Bobby Fischer, but I actually saw him live in the early 2000s, and he was still alive and active in his 70s. But I think multiple-time U.S. champion, just a stalwart steward of American chess. So lovely, lovely trip down memory lane. But knight takes e6, as natural as it is, was eschewed by Humpy Canero in favor of just a developmental approach. Bishop d2 doesn't look like the most aesthetically pleasing move, but she just wants to castle queenside and go after the black king.
Exactly. A direct approach. The black king is in the center after the queen trades, uncastled, and can never castle. And that's why this approach was taken. And you did mention that Bisgeier won the U.S. championship, and it was actually, that game is from the U.S. championship that he won.
Wait, who was his opponent?
It was Hurst Elliott Sanford.
Oh, okay. It wasn't Bolbachan. Bolbachan had the other game. Hurst Elliott Sanford.
Yeah, that's a very proper name, let's call it.
Dude, it's crazy. You know what? You want to hear something even more insane?
What's that?
This position that I was just showing after knight takes g5, it happened in 2024 September. Riyad Salmadov versus Felix Bloberger, which is not what you do when you spend too much money on a burger, but Austrian Grandmaster, who commentated the Hans Dubov match in English. Of course, the superior commentators were in the Russian language, but 2024, 70 years to the dot after the Bisgeier game, and that game featured G3. It was the Julius Baer generation play in rapid. Wow. Imagine reading that to Bisgeier and Hurst while they're playing their game. The what?
Yeah, what was the generation? Yeah, no. In my generation, we just read the...
Did you say Julius Caesar?
We just read the newspaper, and that's how we got our chess information. But, okay, back to the...
Lovely.
Year 2025, all of this stuff. Big opportunity for Humpy Canero, who squandered that game yesterday. Don, you remember she blundered a piece in one move against Lei Ting-Jie?
Yep.
So she's going to be kicking herself, because had she not blundered that, she would have opportunities to win this tournament, and she still does, but only if Anna Muzychuk were to lose in classical, which is definitely not happening. So I think we've explored the tactic. Knight takes f6. It's not easy to evaluate the resulting position, the material imbalance, and that's undoubtedly what Humpy is calculating right at this moment.
Yeah, she obviously, I mean, you don't go into this line without the understanding that there are going to be tactics. It's, this position is ripe with tactical ideas, but knight takes f6 is not forced. I mean, she can play bishop d3, f3, knight g3. This is a critical moment, and if Humpy does not create chances against black's king in the next few moves, likely Ju Wenjun will simply stabilize the position and make a draw from a position of strength. So off we go, maybe back to the Magnus game. What do you think? Because Anna Muzychuk is comfortably holding this draw, and they're just kind of going through the motions. Nothing to see there.
I would say we can just also quickly just point out that in the other game between Sarah Kadem and Lei Ting-Jie is just better with black. Nothing really major has happened to this point, but a healthier pawn structure. White has these double C pawns, and black has control of the center. So Lei Ting-Jie in good shape. But let's go to the Magnus game, as you mentioned, because that's where a lot of the action is happening. And while you pick that game, shout out to BP Cohen. I see that $10 dono on YouTube. So thank you, everybody. It's the last day. We've been very appreciative of all the support thus far, and we, appreciate what's best for last on this final day of action here in Norway Chess 2025.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And Little Wolf, you're correct. If Anna Muzychuk loses her Armageddon, yes, then Humpy could tie with a win. So that's a lot of ifs. So basically, if Anna Muzychuk draws her classical game, she's good to go. Yeah, I think she will entrust Ju and June to hold, but if she wants to guarantee the victory, then she should also win her Armageddon.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be silent. I was literally drinking water
I was drinking coffee.
as you were making that point. But yeah, Anna Muzychuk knows she can secure herself at worst a tie for first if she does go to Armageddon. So okay, we have this position. Not all that much has changed, Danya. So the players are slowly making their way just after the opening. And for Magnus, his latest move, rook t8, I think it makes perfect sense. There is a loose e3 pawn, and white does want to get e4 in if he's able to. So rook e8 is trying to meet that push. And so the question I have now is, does e4 work, or does it fail tactically again, but this time for a slightly different reason?
That's what we were pointing out earlier, that yes, once the queen moves away from d1, for newer players, you might be like, wait, what about knight takes e4? This no longer works because one of the critical components of knight takes e4 is that when you took the knight on c3, there was a queen on d1 to attack. Now there isn't, so you're just dropping a full piece. This is no longer applicable. But e4 comes with plenty of other risks. Part of the sort of warning label for playing e4 without dropping the bishop on f2 is that after d takes e4, f takes e4, there's often this knight jump to g4, and the e3 square is surprisingly tender. Couple that with the fact that black can develop very, very quick threats against white's king, against white's easily attackable and easily underminable pawns in the center. I don't know if that's a word. This makes this transformation rather unpalatable. So that's one option.
Wait, Danya, is there a tactic, though?
Rook takes f7 or something?
No, b4 instead of knight g4, followed by knight takes e4 after the knight
This
moves.
again. This knight takes e4 again.
It's complicated.
Takes queen c6. Oh my gosh. So basically your point is this, that bishop takes c7. Now that the e-file has opened, you recapture with the queen and protect the knight on e4.
That's right.
Can I play rook f... No.
Rook f7, you're saying?
It deserves attention, but I would be more inclined to start by considering queen takes c6.
Right. Queen takes c6. I think black has moves like rook to b8, but also not out of the question is knight d2 there, by the way, with queen e3 check on the docket.
But look at this. Rook b8, maybe now I can play rook takes f7. Queen takes f7, bishop c4 picks up the queen. And
king takes, you go to bishop c4.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and look at the beautiful little square on g6. Pre-move.
And there's just nothing that black can do.
I think it's just game after knight f4. Isn't that crazy how I'm announcing my intentions to the entire world? I want to go knight g6 checkmate. And I love these constructions that involve a bishop cutting off the diagonal and the knight delivering... shoot. What did I do? I'm so sorry.
It was such an overwhelming tactic that the board couldn't be seen anymore.
I pressed something on my freaking keyboard.
It's like what they did back in the day. They announced checkmate. They didn't have to demonstrate it.
You had to save the viewers' virgin eyes and ears from this violent variation. So what is the upshot? The upshot is I think e4 is too risky. I don't see Arjun playing it, especially given the Magnus effect, blah, blah, blah. Will he play a sort of semi-waiting, semi-improving move like king h1 instead?
Yeah, king h1 makes a lot of sense to me, and I think black at some point needs to get the queen side going, not with the pawns, just to finish the development. But one question I have, so I'm going to throw it back to you, is it bishop b7 or bishop a6?
I was going to throw the exact same question back to you. Bishop b7 is my vote.
Well, you could also start with knight b6 for black and then use the other diagonal.
Yeah, you could simply not develop the bishop to either of those squares. It's like my history teacher used to do that. He would give a multiple choice question, and it was neither A nor B nor C nor D. It was like the answer was something that was not included in the multiple choice.
And I just want to give a shout out to Yuri Olszewski, who I see that YouTube dono right there. Appreciate it. Danya, I got you covered. You might need to turn Casper into a ghost because they're not so friendly. So maybe just...
I don't know how I can ban on YouTube, though. That's the problem. Oh, wait, hide user on this channel? Add as moderator. I definitely don't want to do that. 24-hour timeout. There we go.
Yeah, maybe make that 24-hour in perpetuity and
Yeah, a
for life.
24-hour timeout renews every 24 hours
Exactly.
until the end of our days.
It's the last day. We're not going to hold anything back.
No, and folks should hold your worst behavior back because we've been doing our best, controlling all the various chat forums, keeping an eye on all the games as they unfold. It's hard to keep track of everything and keep a lid on unruly behavior. So you can do us a solid by being part of the team.
Indeed. We're team players here. We're appreciative of everybody. And, oh my goodness, Danya, a really bad pun
I
in
saw
chat.
that, sadly.
Yeah. Petrosians 11. A great name, I have to say.
Geronimus
great username.
Bosk.
What about Bosk?
It's a great dishwasher brand and a pretty decent painter.
Wait, how did you just bring up? Oh, wait, we brought up Bosk the other day, but how did?
No, there's a chatter in one of our chats on Twitch called Geronimus Bosch.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at Petrosians 11. I thought it was a brilliant username.
Oh, like Ocean's 11?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, well, it's decent. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, let's get back to the chess because we're getting distracted. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We will continue trying to break this down. But if I'm being honest, Anya, I'm struggling because I don't know where the light square bishop belongs. We could start with the knight move, knight b6 we mentioned for black, and then choose later. But for white, is e2 to e4? Sorry, e2.
Humpy played knight f6. Wow.
Wow, she's spotting the tactics today. But Don, a quick question: Is e3 to e4 the only idea for Arjun? Because I mentioned g2 to g4, especially if you get your bishop off the diagonal and play king h1. I think sometimes they do play g4, rook g1, and try to use the king side and open that side of the board up.
Yeah, Arjun is exactly the kind of player who would not flinch at a move like g4. So king h1, as you said, it's a multi-purpose move. He could be preparing e4, could also be preparing g4 followed by rook g1. But it feels like Arjun is a little bit less comfortable. I can just sense it, right? We're not seeing the players. I'm thousands of miles away. But I can just sense that he's feeling uncomfortable here. Arjun is not particularly experienced, I think, on the white side of these structures or on the black side of these Carlsbad structures. So Magnus, just a very astute opening choice, right? He started the tournament with the Jabava London, which had its pluses and minuses, but ultimately served to grant him his first victory over Gukesh. And now he bookends the tournament with another successful opening choice, the black side of a Carlsbad. It's not just about knowing the opening, it's about choosing the right opening based on who you're playing.
For sure. And I think for Arjun, he does like combative openings, but right now the position remains a bit closed. So he is going to have to push a pawn at some moment, exchange pieces. And I think that Magnus, he is a bit better at the meandering of chess, the maneuvering. So, Donna, you see something. I was looking at the Fabi game, but do you see a different game?
That's exactly the game. Well, first of all, again, Humpy Canero played knight takes f6, but that doesn't... She's not winning there. The position is incredibly complicated, and once the smoke clears, we'll bring you an update. Speaking of updates, e4 has been played. So after some deliberation, Arjun says it's now or never. So before we move on, what do you make of this?
Well, you said before we move on, and black could play b4 right now, and you're just trying to go for that tactic. I think d takes e4 is the starting point. Like, why should I throw in b4? I can make that decision next, because white will not take with a piece on e4. That, I think, looks wrong.
d-e4 before.
Yes, d-e4 before fe4 to follow.
Okay, so after we play b4, we have to play d-e4. I before e except after c.
Yes, but here let's just talk about d takes e4, f takes e4, and pause on that position, because I like both of the variations that we discussed. Knight to g4, that looks promising for black in the sense that there's some vulnerable squares the knight would like to hop into, but white gets some clear pluses in the form of the semi-open f-file and a potential attack. And the more direct continuation, instead of playing in this manner, would be to play b4 as black, and then knight takes e4 as the follow-up. But, and I think this is a critical thing, is that if white wants to avoid all this altogether, after black plays pawn to b4, white can throw in bishop takes f6, right? And that changes the position from a one with tactical possibilities back to a more positional battle that is about to open up.
Yeah, but this gives up. You're saying in this position after b4, bishop takes f6. But to me, like, this is a huge concession because you give up the bishop pair. You give black an array of options. I mean, knight takes f6 would be my instinct. The computer's pointing out a ridiculous tactic. I would say more ridiculous than Humpy Canaro's knight takes f6. Well, what's ironic is it starts with bishop takes f6.
Ah, I get where you're going with this.
And bishop takes d4 out of nowhere. I pointed out that the white's center is vulnerable, but behind the vulnerable center are several vulnerable minor pieces. So look at this x-ray. Knight takes d4, knight e5. And it works like a charm. Like, you cannot protect both of these pieces at the same time. Knight takes c6 runs into queen takes d3. And somehow white is on the verge of collapse here, and black is consolidating.
That's an amazing sequence because it does seem like white has just enough firepower to come out alive. But no, the pawn structure is bad. And as you're showing, queen f2, I think f6 at the very least for black.
Bishop g4, computer vomit nonsense.
Wow, giving up f7?
Giving up f7 with check. So the computer move is bishop g4, just completing the development as if nothing's going on. Yeah, whatever, who cares? King h7, and black turns the attack back on white, right? The knight on a4 is off sides. The rook is coming to g5, and white's king is feeling mighty uncomfortable here.
That's a really nice variation. Yeah, unexpected, but powerful. So this is clearly not what Arjun would want. And e4 has been played. And so you're right, Danya, that taking on f6, it fails tactically, and Magnus will sniff that one out. And in the meantime, if we go in this direction, knight takes e4, we still had a lot to calculate. But I do think that black should not be unhappy.
But this is insane, these lines. Bishop takes c7, queen takes c7, queen takes c6 was on our analysis board. And we concluded that rook b8, yep, I just confirmed with the computer, rook takes f7 is an advantage for white, but not a big one because of bishop to b7. Rook takes e7, bishop takes c6. Advil not included. Oh my god, and look at this move. Bishop takes e4.
Yes.
Black is at a branching off point. You can take three different pieces. Obviously, bishop takes a4 looks bad. Rook takes e7 is bad because I take more stuff than you take, and I happy. But the correct move is bishop takes e4, perhaps the least likely of the captures intuitively because it gives up a full minor piece, and the bishop drops back to c6. Chess is a draw because after rook c7, again, you have a choice, but you don't want to give up the c6 bishop. You take this knight, and white preserves a modest advantage in the endgame.
Wow.
Easy
what
clap.
A deep variation. And this is what often goes behind the scenes in Grandmaster chess, is that they're not just calculating the current position. What should I do here on move 15? It's like, how does move 15 lead up to move 23? And then once I'm there, did I evaluate that correctly? Did I miss a line for my opponent? Just like yesterday, Wei Yi seemed to miss that rook on e2, took back on d2. Speaking of the d2 square, knight d2 is what I offered, and I thought that between the rook hanging on f1, queen e3 check, I thought that black had a lot of play.
I can give you 15 attempts in this position, and you won't find the move. Like, same goes for chat. Like, this move, the top computer move here.
Knight f6.
How are you real? It is knight f6. Is this move, like, more logical than I think it is?
No, you just gave me a big hint by saying it's, I would never consider the move. And there was queen e3 check and knight takes f1 were the most obvious moves. And then knight f6 lines up bishop b7 and tries to get the attack going from that direction.
Who knew this Robert Hess is good at chess? And 2 years later, exactly, I'm going to ask you to explain your thought process behind knight f6. White can play rook takes f6. Okay, enough. What's the like symbol? Pause. Don't shoot. Because this is indeed what is going to remain behind the scenes. And this is why I think over time I've learned as a commentator not to try to guess, okay, unless there's a very clear path that both players have to go down, you have no idea what they're thinking about. Like, you have no idea where Magnus's brain is at. He could be considering like a different move. He could be considering an alternative to b4. He could be considering, do I play b4 or do I play d takes e4 first? Or he could be going down one of these rabbit holes. We have no idea. But that is the beauty of observing these artists and these gladiators at work.
And my favorite part of commentary is when I see or I get to interview the players afterwards, and like, there's no way they were calculating this 15 move sequence, and they rattle the variation off. Donna, do you remember Ding doing that at the Madrid candidates, where he came into the commentary room and we were interviewing him, and I think he was playing against Richard Report,
Mm-hmm.
funnily enough, and he just starts rattling off all these really crazy variations that he was, thinking about at the board, and we're like, there's no way. Like, there's just no way. It's all engine lines, and Ding comes in there and he's like, "Oh yeah, I calculated all this, and I just wasn't sure who would be better, and I thought that it was worse for me." And I just remember my jaw drop, and I'm like, he's an absolute beast.
I remember your jaw dropping too. And as you know, I love the interviews. They're my favorite part of chess broadcast, particularly the in-person interviews, where you have to ask Jan Nepomniachtchi what flavor of tea he's drinking. Actually, that's I can see why he drinks the tea that he does, because it's really, really good. Pure. The Puerrh.
As long as he doesn't spill it, we're happy.
All right. Well, we're going to spill the beans on some developments, I think, in Gukesh's game, because 000 has been played.
Okay. 000, castles long. And I was saying earlier, Danya, that there was a bit of a game of chicken, and Gukesh is afraid of nobody. He's the world champion. He puts his king on c8, and for Fabi, he decided to strike forward with b4. And I think there's a very important strategic discussion to be had here. So, in order to make use of the black rook and queen, d takes e4 is something you'd want to play. But you don't want to play that move strategically, because then you're saddled with these double isolated e pawns. So you solve one issue, activity, but you actually create another, and that's very poor pawn structure that's cemented in place. And if you instead try to move that pawn up rather than a capture with d4, white is also happy. You solve your pawn structure issue after c takes d4, e takes d4, but you created a worse problem for yourself. The bishop slides back, the c file is now open, and the side that controls the pawn breaks often has the advantage. Black is going to struggle to get any pawn breaks going, and white has an attack that will happen very quickly. Black is slow to the punch.
Yeah, there's a reason that you don't see black castling to the queen side in Italian every day. In fact, you see it once in a blue moon. I saw Daniel Dubov doing it in his first blitz game against Hans Niemann, and I pointed out that basically the same thing I just said, that you see it once in a blue moon. I guess you see it twice in a blue moon. But your explanation here is fantastic, where although black controls the destiny of his own d-pawn, neither d4 nor d takes e4 is appealing. If you keep the tension, well, that in turn begs the question, how does black improve his position? Because white has several easy ways to continue mounting the pressure, right? Short castles, followed by a4, b5, and let's get out of here.
Yeah, it's a really difficult position because it's delicate. Like, in the current position, black has the option d4, pawn to d4, pawn to g4. Instead putting a rook on f8, for example, trying to make use of a semi-open line. But that move g4 has some clear drawbacks. It's got a plus in that you're getting closer to the white side of the board. After g4, hg, knight takes g4, you're attacking the bishop on e3. But white can just take a step back with that bishop, go back to d2, and has black really gained enough there? Because white has gained a semi-open file and a target on h6. If the queens come off the board, especially Danya, white will then play rook h4, bring the other rook to h1, and black is saddled with a defensive task that it's not just that it won't be easy, it might be too difficult to survive that if the queens are off the board, that is.
Saddled, so, more like just sad.
Sagelled.
Sagelled. Very good.
Sagel page.
Okay, I'm going to pretend I understood that, but
I think Satchel Paige, the legendary baseball player.
I don't watch baseball. I watch interesting sports. Says the classical chess commentator.
It's funny because I'm not the biggest baseball fan either, so I do forgive you. Don't worry.
Satchel Paige.
Beckers. You're gonna enjoy yourself going on a history lesson later. I think you'll find it fascinating.
I'm sure I will. But I think that Gukesh, what he doesn't find fascinating is the mechanics of Fabiano's queenside attack, because it's very obvious how that attack will proceed. A4 followed by b5. And so I think for Gukesh, you have to whip up tactical chances. To me, okay, in a blitz game, I'm playing g4 without a second thought. In a classical game, I'm playing g4 after pretending to think for 15 minutes, which I think is exactly what Gukesh will do. Just mark my words. He will play g4. This isn't just pro forma pretending to decide.
I could see him if he's not in a rush, and I'm not just talking about time expenditure. If he's thinking that G4 has such obvious drawbacks that maybe I'm going to line it up, maybe a rook to G8. Probably
I mentioned Bullet and Bad Habits shows up in the chat. Great song.
Yes, yeah, Ed Sheeran fan. I asked, and I'll see if there's an answer. But rook to G8 makes sense to me as well because G4 may be something that you want to line up before playing and ask White, like, what are you going to do? You're not going to take on D5. That looks bad. The move 3 to A4 is something that you probably want to do, but then you have to watch out for D4 ideas and knight takes B4 in some positions. So there's a lot to calculate.
I'm certainly not in love with the shape of Black's pawn structure here. And Ed Shirov, well, Alexei Shirov, I think we know which side he would prefer to be here.
Ed Shirov.
Yeah, that's not the first time. Yeah, I've said that before.
That's funny.
Ed Shirov. It sounds like a country. Ed Shirov. Shearoff. Shirov.
That's good. That made me laugh.
Well, let's shear off a few variations in order to help people understand. Yeah, this is probably the slowest moving round. What do you see?
Well, I see that Arjun and Magnus are quickly going down the variation that we were discussing, and that seems like it's good news for Magnus, and maybe Arjun didn't calculate this in its entirety because now Arjun is sitting and thinking in the live board.
Well, if he calculated it in its entirety, we'd still be here by the time the next edition of Norway Chess rolled around. I know there's the Wei Yi Hikaru game, folks, but we have to, I was going to say pledge allegiance. We have to do justice to the games which ultimately will determine the tournament victor. Of course, Hikaru's in third place, so mathematically it is possible if Arjun defeats Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru defeats Wei Yi, and Gukesh also loses his game to Fabi, Hikaru wins the tournament. So we will look at his game momentarily. But first, let's just stare at this for a while.
Okay, let's stare. I'm not going to say anything.
Moment of silence for what exactly? For White's pawn center?
Okay, I'm back. And Hallie 606 has mentioned the line you mentioned about bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, queen takes c6 with rook f7 tactics. That's something Danya was spot on about. Really good tactical awareness by both yourself, Danya, and the chat. And another question I have is if White starts with the queen takes c6 instead of bishop takes e7 first.
Oh, God.
Bishop takes h4, queen takes a8. Please help me through this variation.
Yeah, and be still my beating heart. I mean, okay, let's start with a simple observation. Okay, bishop takes, thank God he doesn't go for this because I was not prepared to make any observation. Bishop e7. Okay, let's give ourselves a pat on the back. We have more or less predicted the course of the action here. And Robert, I think you called it really early, right? The prevalence of this knight takes e4 tactic. Now a big moment because rook to b8 is one option. Rook to a7 is another option. There probably are tactical options. I pointed out knight to d2, which is a crazy computer move. And here's the important question, right? Rook to a7, how does that impact the presence of this tactic, rook takes f7? Does it discourage it in any way as opposed to rook to b8? Or
well,
no?
At the very least, there were some lines where the knight on d7 was captured. So I imagine the rook on a7, excuse me, with his bishop b7 idea, that could defend more pieces.
But then the rook on e8 is going to be hanging. So you solve one problem, you walk into a much bigger problem. Just the rook on e8 is hanging. So no, rook a7 is a huge error. And it takes the engine a while to see the move rook takes f7. It's pretty wild stuff. I mean, how easy is this to miss? And rook f7 is easy to see. I think, Robert, the hard move to see is knight to f4, this quiet but deadly move. And knight g6 completely unstoppable.
Yeah, the fact that there's no like queen move that saves the day because the knight on g6 takes away the e7 square. So it's not just about vacating the square so it's not smothered checkmate. It's just that the bishop on c4 and the knight on g6, they're a perfect duo to keep the king locked in. And by the way, I also want to shout out Johan Bach for the 5 gifted to your channel, Danya. So no Sebastian there, but we've got the first and last names going.
Well, we got the sub straight out of the freshly baked out of the bait oven. And All right, here. Okay, so what a ridiculous position. Now, by the commutative property, Robert, remember this line, knight to d2, queen takes a8, and knight to f6, which apparently is like equal? Black can start with knight f6 as well. Like knight d to f6 is also approved, sanctioned by the computer, just giving away a full rook. Now, you can't trap the queen. You need to bank on this resource, knight to d2. Why is this position so like complicated? Because black threatens to take the rook. Black threatens to... Ugh, I see what I'm doing. I keep pressing... sorry about that. Black threatens to take the rook. Black threatens to infiltrate with the queen to e3. And let's not forget the discovery against white's queen with moves like bishop h3 or bishop to b7 also add an element of uncertainty. Where is black going to strike next? Magnus is exactly the type of player, aka the greatest chess player in history, who is capable of finding something like this.
Can I ask a question? Because it does look very difficult. There's so many different variations that we've already looked at and so many more that have gone unnoticed. If you start with queen e3 check instead of knight f6.
By the way, bad news for Gukesh. He actually went down one of the lines that you prescribed and proscribed, that is forbade. But go ahead, ask away.
Okay,
one more time.
Quick question in this variation. Knight d2, queen 8 takes a8. White is up a full rook. Black plays queen to e3 with check. Is that okay for black?
I apologize, by the way, for just... I didn't mean to distract you.
No, you trust me. You've distracted me far more than that moment, and I think it's important to keep stock of all the games. But I was wondering, how bad is this for black? Because rook f2 would be my inclination here. Excuse me. And then I was wondering, knight f6 now, threatening knight to g4. How does white get out of this?
Well, not to answer a question of the question, but queen takes d3, I think, to most people watching is a natural instinct to at least restore the material balance in part. The problem is that you pay the price with the tempo, right? And tempi are absolutely crucial in a position like this, where every tempo brings one side closer to consolidation. At the same time, I wouldn't feel comfortable here as white, finding a way to coordinate my pieces. Maybe rook to c1 can be considered, and the rook on e8 is unprotected, leaving the bishop paralyzed. But your move, knight f6, solves that problem because the rook on e8 is now well protected and opens up new vistas for the bishop.
And knight g4 is coming to pile pressure on the pinned rook on f2. The d3 bishop is still hanging. Danya, this is where I feel like commentating with you, I feel more encouraged to just hand over a rook and then figure out the consequences afterwards. But this looks scary for white. I mean, what is the evaluation of
Point 39 after queen to b8, obvious move, setting up the defensive idea of queen to f4. Not obvious at all. So now knight to g4 is met with queen to f4 or queen to g3. And at best, look at this line. Knight takes f2. Trade queens.
Is the rook trapped with like knight c5 at the end?
Trapped. Knight to c5. Goodness. And you dominate the knight on d2, so there's no check on e4.
That is... I mean, deep doesn't even begin to be sufficient of a word to describe this position. That was like a 14-move sequence. No, it wasn't that many. It was like an 8-move sequence. But knight c5 traps the knight on d2. The rook is trapped. The knight can't get back to e4 in time. That's ridiculous.
This actually, I lost a game to a very similar concept that made a huge impression on me years ago. When the action is not unfolding a mile a minute, I'll show it. But what a line. This is just one of like a million possibilities, right? We're just exploring like the knight d2 rabbit hole. There is also the move rook to b8, rook takes f7, bishop to b7, which we were looking at previously. But Robert, I think if Magnus sees rook takes f7, I would find it very hard to believe that he continues to calculate. It's like, oh, no problem. Let's look at bishop b7. I feel like by necessity, if by nothing else, he might stumble into knight f6, knight d2.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to calculate, so he's doing the right thing and pausing, and here comes the ambulance for all the pieces on this board. But Donna, can you go back down that line again with the rook b8, rook f7, bishop b7? Like that final position where white was up a pawn, but black had a bishop and those two rooks that are active?
Yep, I got it on the board.
Okay, so after the dust settles and all the pieces come off, like rook e7, bishop c6, bishop e4, bishop takes e4, this whole, wild set of trades. Rook c7, bishop c6. Okay, at the end of wherever these pieces land, how much better is white?
Yeah, there's a sort of an inside joke where Dvoretsky would give like the position after queen takes c6, and he'd ask his like students to evaluate it, right? And somebody would raise his hand and say like, "Oh, white is clearly better," and Dvoretsky would be like, "Leave the class. That's so totally wrong." But okay, before you do, just explain your reasoning. And so the student would rattle off this entire line. And the point is that he calculated everything correctly. He just slightly misevaluated the result into endgame. Unacceptable.
But that's often what causes super grandmasters to lose games. It's not always about can they see the position at the end of the line on the 10th move. It's that they might have misevaluated something. And this position right here, white is up a pawn. If Magnus had the white pieces against anyone in the world, we'd say great winning chances for white. So what's the objective evaluation of that position?
Well, I wouldn't trust Stockfish at a depth under like 40 here. It's saying 0.46, 0.5 after rook b to c8.
Sure. So let's even accept that for a second. 0.5 better for white. Great winning chances, very clearly, right? No risk whatsoever. There's activity, an extra d pawn, and if Magnus had the white side, we'd be like great, opportunity to try and win this game. So I wonder for Magnus, now that he's the black pieces, if he's like, this doesn't look very attractive. Like, I would rather play something sharper, double-edged, than this game where it's white playing for two results.
Yeah, but just handing over an entire rook and continuing to play like nothing's the matter. I mean, even Stockfish, as people are saying in the chat, like, even Stockfish can't handle this, so much so that I think they're going to make Stockfish 18, just to deal with this position. Oh, wait a second. I think Stockfish 18 is... I was going to say it just came out, but it will be coming out soon.
Okay, well, while we wait for Stockfish 18 to come out and help us solve the issues with calculation, you mentioned how Fabi and Gukesh has changed. I'm also looking at that Wei Yi against Hikaru game, and I don't think we need to spend that much time there because the position is more closed, but I do think we should probably show what's happening because Wei Yi's knight on f5 is very promising, and it looks like the type of position where white is going to try and attack, but black does have some counterplay down the d file.
It looks like a position I would love to have tomorrow in the bullet brawl, but unfortunately, add one more minor piece, such as a light squared bishop, and it would be checkmate. But, okay, g3, I was going to say queen to h3 would be just like, you wouldn't be able to pull me away from this move, queen to h3. Because it forces black to drop the bishop back to f8 as far as I can tell. And then there's ideas like g5. This looks very slow, but it does open up this possibility of like queen to h1, or more conventionally king to g2 and rook to h1. So Hikaru basically has like a tempo or two to whip up counterplay. Otherwise, this attack is going to get really serious.
But this reminds me of the Fabi Gukesh game. Different pawn structure. It's actually white here with the double pawns rather than black. But d takes e4, d takes e4. I think this actually is a good lesson for those watching. You desperately want to trade queens as black because your king is under attack. But after d e4, queen d3, white will just develop the bishop out to e3, soon play king to g2, then play rook to h1, and if that black king survives, it's going to be a miracle.
By the way, Ju and June is, after a long thought, decided to go down one of the lines that we laid out, but the one where she's just down a pawn with opposite colored bishops. So Humpy Canero has realistic chances. We'll get to that game in a bit. Potentially unsettling news for Anna Muzichuk, who still has some work to do in holding that draw. Your point is well taken, Robert. Like, d takes e4 looks like a lot of relief, but I think Hikaru is more likely to opt for d4 paradoxically, although white can lock up the center with c4, and then the question is, well, what have you done? Like, where is the counterplay going to come from?
Nowhere.
So where is the counterplay going to come from?
Yeah, I knew that was a rhetorical question, but I think that there's so many issues. Danya, I'm going to take a page from your book, and I might be wrong, so forgive me in advance. Let's say you play d4, right?
Okay.
And I go brute force method, king
Just
g2.
Close your eyes and attack?
Yes, exactly. King g2. You're going to take on c3.
DC.
Can I get away with bishop takes h6 here, or am I a little bit too ambitious?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person, because I'm never going to I'm never going to express my disapproval of such an idea. Let's say I take it.
Okay, rook h1's coming.
Oh, okay. I know exactly what's next. Bishop f8 is forced.
Knight takes h6.
Knight takes h6. Wow. Wow. Absolute dramatical. And rook takes h6?
Rook h6, queen f6, rook h1, and checkmate is...
Stop hurting me.
I will, because the game's ending.
And that's how the game will end, folks. That's exactly how Hikaru Nakamura will get checkmated, as he usually does. But a very important point. What is the piece that makes all of this tick? The knight on f5. So I think Hikaru, if he approaches this logically and asks himself, how can I eliminate? How can I get rid of that knight? He will need to replace the bishop that's currently on e7 with his own knight. So the move bishop f8, followed by knight e7, I think offers a clear roadmap for essentially diffusing the potency of White's kingside attack and doing it fast.
Yeah, and it's the type of position where White may decide to give up the entire queenside as long as you can maintain this initiative and you just go straight for the black king. I'm seeing some comments. And it's true. Wow, it's true. I think blunder is harsh in the sense that Magnus, he did make a mistake. And thank you, Arnold the Hobbit, for putting blunder in quotes. Magnus did make a mistake in a very complicated position.
Everybody relax.
Everyone should calm down.
Now, very important. I need to put the Gukesh game up on the small board because Gukesh is in huge... Gukesh might be in bigger trouble than Magnus is. So if it's okay with you, just for the time being.
It is, and I think that you're correct, that from a practical standpoint, Gukesh is in more trouble because that's one-sided traffic, whereas Magnus's quote-unquote blunder, that's a mistake. Can you remove the double question mark?
Is that possible?
Yeah, you go, let me see. How
do I do that?
You click on the smiley face, the emoji palette.
The emoji palette.
You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Just click on you can clear all or whatever.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Boom.
Get rid of that blunder sign. That feels way too harsh. But I think the point done is after queen takes a8 in this game, our big board game, everybody, is that White will be up material, right? You took a rook and you're going to lose your bishop after queen e3 takes d3. But with the rather simplified position and the fact that the light square bishop can become a powerhouse piece, right? If that bishop gets on b7, the white king is going to be in serious danger. Like, we can see not just an outline, just the very clear counterplay that black has. So I understand that objectively this was a mistake, but come on. From the white side, this doesn't look like an easy position to move forward in.
Make a move. What's the move here? I mean, I don't have the engine on. What's the move?
So the knight's under attack, so knight f4, you're going to go queen b5, I guess?
Yeah, I'm going to go queen b5. And let's not forget this other knight on a4. If you had b3 already included, that would afford you a great tempo. Now, bishop b7 is a huge threat.
So this is actually something that Miron Scher, my only coach, he would always say, when you're ahead material and your opponent is seizing the initiative, consider giving some back. So b3 would be the greedy move, trying to keep all your pieces. But knight c5, that would be, I think, the better decision, because now the b7 square is under White's control. Black can take on c5 first, of course. And after d takes c5, there's a very important wrinkle here. Bishop b7, queen a7, and really importantly, that rook a8 does not trap the queen, because the queen can slide out to b6.
As a result of the pawn capturing on c5. Thank you for sharing that wisdom. And what's also so important is the fact that the g2 pawn is reinforced by the knight. So yeah, I mean, maybe black can play g5, but that is an incredibly weakening move. So even though we sung the praises of a bishop that appears on b7, if it does not come in conjunction with any other ideas, White can take the blow and live to tell the tale, because you're up a full exchange here. That is a huge amount of material.
Yeah, and that's why I think that in positions where you're, say, up 2 pawns, there are moments where if you're starting to feel uncomfortable, you can consider giving back 1 point of the 2-point advantage. And that's exactly sort of what I was saying, because instead of bishop b7, the c5 pawn could have been captured and the game continues in different territory.
Also, this pawn can be captured. Queen takes d4. I mean, yeah, it doesn't set up bishop b7. The problem is, what is black's next move? That's actually kind of hard to determine because both of these squares are protected. However, knight e4 and the possibility of a check on f2 is quite disquieting for White, although rook a to d1 is like begging to be played.
Rook a d1, queen back to e3. Unfortunately for White, there's no rook e1.
Hey.
type of idea. So white is not worse. Let's be objective and very clear about that. But Magnus is relying on his activity and that knight on a4, knights on the rim, they're considered dim. Here, that knight is not participating in the heat of the battle.
I mean, if this position was being analyzed by a bunch of GMs in the press room of some candidates tournament in the 60s, they would have no idea what's going on. They would have no idea whether to call knight f6 a blunder or a brilliancy, and that would depend entirely on how the game finished. If Magnus wins this game, your average Victor Korchnoi or Mikhail Tal in the journal, in the magazine, in the press book would say knight f6, incredible foresight by Magnus to give up an entire rook for long-term compensation. This is why it's so disingenuous to be over-influenced by these computer evaluations. 0.8. Okay, and?
And nothing. I think that that line that Magnus had where he gave up a full rook and then was just swarming in front of the white king, that was a difficult variation. And I think we just should show it one more time, Danya, that instead of knight to f6, the suggested move was knight d2. And after the rook is captured in the corner, there was queen e3 check followed by knight to f6 and things like that. And it's claiming that despite being 5 points of material down, black is not just okay, but may even play for an advantage thanks to the activity of the remaining pieces.
Yeah, this is such a confusing idea. Yeah, you could also start with knight d to f6. So Magnus even put the knight on the right square. It was just the wrong knight on that particular square. But this would have gotten complete pandem, lit the board on fire, speaking of Ed Shirov. Alexei Shirov, of course, the author of the well-received Best Games collection, Fire on Board, highly recommended. And there's still fire on board. Still,
there definitely is.
I told you. I just said that's Russian for get the fill in the blank out of here.
Well, get those question marks out of here. I do think that it's too harsh. It's not the best move. We want to be honest with everybody that there was an opportunity for Magnus to maybe even seize control of this game. He took a step back rather than forward. It's not optimal, but still, black is playing this game with a decent chance at, I would say, surviving. And we're not talking about advantage for black anymore. We're talking about trying to hold on. And I do think in some of these lines that we're talking about, that even without queens on the board, black has great chances to get a half point. So Fabi, we mentioned him. You have that board over there.
Small board.
Cameras. It looks so good for white. Oh my goodness. There's no attack for black. White's going to put a rook on c1. You could consider the move a4 to give up the b pawn. When you lose pawns, you open files. And so you can always consider playing moves that give a pawn to your opponent. And the question now, Danya, is does Fabi castle? Is he ready to bring his king all the way over there, connect his rooks, bring that second rook in the attack, or does that walk into black's attack?
Well, loose lips sink ships, loose pawns sink kings. And they will sink world champions as well if Fabi prosecutes this initiative skillfully. My vote is for castle's kingside because I just don't see black setting these pawns in motion. But before I get to that, Robert, I'm really stunned that Gukesh in this position, which I think we were favoring Fabi here, but he went down one of the paths that you described in a disapproving way, and for very good reason. D4 is a really bad move. I mean, it's just a really bad move. You're signing off on no counterplay in the center. You are, as they say in some Russian chess books, untying white's hands for decisive action on the queen side. And where is your counterplay going to come from?
He must have been scared of some kind of a4, b5 happening quickly, and he felt he wouldn't have compensation, and this at least slows that down. And Donna, can we switch which board's on the big board and the small board?
Yes, easily.
And there's a reason I want to do that. Because I'm going to put a challenge to the chat right now. I like to get them involved. This is both live entertainment in the sense that these games are happening and it's spontaneous. It's not scripted. But also, I think that if everybody pauses on this Fabi game and against Gukesh, and we just make the move castle, if you will.
Sure.
G4, H takes G4, knight takes G4. I think that's like a critical position for all of us to analyze.
Mm-hmm.
So pause, and I want to hear from chat. Would you rather have Fabi's position on the white side? Do you feel like black will have a quick attack of his own and Gukesh will try to go after Fabi's king? Which side would you rather have? And I'm just going to...
And what is the plan? The side that you prefer to have? Like, how would you develop the attack being that side?
Yes, thank you for that add-on, because it's very important, because people just say white or black, and I am curious what people... So
You
I would take
black and lose.
That was funny.
That was funny.
And by the way, Fabia's made a move, and I think it's very instructive to compare the analysis we're doing with the game continuation, because in the analysis board, very clear that Gukesh would get play against Fabi's king. And let's go back to the live board for a second, and we will answer these questions. Rook b1, saying, are you really going to play that g4 pawn push, walking into knight h4 ideas, Danya? The g6 square is juicy in many variations with a fork, and setting up a4 followed by b5, or b5 right away. So you're not committing your king to where black wants to attack you. The king is very safe and sound in the center, and the rook on h1 would love to land on c1, but it also would like to help protect the white king.
Simple chess, right? It's a type of prophylaxis where you're not committing and you're taking this thing out of g4. By the way, Arjun still has not taken the rook. He will take the rook, I can guarantee that. He's just coming to terms with the surprise, right? He's calming himself down, preparing himself for the subsequent daunting calculation task. So don't you worry, that rook will be captured and will be eaten up. Gukesh instantly responding with knight f6 back to d7. Where is the knight going? What is his intended answer to a4? Is it to go knight c to e5, something to that effect?
Okay, so trade-off pieces. It's a good point by you that when you are getting attacked, you want to remove some of the possible attackers.
Maybe knight d5.
But now that you played knight d7, white can castle because there's no more g4. So
can and should.
Are trying to trade pieces, but you've allowed white to connect the rooks.
Dude, this is like, I'm trying not to exaggerate, but I can see this being lost in a couple of moves. So for example, castles, right? Can't go h5, can't go g4. If you follow through on this maneuver, knight e5, I assume you're taking, or are you just ignoring?
I was going to take.
Let's say I take with the... Well, if I take with a knight, white can operate on both sides of the board. Like, the king side does not belong to black. It actually belongs to white here after a move like knight to h5. So you hold the tactical assets and the positional assets, and that is the worst case scenario.
Such a good idea, though, by you knight h5, because I was getting tunnel vision and going for like b5 and a4, whatever, on the queen side. But knight h5 stops black's attack before it can even get going. g4 is not even a possibility, because now the queen and pawn protect it. The knight e5 attacks d3. Yeah, it's one piece attacking one pawn. It's defended. And then white can go rook f to c1 and just throw all of the pieces against the black king. Whereas, as we're talking about, black doesn't have an attack. So I love what you're saying. Knight h5 is an idea. Even, the next move for white can be that knight move. h5 is not available to black because g5 hangs, and you don't want to give away a free pawn. This is, from a practical standpoint, Danya, and if we just did odds on winning chances, white has tremendous winning chances from Fabi's position.
Gukesh has been the king of comebacks in this tournament. He's had so many of them. Even yesterday's game against Wei Yi. I mean, obviously the pearl of his Norway chess performance, that victory over Magnus Carlsen from at one point a -7 position, I think. Just unbelievable stuff. But it feels in this last round game, Robert, again, I'm not trying to undermine his incredible efforts, his well-deserved victories, but it almost feels like he needs to turn this game around in the next 2 or 3 moves. Otherwise, it feels like he's giving this game away. He's just giving it away.
And I do, thank you, Garrett Rooks. I saw a comment on YouTube, and I'm good at ignoring comments, but I do want to just push back a little bit, saying that, we're hating on Gukesh. It's not that. Donnie and I both love Gukesh's chess. Like, his ability, we covered that end game against Wei Yi at the Olympiad. That was so dramatic and exciting, and he won that end game to help India to a gold medal. He propelled that team in 2 Olympiads in a row. This is someone who's played in the candidates once, won the tournament, became world champion. We are not trying to take away the accolades. What we are saying, we're trying to look at these games, and for Gukesh, he has struggled out of the opening. What move are we on right now?
What move? We're on black's 19th move.
In the first 20 moves of these games, it has felt like Gukesh is just always in trouble, at least the back half of this tournament. And that's not to criticize him as a chess player. It's just to say, objectively speaking, if you looked at just the engine, what it spits out as the evaluation, he is in trouble. He has been able to come back. It's a testament to his strength, his endurance, the way he's able to fight to the bitter end. But it's not where you want to be if you are a chess player. You don't want to be on the back foot and staving off an attack. And I don't believe that he's just lucky. I think he's exceptionally good. They say better lucky than good. I say best lucky and good. And he's not good. He's great. So I just wanted to answer that by saying Gukesh is an unbelievable chess player. You would have to be one of the most dishonest people in the world to say otherwise. But he has been struggling out of the openings in this tournament, and that often happens when you are less experienced, which is funny to say as a world champion, and you're younger, playing against the absolute top players on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, either of us, if you listen to 5-10 minutes of our commentary to any tournament, I think it's not in my blood, first of all, to dunk on any player rated over 2,700 or any player at all. Because it's a privilege to commentate their games. I learn myself, so it benefits me, and we're very, very lucky to live in an age where these games are easily accessible, can be watched in real time. But you can trust me on this, folks. Like, Gukesh is going to be his own worst critic. Like, when he comes home from this event, he is going to be laying into himself for some of these decisions. And if you're a Gukesh fan, you don't want him to smooth this under the rug. You don't want his team, Gajewski, Keimer, the 100 people helping him. You don't want them to say, all right, Gukesh, this is a great job coming back. You did nothing wrong. You played perfectly. Right? That's not how you improve, right? You want everybody to put on their Soviet schoolboy hats and really dig into these mistakes, figure out what caused them, because that's how you come back stronger. Gukesh is still 19 years old. If you want to see him have this fulfilling long-term chess career, which I'm sure he will have, that is the kind of work that'll have to be done after the tournament.
Yes, and I see, there are a lot of people here who, are fans of certain players, and I mean, we appreciate all of them, because this job wouldn't be possible without the amazing play of all the players in the tournament. And so I'm going to get back to the chess. I just wanted to, I guess one last time is the final day of Norway Chess, because it almost feels like anytime we talk about Gukesh in either direction, there has to be some justification, which is frustrating for him more than anyone. It's like, he does well, and people are like, yeah, but he's not Magnus. We're not comparing him to Magnus. He's himself. And I've always felt that with no matter who the youngster is, that comparing them to an all-time great is just, it's a disservice to them. And it could be basketball, it could be
wait 16 years until he's Magnus's age. And he doesn't claim to be Magnus. Like, he's not dressing up as Magnus for Halloween. Like, he's Gukesh and Magnus is Magnus. Why can't they just be their own people?
But that would be funny if he did dress up as Magnus for Halloween. So that's a good idea. They played Cowboys on the rest day. We'll see if the Halloween costume comes as well. But okay, back to the chess. We see on the small board, Arjun still hasn't moved on you. That's, I would say, somewhat surprising.
Now he did. He heard you.
Are you serious?
He literally moved the second you said that. I'm not making it up.
Wow.
Queen E3 check now on the board.
That's funny, because I was just about to make a point that he wasn't actually calculating this current turn. He wasn't thinking, do I take the rook? He was just calculating 3, 4, 7 moves down the line. So for Arjun and Magnus, they're going down a forced continuation.
Go us.
The knight's on f4. The queen will take this d4 pawn, I imagine. But otherwise, queen to b5, we mentioned that as a possibility. But I think that's kind of unnecessarily sharp.
Quick update. We're not going to go there. There's nothing to see, but Anna Muzychuk continues to hold her own. I think they're very close to a draw. We will obviously bring you the Armageddon if nothing crazy happens. And Ju and Jun is down a pawn, but it's an opposite colored bishop position, and I don't think Humpy's winning chances are all that realistic. So I'm keeping an eye on that game, and you're in safe hands. We'll bring you any major developments there, but nothing to write home about as of yet.
So for Ju and Jun, the position was tough for her. She decided this was the best option to get into opposite colored bishops, but we've seen some tremendous end games like Fabiano Caruana against Wei Yi. So we'll see if Humpy Koneru can drum up that kind of position where she has winning chances. So as we look across the boards, Hikaru and Wei Yi are still going at it. I love Wei Yi's position. It seems like one where there are going to be some tactics against the Black King. And with his last move, Danya, Wei Yi brought his king up. The rook is ready to slide to h1.
I'm going to bring it up on the big board.
I mean, this is like a Danya dream.
It is a Danya dream. Well, you commentating with Robert Hess, you mean?
Oh, you sweetheart, you. But I mean, you mentioned the idea of knight e7 for Hikaru. Is there just knight takes something, knight takes h6?
But why did Hikaru play bishop? See, there is, and again, I'm not. I keep answering question to the question. My mom told me not to do that when I'm in, decent company. But the point I'm trying to make is like Hikaru had the chance to prevent all of this by putting his bishop on f8. He tries to get his bishop more active, but in so doing, he opens the door to all these nasty tactical shots. So one more time, knight e7. Which sacrifice suits your fancy?
I don't know. Taking on h6 maybe?
Ooh. And by the way, DE4 has been thrown in by Nakamura. So let's pause our sack fest. And okay, knight e7 here. I don't think anything actually changes. Should that move be played?
It's the same type of position we were talking about before, right? Like knight e7. Oh,
And bishop e3, obviously.
yeah.
And then I guess Hikaru wants to take on e3.
But then you take back with
Probably the knight, yeah.
the knight can actually circle to d5. See, that's funny when positions where I'm now focusing on the checkmate, you took a page from my book and you said knight takes e3. That way you can use the d5 square in addition to the f5 square once more.
It's a tale of two knights, right? Look at black's knight on c6 and how restricted it is by white's pawn. The problem with the move rook takes e3 is that rook is at a dead end, right? Yes, it's a tempo move, but from e3, the rook will have no way to join the attack other than to circle back to e1, which is lame. Knight takes c3 vacates the f5 square for the queen, sets up the threat of knight d5. White is solidly better here, and Hikaru needs to tread carefully.
And rook d1 forces the black queen all the way back to a6. That black queen just does not have good access. And so, yeah, this looks incredibly promising for Wei Yi. It's a risk-free position, and he's going to try to squeeze it for a full point.
And on a6, he can be further harassed by a well-timed b2 to b4, threatening a fork. He's holding all the assets here, is the Chinese Grandmaster. But to open up the full potential of the position, I think he has to resist the temptation to recapture and fall prey to one movitis, as I like to call it. Knight takes e3 is where it's at.
Love the backwards knight move, retreating and capturing, and then trying to find new roads to explore. So for Wei Yi, he is in good shape. He has not won a single classical game here, given the level of opposition. That's not the worst thing in the world, but he would like to end on a positive note. And Danya, the other games that we're seeing, we have the Magnus game on the small board. Maybe we should bring back that Fabi game against Gukesh, because Gukesh has in fact played knight d7 to e5, and I loved your idea that you were exploring with an exchange and just planting the white knight on a light square and saying to black, you will have no activity in this game.
And I will pull up the eval bar, folks. Sorry about that. So now we have an eval bar on both, eval and evil bar on both boards. Let me expand this. Ugh, I don't like that it's labeled. So annoying.
It's hard to get everything, just
we will have it one tournament at a time,
Indeed.
And almost there, I promise.
I know that you become a perfectionist with these things, so
I mean, honestly, not bad given that we're sort of a bootleg production for the time being. We haven't had too many critical failures.
No, it's just when Streamlabs refuses to work, and then we have to delay a bit as you're scrambling to find the solution. So you've been awesome. Everyone in chat has been awesome.
So is the Charlotte internet.
The Charlotte internet is great. Here in London, the internet seems to hold up pretty well, knock on wood. But what isn't holding up, at least at the moment, Gukesh's position, I mean, it doesn't look good. Like, the position itself looks like a struggle. So, Danya, knight takes e5. Is Gukesh going to take with the bishop on e5? At least that pretends to be more active.
Yeah, but the downside, of course, is that the knight on c6 remains a target. And I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't even move the knight from g3, although it's more in Fabi's style to maintain as many assets as possible. Paradoxically, like with the light squares under white's complete control, white is not in a big hurry, right? So knight e5, bishop e5, why the heck not to play knight h5 and set up the potential for some sort of well-timed f2, f4?
I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a defensive plan for black, and I'm
B5.
struggling.
Honestly, b5 is not out of the question.
But then, it looks incredibly weakening, but I see your point that you're going to king b7 and quickly try to protect your king.
Man, it would be nice if Gukesh should like, come back from some of these worst positions. Maybe that would be a confidence boost for him, if only. Oh, wait a second. Oh, he hasn't he? Why does the computer not like... The computer is okay with knight h5. The engine actually likes knight h2 here, as well as knight takes e5, as well as a4.
Knight h2 is an extremely instructive move, though, because the claim is that white has more space, especially with the pawns where they are, and just there is an attack brewing. So keeping more pieces on the board is the plan. But the reason I don't love that move is, at least it seems like black and white knight g6, bishop e5, and even though there's no direct threat, it just gives black some activity.
Yeah, this is some computerish line. Bishop e5, the knight dance, and we've invited neither Nepo nor Dubov, so I don't know if this would be up Fabiano's alley. I think that he has displayed a propensity for simpler play, more clear, sort of castles, rook b1. He is making no bones about his plan. My vote is knight takes e5.
Okay, knight takes e5 makes sense to me. I think black will take back with the bishop, and then that bishop can be useful in the defense down. It can even go back to d6 and try to defend some of these key squares.
By the way, like when I see a king like this on c8 and I see this type of attack brewing, my kind of mental reference is Capablanca versus Janowski. Do you know that game?
Yeah, what a reference. You always bring up... I feel like Capablanca is a recurring theme for you. You always get those Kappa references.
I felt bad because when I was commentating the Dubov-Niemann match, I jokingly said, like, oh, who needs a Capablanca when you have, when you have Dubov and Niemann playing this position skillfully? And people in the chat were like, what kind of attitude does Naroditsky display toward his classics? And it broke my heart because I was totally sarcastic, and I actually respect the heck out of them.
You want to bring that game up to show your respect to your...
With German annotations. Here we go.
Let's do it.
Nope, not this game. This one. This is Capablanca versus Janowski. This is St. Petersburg, 1914. And here we go. Ruy Lopez, exchange variation. Basically, David Janowski, castles queenside. You can see the sort of a mirrored structure. And look at what Capablanca does. Boom, bang, bomb, boom, carving out the d5 square. And look at the pawn action. Preparing d4. I mean, it's such a simple game, right? It's just so straightforward how he wins this. He makes Janowski, one of the top players in the world, look like, the amateur.
Well, the best players in the world, sometimes they do just that. Is like they make what seem like natural, not too difficult moves, and then your opponent's left wondering what happened. And one of the players that I've always found best at, Michael Adams. When I was growing up, my coaches showed me some Adams games, and I don't really understand where his opponent went wrong. And those head scratchers are often more difficult to bounce back from than just blundering a piece or getting checkmated. You just feel outclassed when you play people like that.
Capablanca was a classy guy. He wasn't just a classy chess player. He was classy in everything that he did. Classy in his dress, classy in his manner, and unfortunately taken from the world too soon in 1942 of a stroke. But what a world champion! What an imprint Capablanca left on the chess world, including a very famous book that is one of my most prized possessions, first edition.
Capablanca, legend. Didn't get his opportunity until a bit later than he should have against Lasker, when Lasker was well past his prime. But for Capablanca, so many immortal endgames that he played, and just an absolute force in the chess world, and deserves to be remembered for all the great play. But thank you, that dude personally, for that sub to Donna's channel. And I just saw that Magnus played queen takes d4 on our smaller board.
You heard.
I saw. I can actually hear the sound effects.
Okay, I heard that crunching sound, and good on Magnus to deviate from queen b5. Capablanca and Lasker, by the way, got into a huge fight over the negotiations for their rematch, for the original match, for the World Championship. So much so that Capablanca refused to communicate with Lasker further until and unless Lasker apologized to him.
And when did that officially happen?
I mean, it was like a half a pawn. I don't actually know the continuation of that, but a little bit later today, I'll read you one of the most dramatic letters that Capablanca issued. Missive, one of the most dramatic missives.
Such a good word. But also, their story always reminded me of James Jeffries against Jack Johnson. Yeah, I always think of the singer when I say that name out loud, but the boxer where they fought way past Jeffries' prime, and same with Lasker, right? Like Lasker against Capablanca would have been such an awesome matchup if it happened when it was supposed to, but then Lasker kind of like quit chess, right, and didn't play very much, and kind of came out of retirement and
Yep.
got brutalized by the young whippersnapper, as Yasser would say,
Lasker got
Capablanca.
really invested in Go. He started moving around. Kind of his second half of his life was spent in kind of a semi-nomadic state, both physically and mentally. And eventually, the chess crown moved into the young whippersnapper's hands. And we're talking about Kappa. We're also talking about Gukesh.
So I'm not laughing about Gukesh. I'm laughing at this comment by Kevin. Kappa was never a GM. He couldn't have been good because the Grandmaster title wasn't around back then.
Yeah, I think GM title was instituted in, I want to say like around 1940. Yeah, around the time Capablanca passed away in London, by the way.
Yes.
Simpsons
FIDE.
on the Strand.
Where did FIDE first use it? It looks like 1950. That's what you were, about right. That it was 1950. It seems the GM title.
Svetozar Gligorich.
Akiba Rubinstein. Okay, so back to the chess. Now I'm going to focus. I promise.
Akiba Hartenstein. Okay, go on.
Hartenstein. Different sport, different player, but yeah, I feel that reference. All right, so with the games that we have on screen right now, Fabi is clearly better. He is using his time advantage. Magnus, he misplayed. That much is clear, but the assessment is still slightly better.
Draw grade in Muzichuk's game, by the way.
The game's over
It was the most boring game of all time, and they have just repeated moves. Agreed to a draw.
because they traded queens in the opening and then they never looked back.
Yeah, it's not even worth looking at that game. It was they traded all the pieces and agreed to a draw, folks. What is worth looking at is the Armageddon, which will begin pretty soon.
Yes, because Humpy Canero is up a pawn, has winning chances. I mean, even though Jun is likely to hold the draw, but if Anna Muzichuk wins the Armageddon, it's a moot point. She wins the tournament on the spot.
Yeah, and Muzichuk doesn't. She wants to celebrate. She doesn't want to leave fate in the hands of a different player. And currently, Arjun is trying to. I don't know where the sentence is going, but nowhere good. Let's see where Black's queen is going to go because Rook a1 is the most natural move. Not an enviable choice by Magnus. I mean, look at how many different directions he can go. Queen e3 was the move you pointed out. Queen e5, c4, queen resign.
I didn't love Queen e5 because I thought Knight d3 could be a useful move for White, then play Rook e1.
Zap. So you like Queen e3?
I thought it stays away at least a little bit further from any sort of harassment by that knight.
Should we castle the games again and put Magnus on the big board once more?
Let's castle kingside for the first time.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Is.
You were trying to be smooth.
You also don't need to ask for permission. You got full control, my friend.
Well, I like to include everybody in the decision-making process. As knight takes e3 by Wei Yi was in fact played, correctly recaptures, and okay. Stop. I told you to shush the first time, and you didn't hear me. So I'm going to make you. There we go.
I'm scared to know what was happening, but
I'm speaking to the what is it called? The emoji
glyphs?
palette.
And
they say chess players are saying, "Ooh, he's played Queen e5."
Okay, so wait, which move received a question mark? Was it Rook d1 or Queen d5?
Well, it was Rook to d1, but I think it should have been Queen to e5 because yes, the eval bar creeps up. I think everybody can see that, but your point, Robert, is so important. Knight to d3 is a move that you're allowing. I think Magnus is relying on the move Queen to b5 in response. Has he missed something?
No, but that actually looks promising for black because Bishop b7 is next. So
what about Knight to d5?
Knight d5?
Knight g4.
Oh, Queen h2 mate coming.
Okay. White also can bring the queen back to f3. I mean, that's not the end of the world.
But queen f3,
Bishop a6, yeah.
bishop a6, or queen b5. There's so many options for black.
And for white. Wait, rook c1 is another option for white. This bishop on c8 is sort of trapped. Let's not forget.
Wait, how do you actually...
Wait, rook c1. What's black's move after rook c1?
Queen b5, protecting the bishop by threatening the rook on f1.
I hate you.
Hey, say it with your full chest if you're going to say it.
Wait, rook fe1 there. So here, right? So folks, rook takes c8, gets checkmated, but what if rook fe1? Boom, boom.
Uh-oh.
Now hold on for a second. Hold on. This is trouble. So if not queen b5, what is his intended move? Don't tell me it's like queen to b8.
No.
Exactly. Knight e4 doesn't work.
So
g5 no.
rook takes c8 is the obvious threat.
Yep. Knight b8, I mean, no.
No way.
Did he miss rook c1?
Wait, is that played or is that your analysis?
It's my analysis. Arjun is thinking after queen e5.
Got it. Because it's like, it does look very straightforward here.
Oh, he's going to play it, I have no doubt.
Wait a sec. I'm going to pull it down. You ready?
Yeah.
King h7.
I see what you're cooking up here. Rook takes c8, you want queen takes f4.
Yeah.
And you're saying that this works because if I take it, I get back ranked? Okay, but why is this so dangerous for me? Queen a6, maybe?
Well, then both of your rooks are... but I can't take both at once. Queen f1, rook c8. Obviously, white is just much better.
Probably winning because I'm going to collect... Later on, I'm going to collect this a pawn.
Right, and the knight will be freed up, so that doesn't look good. Okay, I have a better version of this.
Okay.
Instead of king h7...
Yep. I'm gonna put both boards up on as Magnus because this is where the actions. Give me 1 second to adjust the analysis board and make it the live board. That sentence did not correspond to what I'm doing, but you get the point.
I understand, but I'm going with my bad execution, but I'm hoping that my plan is right. And instead of king h7, let's go knight to f8. Same exact idea, to block a pin on the 8th rank to allow black to play queen takes f4.
Okay, so knight f8, you're blocking the 8th rank, makes sense. Rook takes c8, queen takes f4. Yes. And if I go queen a6 anyway, my response doesn't change. Rook c1 played.
Wow, big move from Arjun Erigaisi.
But how could this have been over? I mean, Magnus, with it over an hour on his clock, he was so confident when he played queen e5. I thought he was about to take 25 minutes deciding where to put his queen. It's almost as though he thinks this is, just any old position.
So,
yeah,
the best it looks like if we go down that knight f8 path again is that black gives up the queen for those, for both white rooks, and then you're going to grovel for a draw.
Oh my gosh. Let's confirm with the engine. You're absolutely right. Knight f8 is the best move. And apart from rook takes 8, there's even the move knight to c5, which is not a human move, I think.
No.
You're right. Rook takes c8. This is very likely to appear on the board if Magnus finds knight f8. And not what Magnus had in mind going into the last round. Begging for a draw for another 2 hours.
So white will just create luft and then go after the a5 pawn is the... But, yeah, the problem is that the white knight is getting out, right? In the previous positions, the knight was stuck. If you could imagine the black rook on d5, and like that knight can't move very easily, but there's also b3, knight b2.
Exactly.
So the knight's getting out no matter what.
And if you reposition these pawns back to b7 and a7, this would be equal. But because the a5 pawn is technically a backward pawn, it presents an obvious target for the white queen. Bad. Magnus missed rook c1. I mean, here I have no doubt that rook c1 was simply overlooked.
And now I think the criticism of his missing some of these tactics is well deserved. That at first it felt like he was making a human decision and trying to get out unscathed, but no, he's scathed.
Yeah, he gets out very much scathed. And the bishop on c8, which was supposed to be the reason that black initiated this whole brouhaha, the bishop was supposed to be black's strong point, and yet it becomes the bane of black's existence, and its existence might be curtailed and ended on the very next move.
Arjun Erigaisi in the driver's seat right now. A big opportunity for him in his chess career to beat the world number one. And Arjun has played some very good chess in this event. I mean, remember his game against Gukesh, where he was much better in pressing, and then Gukesh was able to come back and win that game. And then Arjun flipped that script the next day against Fabiano, where he was worse against Fabiano throughout the entirety of the game. Fabi was winning, and then Arjun came up with a great tactical shot to turn that game around. So Arjun, he's played a huge role in this tournament, and he would want nothing more than to end it with a win over Magnus Carlsen.
Queen e5, I mean, we just are so unused to seeing this caliber of mistakes from Magnus, because Queen e3, how would this have helped? This would have helped because black has this construction, knight to e4, and white has knight h3. The game goes on. The point is rook takes c8, gets smothered mated, knight f2 check, using the back rank mate as an auxiliary mating mechanism. How lovely would this be? This would not have happened in the game. But, Robert, I mean, again, we're sitting here in our comfortable rooms watching this unfold. They're there, sitting at the board with no knowledge of the evaluation. With all that said, I'm pretty stunned that the speed at which he played Queen e5 and the fact that he's now thinking is making Arjun a really happy camper, right? He feels a sense of relief, does Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, there is what Magnus's family and friends might have to say to him after this game, because he's in big trouble. He is going to be worse heading into a material imbalance. Lasker compensation, we mentioned Lasker before. That's a rook, a minor piece, and a pawn for a queen. So on paper, a rook is worth 5, a knight is worth 3, a pawn is worth 1. That's 9 for all you mathematicians out there. A queen is also worth 9. So it sounds like it should be a level trade, that imbalance of pieces, but white will be better because the queen can venture from side to side and go after black's weaknesses. So just to say, Danya, that I still think Queen E3 is very complicated, and that there's so many variations that we haven't explored that I'm sure Magnus was worried about. But now he's worried about something very concrete, and it's his bishop on c8.
And Magnus continues to think this is obviously a huge game. So if Magnus loses in the classical portion, what happens then? At that point, Gukesh, with a draw, would win the tournament?
Gukesh with a draw, getting to Armageddon, because Fabi was...
No, and Hikaru too. Hikaru's in third.
If Gukesh goes to Armageddon and loses to Armageddon,
he gets a point.
Fabi... Oh, wait, he's like Fabi. So Fabi can't win and Gukesh gets
No. What? If Magnus loses the classical, he gets, 0 points?
0. And if Fabi beats Gukesh, Fabi's ahead of Magnus.
So Fabi can win the tournament?
Yeah, and actually, what's a little bit odd?
Hikaru can also win the tournament, but he's unlikely to. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hikaru would have to win in classical. What's odd is that Fabi kind of has felt like the best player in classical. Is that fair to say? Well, Magnus also before he lost to Gukesh. But Fabi lost game 1 and then went on a rampage, right? Had 3 wins, and he beat Wei Yi twice, and he beat Arjun. And he was much better against Magnus the first time they played when he was white. And then he lost that game against Arjun. But without that loss to Arjun, I mean, Fabi would have been leading heading into this round. And maybe that's some
you're right. No,
bias.
He was winning by force against Arjun. And yesterday he was in control of the game again, and lost control of it by his own fault against Magnus. So it would be symbolic if Fabi somehow managed to emerge from 4th place to win the tournament. You can check out the standings, folks, using the exclam last round, lastrd command. It redirects you to a link. But remember this Norway chess scoring, right? A win in the classical portion is 3 points. A draw in the classical and a win in Armageddon is 1.5. And if you lose the Armageddon, you get a point just for drawing the classical.
Now I've opened up this can of worms with people talking about, if you don't lose, then you play the best tournament. I do think that Fabi has played some great chess. I mean, the first game was really bad, he just was worse and groveling and then lost in time trouble. But I think Fabi's played very well overall, and it doesn't really matter who's played, the absolute best. They've all played great in points, so I apologize for opening up that can of worms,
No, I'm
Danya.
sure we'll have a resident statistician tell us who played the best.
Magnus also has played very good chess, at least not including today.
Bobby played knight h5, so let's push all that aside, folks. We'll have plenty of time to litigate and discuss, who passes who. But right now, there's big moments to observe. The Armageddon game will be up any second now, and I'll bring it up when it happens. A big move by Fabiano. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's pull it up on the big board.
Let's do it.
B5 right away. So he went, just very quickly, folks, he went knight h5. The trade happened. This is what we anticipated. And instead of a4, he's just, I don't need that a-pawn. Straight away.
So his idea is after a takes b5, he'll go rook takes b5, double the rooks, and just go right for it.
Yeah, I'm going to project this on both boards because Magnus will be thinking for the foreseeable future. Why is the computer so unhappy with this?
I get what Fabi wants, right? Like, let's say black plays queen takes a3.
Yeah.
Rook b1, b6. He wants rook c1 at the end, and he'll get 2 minor pieces for his rook.
I'm just pulling up the Armageddon game just so we can catch it when it begins. Okay, so you're saying queen takes a3. Sorry, one more time.
Yeah, rook b1.
Yep. b6.
Like b6, rook c1. And Fabi's claim is he's going to get 2 minor pieces for his rook.
And win the game.
That's the goal.
So is there some ridiculous move here, like queen to a6, getting ready to give up the queen for 2 rooks? That doesn't look good at all for black.
Because white can even throw queen f7 in at some point, going after that e6 pawn.
Precisely. I think it's more computer nonsense, where if you look at it with human eyes, it looks disgusting for black, and it's far from a given that Gukesh grabs this pawn on a3. Maybe the current position, by the way, is this one. This is such a big threat, rook fb1. Does anybody actually think this is equal? Is there anyone among the viewers who thinks this is an equal position?
It looks very promising for white, but Gukesh, he's been able to dig deep throughout this event, right? We know what he's capable of when it seems like he's being hunted, when his king's in trouble. He's just able to keep the game going. So if I had to choose one player defending this position, Danya, it would be Gukesh.
He takes on a3, and paradoxically, when you're on the defending side here, there's nothing to lose. You might as well suffer, as Yasser likes to say, with a full stomach. So it's a one-time offer, right? That a3 pawn, either you capture it now or you have nothing to suffer for. What is the move against rook fb1? That is my question.
I think b6 is just forced.
Okay, rook c1. And now there's like queen a4 maybe?
That's so annoying, but a great find.
That might be an only move. I mean, queen a6 looks like the inferior version of that. Uh-huh.
And if
the
back. Rook moves back to b1, then the point is that for now, black has everything together. And if black could play a king b7, rook a8 very quickly, I see you drawing those arrows, then things might be perfectly okay.
I'm a tough customer here, though. First of all, rook fb1 is not the only move. Rook to c1 right away. What's wrong with this? Just threatening? You don't need to induce b6 to threaten rook takes c6.
You're a devil, because bishop d6 is met by e5.
Well, I didn't see that, but thank you.
Something
and he's
like
played
that.
it. He's just played the move rook to c1 just as I finish putting this on the table. Put that on your plate.
Oh my goodness. This looks so scary, because rook takes c6 is the direct threat. Like, you're going to take on c6, take on e5. 2 minor pieces for rook is... I don't see the compensation at all for black.
Yeah, what if queen a4, though? What if the same technique is applied?
It's so frustrating that move works.
I mean, rook bc5, just sit on the position.
And if bishop d6, you just take on c6, I guess?
Ooh, I'm just trying to figure out this line. Can I go rook... I was going to say rook 8c... Rook cc5? No, wait, I'm blundering some check. Yeah, queen a1 check forces the rook back, so this is too much. What were you saying after rook bc5?
I
Bishop
thought
d6?
bishop d6, yeah.
Okay, now let's calm down, everybody. Let's play rook to c4.
Okay, queen. I want to go queen b5, but you're going to go rook a1, and you're going to be mean to me. But queen, wait, there's
yeah.
knight e5 for black.
I was going to go queen f7 also at some point, start massaging the c6 pawn.
I respect that idea.
Okay, so queen b5, right?
Yes.
Queen f7. Rook takes c6 is actually very tempting.
So queen f7. Is there knight e5? I was trying to figure this out.
King b8. Oh my god. No, but knight e5, queen e6. Again, the king hides on b8.
Queen d7.
Rook c7, bishop c7, rook c7. And then queen e5.
Wow, you should show that because it's a beautiful way to try and keep the attack going. Donnie and I are just throwing out lines here, and the point is that if the queens come off, it feels like white doesn't really have an attack. So Donnie is sacrificing not just one rook, but two of them.
Actually, just one rook, but yeah, I can sack the second one too.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
And then queen takes. No, actually, this looks pretty good for white.
So much activity.
Jesus, but why would Fabi willingly take this on? I mean, he really has to believe in his attack because this could have been avoided 7 different ways. He really wants to take this road.
Yeah, he relinquished his he was sort of a stronghold of the position. I was trying to think of the right word. Like, what is the word? Like, you just are just controlling everything.
You're playing without risk. Now there's a risk component.
Yeah, but it was just like he.
Oh, Armageddon's online.
Let's get it. I feel like he was strangling, Black's pieces. Stranglehold. There it is. That's the word. I was like, strangle and stronghold, and I couldn't figure out the words.
Stronglehold.
Yeah, stronglehold. The wronglehold.
Okay, I'm gonna extend the Fabi game here and make it a little bit bigger so that folks can keep observing for maximum viewing pleasure.
Your YouTube chat saying I'm lagging. Definitely. It's been a long tournament thus far. 10 rounds of action every day, Danya and I.
This is absolutely brutal. Grueling.
Thank you for returning.
Case in point.
You're a very good friend. And what's happening here between Muzichuk and Vaishali? White has a healthier pawn structure at the moment. Black is, well, speaking of lagging, there's less development there. The knight on g8, rook on h8, and all of Black's pieces except for the dark square bishop on their starting squares.
Ugh. Wow, Anna Muzichuk in a very seemingly peaceful mood, except the exchange Rui Lopez is, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I think Vaishali is finding that out here.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to allow this trade.
Yeah, can you just swap and castle queenside?
It's so easy to play there for white.
And we should note, like we've been doing all tournament, that white is up so much time because if the game ends in a draw, it counts as a win for black. You win that Armageddon. So knight d4 to e2, not changing the pawn structure. Danya, this is smart from Muzichuk in the sense of the current time, that you just got to keep this game going because 1 second increment once you reach move 40 is not a lot over the board.
Yeah, I mean, white is still better here. I would have taken on d6, but it's tomato here. As long as white can, as you said, keep this endgame going. We talk about this in the framework of the Berlin, where black has the damaged pawn structure, which may not become important unless you get a pawn endgame, where it's much easier for, well, not just much easier, only white can create a passed pawn on this king side, where white has a fully healthy pawn majority. Okay, relax. Jeez.
Relax, he says, but I don't think that there's much time to relax. For Anna Muzichuk here, should she just castle her queenside, or what else comes to mind? Because she's spending some precious seconds here, and I feel like her moves should be easier to play.
And again, Humpy Koneru is continuing to press the women's world champion, so she is better off just winning this game, and that seals the deal. If Anna Muzichuk wins the Armageddon with white, she guarantees tournament victory. So I would play f3, long castle, just non-committal moves to bleed black's clock down.
Sounds like a good plan. Sorry, I saw on the other board that Gukesh made a move. He went rook h to f8, attacking the white queen, so taking away these queen f7 ideas that we were going on about. So it's still a very interesting battle between Gukesh and Fabiano. We will pay more attention there, but the Armageddon, it's time sensitive, and right now I would say that Vaishali's position is worse. White is having all the fun because when you have knights against a bishop, look at the dark squares. That bishop on c8 not going anywhere particularly useful, and the knights can hop around and try to use the dark squares to on a music trick's advantage.
Magnus is still thinking after rook c1, but it's a day late and a kroner short, and he should have done that on the previous move. But yeah, 3 minutes down is Vaishali. No increment until move 40. This is a miserable, miserable. I mean, the bishop is not even getting out easily. I would play bishop b6 here. I mean, you have to get out. You have to put a rook on d8, one would think.
Yeah, but she's probably looking at this position, even if the rooks get traded off the board. That doesn't lead black towards a draw. And you can also sort of, what's the word? Transition your advantage from one where you're playing knight against bishop. If you liquidate, this is why double pawns are often much maligned. The double c pawns here for black means that white is essentially up a pawn. If you traded all of the rooks and the knights and the bishops, everything goes off the board. White just finds themselves often in a winning king and pawn endgame because you can create a passed pawn, whereas black can't.
Apart from that, there's the threat of knight takes e6, put the other knight in f4, drive the black king back, and establish a presence on the 7th rank. And the scenario you outlined, Robert, it's moving closer and closer to a reality. Pieces are getting traded. I would take the bishop on e6 and maneuver the knight over to its 5-star hotel retreat on f5.
That looks excellent. I would also point out that knight takes e6, king takes e6, pawn to f4 threatens a little fork, but it's a risky idea to play.
Little fork image.
Yeah. Yeah, but right now the pawn structure is healthy, and pushing your f pawn will create some weaknesses, and perhaps unnecessarily.
Rook hf8. I mean, just a very confusing decision by Fabiano to even allow this scenario to unfold. Gukesh, I don't see the camera view, but he probably is sitting more upright in his chair. We know that he has that little tell, that little nod, but he is far from that nod because that not only we're only graced with its presence when he's winning, but the position getting a lot more double-edged over on the small board.
It's getting really dynamic on that board because black is up a pawn, but white has controlled the open files. Fabi is trying to attack Gukesh's king, and wow, Vaishali's king is on g6 after a knight swap. And Danya, this is where, for Musichuk, you of course are trying to find the best moves, but play quickly. King d2 to e3 at some moment. Just try to keep your advantage on the clock because Vaishali has to be lightning fast just to get to that 1 second increment, and once there, you can't really rely on it.
Once there, it's just you can tread water at best. And I think Anna Musichuk in her mind was like, okay, I'm going to trade the knight for the bishop. I'm going to trade all the rooks. Vaishali is not going to trade both pairs of rooks. For black, the ideal scenario is trade one pair of rooks, keep the other pair of rooks on the board, whatever you do. And don't bother the h pawn.
Move. Excellent move, rook d3, because as you said, the h5 pawn needs a rook defending it, and if black spends a turn protecting h5, white slides the h1 rook over to d1 and says, that open file, the only one on the board, is completely mine.
Magnus has found knight f8 after a marathon think, so he keeps his chances alive, but they're going to be drawing chances, not winning chances, as we thought originally. Just an unthinkable turn of events there. Okay. Deep breaths, deep breaths.
Well, there's a great question here. Trade one pair of rooks, keep, what to do. You want to figure out from the white side what trades benefit you. All the rooks and the minor pieces coming off should be good for white, but for black, you can't even force all the trades. Yes, rook takes d8, rook takes a king e3. White has centralized her king, and black will protect the h5 pawn, Danya, but white is still having all the fun.
3 minutes feels like nothing in an endgame like this, and yet it's like the amount of time that you start with in, let's say, a Title Tuesday game. Crazy how perception of time in chess is so relative to the situation on the board, to the situation on the tournament cross table, and also, of course, mainly to how much time you've started with.
And there's so many wrinkles in this position because for Musichuk, she can take on e6 at some point. I would not rush that decision. But what I'm looking at, Danya, is that at some point White would like to play g4, an outside pass pawn.
Oh, yeah.
Just because material is even does not mean a rook endgame is a draw. And if you can get g4, hg, fg in, then White plays h5 and ties Black's pieces down to that passer.
Anna Muzichuk is the kind of player to play g4 in this position. I can absolutely see her do that. Vaishali would have to calculate, but White would have to ensure that there's nothing that Black can do to force, let's say, the draw to happen. This is a big moment. There's a lot of wrinkles. Is there a wrinkle in time?
Well, I have to go over to my bookshelf to see, but I think at the moment for Vaishali, she's doing great on the clock. She's only down a minute and change, so she's been playing quickly. They're on move 22. And for Muzichuk, I think this is where sometimes you get nervous, but I think she should just play a4, b3, moves like that don't hurt your position and force Vaishali to find moves quickly.
Gotta go. She's now, her time advantage shrinks to under a minute. I think she's calculating g4. I mean, or takes in g4. She takes first, though. That is not the best move order, but there goes g4. Okay, nice follow-up.
White is still better, and for Vaishali, who's now down to 2 minutes 45 seconds, she needs to come up with a plan. That's the issue for Black, Danya, is you can make individual moves, but what's the actual plan?
Well, Black's plan is just sit. Rook h8 would be my instinct choice here. I wouldn't play hgfg and allow White to create the outside passer. I would just go rook h8 and go rook h7, shuffle the rook on the h file. She does take king e5. Is that her? King e5 and rook d4 is too slow.
But king e5, there's h5, and if you take on h5, even rook takes h5 check is enticing to get your rook to the 7th rank. But just take it with the g-pawn, right? Just throw your h-pawn down the board.
This is terrible for Black. I don't care what the eval bar says. This ain't looking good, but don't go king f4 if you're Anna Muzichuk. That walks into rook takes h4 and Black wins.
That would be a tragic oversight for the player in first place, but no, she plays h5. Still a healthy minute and a half lead for Muzichuk on the clock, and Danya is looking very bad for Black on the board.
It is indeed. Yeah, under 2 minutes now. Outside passer. Maybe holdable with computer precision. Maybe g5 to try to set up a fortress. I don't see it happening. She is going to play g5.
Wow. And the eval bar reacts. What is it? Is it some kind of like
h6 and h7 and then e5?
But h6, king f7 to g6 happens quickly, but you're saying that the king and pawn in game, even if Black temporarily is up a pawn, White's king is too active.
Something for the post-tournament analysis, something which we do not have time to show. Vaishali doesn't have time to think. And her position is starting to collapse on its under its own weight.
I see an idea. Rook f1, rook f5, pawn e5, just like that.
Uh-oh. I feel like Anna will play b4.
Just to, hold everything down?
I mean, that would be like the ultimate just screw in the move kind of move.
Although if you play b4, maybe Black has rook a8 and quickly try to play a5.
b4 and after.
Well, Black desperately needs some counterplay. In these endgames, everybody, you often want to sacrifice a pawn if it means activity for your pieces. And, well, you mentioned moves that kind of lock the position up. Anna plays a4, Vaishali plays a5. And now the question is how to proceed, because this 1 minute advantage, it's going to cut into, and whoa, the eval bar did not like that move.
I like how none of the other games have featured any moves. Like Gukesh is thinking. Aragaisi now thinking after knight f8, and Canero is thinking, but this game is just proceeding at a furious pace. No, I mean, c4 is perfectly sufficient. She's trying to prevent any counterplay with b5. And Vaishali's playing a bullet game from a lost rook endgame. Not my definition of, of good.
No, and well, this question mark is not a good one either, because the eval bar went down, it dipped, and then went back up with a little bit more depth.
What question mark?
On the board.
I wanted to clear it, but it won't let me. There we go. What question mark?
Yeah, completely undeserved question. And now White's plan is easy. Rook d5.
E5.
E5's coming.
But E5 here, there's F5, so put the rook on F5 as Grandmaster Hess advised. And Grandmaster Muzichuk follows suit.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't take my advice. Take Grandmaster Muzichuk's advice. She's playing a fantastic game right now, and I think that's over.
And she's going to make chicken Kiev out of these pawns. And Anna Muzichuk will take this tournament without any help from her fellow competitors. She will take it to Vaishali in this rook endgame What a professional finish here as king comes up to e4. This is unraveling at a furious pace.
And the problem when you play openings like this, the double pawns, it allows white to essentially be up a pawn even with even material. And king f6, the problem for white right now is you want to play king d5, but the black king is keeping you out. Still just a little bit more work left to do.
Gukesh is the comeback king. Vaishali is the comeback queen. Remember that first Armageddon game against Muzichuk was totally winning, and then Anna ended up blundering mate in one. So with the tournament on the line, right, she is not relaxing and sipping her pina colada. Couple moves away from that.
Yeah, then she can happily do whatever she would like. But for now, Vaishali is trying. Ooh.
Just go back to f5.
And then is it rook g7?
Rook f8. Zugzvangovich. Black is actually in just Zugzvang right here.
Rook f8's nice. You can go after the b pawn next.
Automatic.
Just don't play h6 too soon, even though it's probably still winning.
Probably still winning, but why would you play h6? This pawn is well defended. You don't need to play h6 until you can ensure that the pawn promotes. Rook f8 is that your hand plays that move.
No, that's a good point. And the one thing you don't want to allow is the black rook to get to like f7 and go to f4 with check. That could be annoying, but the white rook is getting in too quickly.
Anna hesitating there. No reason to get this into a time scramble. I would move with 45 seconds or more on my clock if I were her.
That's a good target. She does have plenty of time. They're move 36, and Vaishali is 18 seconds. The 1 second increment does not kick in until move 40. But here we go, 45 seconds.
Unnecessary hesitation. She's making this closer, and now rook f8 on the board. Very good. Rook b8, rook d4. Maybe this is what she was calculating. And now h6 on the board.
And the rook comes after the pawn. Donnie, this isn't so easy all of a sudden.
Rook to b8, and 30 seconds to 15. Vaishali. Oh, king d7. She put it. Oh, no. She clearly played the move, retracted it, and played it again. It's a blunder.
Wow. But king d7, rook g8, I would say that even though the evaluation bar suggests that black is within the drawing range, there's still a lot to prove with an outside passed pawn for white.
Yeah, but she was one square away from b8. Rook h2. Vaishali's rook gets active. Rook takes b2 will trigger b5, and black will have passed pawns?
Oh, my goodness. I think we did. We spoke too soon. Vaishali, she is fighting to the bitter end as well. And rook g7, king d6. No, you can't repeat moves too many times.
How does she do this every time?
She's exceptional.
And it's still a game. I mean, white's pawn is further advanced. It ain't about the quantity. But c4.
C4 right now.
Black is winning, apparently.
And Vaishali is handling this professionally. A draw is equivalent to a win. So she's just going to bring her king to escort her pawn, sacrifice the rook for the g pawn, and Vaishali is going to steal tournament victory from Anna Muzichuk.
For now.
For now, indeed.
So Muzichuk will be losing this Armageddon. Rook a4, check, king d3. Yeah, this is easy, king d2. But now everything is in the hands of Humpy Kanaru, who, with a victory in this opposite colored bishop position, will catch Anna Muzichuk, and they will have to play a blitz playoff. But that is a big if.
We just can't predict anything in Norway Chess 2025.
Ridiculous.
What a save indeed. Anna Muzichuk loses the Armageddon, which means that...
Oh, and Kanaru's winning!
She's winning?
She's like close to winning.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Dude, she's about to send her H-pawn up the board, and as I click on that game, she does just that.
Well, wait, rook e1? How is this?
I mean, this is like 50-50.
No, it's not winning. That's a draw.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we turn the eval bar off for a second.
Sorry, I don't mean to be an eval bar watcher.
No, you're fine. But I think the problem for white is after the trade, you have to play h5. And then the drawing mechanism is stopping the pawn, bringing your king to g7, giving up your a7 pawn, and putting your bishop on a5. I said a lot, and I think you'll just put it on the board, but it's very instructive to people who are counting material that black can even be down 2 pawns in an opposite color bishop ending, and it will still be a draw.
I'm not 100% sure that it's a draw.
Just go for it. Just do exactly what we're talking about.
Players are doing it. So bishop d2 is going to happen right now.
Yes, go for it.
Okay, bishop d2, king c2.
Yes. Bishop g5.
Okay.
Or wherever.
King to c3.
Just bring the black king to g7.
Okay, but...
You're gonna go all the way in, and I'm gonna play b6. So I'm gonna give you the a7 pawn.
Yes. And you're going to bring the bishop to a5.
Ah, but I see what you're gonna try to do. You're gonna play.
This is
Oh,
yeah. These types of endgames are never as simple as they appear.
I want to put the bishop on a5, right, to stop white from doing all that.
Yeah, but then I'm going to bring my own king back to e6 and try to like use the
Play h.
threat of a5. No, this is terrifying actually for the
Wow.
women's world champion.
I think
This might not be a draw.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I have an idea now. That failed. I agree with you. We could have shown even
But
deeper there.
but Robert, why bring the king to g7 at all? There's no need for black to do that. Just keep the king in the center.
Exactly, right? The bishop on d2 covers the pawns, and as long as the white king can't get in, you play king c7, king d6, or whatever, whichever order, and then the white king is stuck.
King e4. Every time it's like there's some annoying little resource. It is a draw. I'm positive this is a draw, but it's black has to demonstrate like a lot of precision, I think, because white's king is obviously aiming for
Oh
g6.
my goodness. Like, yeah, it looks scary. King. So why is this just a draw?
Well, I think black has to go king e6, king e4 f5.
Yeah,
No,
that looks.
this is like tempo for tempo, and you got to calculate. And Norway Chess 2025 wouldn't be complete without something like this to keep us chained to our seats a little longer.
Well, the good news for black is that the white king can't get in very easily. Like, even if the white king's on d5, if the bishop is on f4 or something like
Mm-hmm.
that, the white king doesn't just get to run into the position. So, ay, 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 what a tricky position this is.
June. I mean, she did not react well to knight takes f6. Brilliant tactical shot by Canero. And generally, it is a safe bet to put your fate into the hands of the women's world champion, except today. This is the one exception. Anna Muzychuk, I mean, she is going to be kicking herself. The 2 minutes that she wasted in that critical moment, just had to trust her instincts.
I'm still questioning my instincts if that was a draw. I still feel like it has to be a draw where the white king wins the a7 pawn, but I just can't see it all the way through.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It probably is a draw with the bishop coming to a5. Because
But it's scary, right? It feels like there's these pawn breaks for white to sacrifice, pawn to spring free another.
it is a draw because even if you sack the a pawn for the f pawn, black can get the blockade. Okay, but
You
Humpy
can
is
take
pushing pawn. This is
yeah.
actually, you never do this. You never push pawns like this unless you have to. Really bad decision by Humpy to push a4 so this quickly.
Hmm. She might be realizing that this position is one where she shouldn't be winning and just trying to make some quick moves. But I'm with you. I'm with you that the king should have stepped up first.
Yeah, now maybe black can just avoid even allowing the white king to infiltrate. Yeah, I think this will be a draw.
It looks like it. I think the lines we're looking at, where the black bishop gets to a5,
Mm-hmm.
stopping white from making any progress. The black king takes care of the pawns on g4 and h5. And it's unfortunate, but this often happens when one side is up multiple pawns in opposite colored bishop position. Yeah, it's just not
Oh, guess
enough.
what? Guess what? Magnus's game has the position that we reached in our analysis.
Ooh,
Boom. Get ready. We had this exact position. Thanks to you, Robert.
it was a team effort. Don't you just throw the credit my way.
It's queen for rook, knight, and pawn. Lasker compensation.
Is that what you were taught? That's what it was called?
No, you taught me Lasker compensation. Like, I learned it from you.
But you're not just a historian broadly, but a chess historian as well. I would like to see that somewhere in a book, but that's what I was told by my coach. It was called Lasker compensation, but I really have never seen it in writing.
Let's see. Do I have Lasker's book? I think I do. I do. I have Capablanca. Where is it? Just a second.
No worries. I'm like trying
There.
to find where it might.
Lasker's Manual of Chess. It was written, and yeah, go on.
I would guess that it was named like for him versus he was the one who named it.
He did write Lasker's Manual of Chess, not 1927. New York, 1926. The Elements of Chess. Yeah, this is like a complete. Dr. Lasker sums up his task as an instructor. Interesting.
Sorry, quick shout out to where are you? Kohlrabi flopping for the donation on YouTube. I just caught that. Appreciate all the support that people are giving. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking for Lasker compensation.
Yeah, I'm sorry I threw you down this rabbit hole.
No, this is fast. I mean, this is why I acquire these books.
I'm like trying to Google it on my side, but
It's obscure.
AI has the strategy is named after Emanuel Lasker,
Yes.
who famously employed it in a game against Alexander Ilyin Zhenevsky. Let me go find that game.
Ilyin Zhenevsky. Yeah. That was not his actual last name.
The hyphenated Ilyin.
Well, Ilyin Zhenevsky was deployed to Geneva, I think during World War I, and so changed his last name. Zhenevsky means a native of Geneva, but his last name was different.
I'm going to send you this game, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
1 second.
Ilyin Zhenevsky.
Yeah. Apparently there's an Ilyin Zhenevsky variation. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, in the Dutch. F5. Yeah.
I am sending you this real quick.
There's a Zhenevsky ex-world champion also.
I love this. The notes by Bogolyubov.
Very interesting.
Bogolyubov.
E5, by the way.
Okay, I sent you the game. We don't need to show it now if we don't have time, but this is where it stems from.
Bogolyubov.
Bogolyubov.
I will pull it up when the time is opportune, but right now we have 600 things going on.
Okay. So let's whoa, E5 by Fabi. That's who you're talking about.
Yes.
Oh. Does that work out? If you take on E5, there we get the 2 minor pieces for the rook, and it's actually a rook and 2 pawns for black, but that's clearly good for white.
Yeah, just a moment. Let me pull up the eval bar in the Magnus game as well. So bishop e7 is forced?
I think so. Maybe we should switch boards just because Magnus's game is probably going to last a longer time, at least this current position.
600, 805 hours, yeah. Okay, so bishop e7, what happens?
Bishop e7, I haven't figured that out. I just knew bishop takes on e5 wouldn't be correct.
Can you go like knight g6? I feel like this pawn on e6 is going to be, Mr. Mustard in the dining room with the pawn on e6.
I think that knight g7 looks excellent.
Whoa.
What?
Who just hijacked the board away from me?
What are you talking about?
Like I didn't touch anything and it resorted back to the game position.
You probably hit something that did it. I don't think anyone. There's no ghost.
Maybe Fabiano Caruana traveled over to Charlotte, pressed the escape button, and back to Stavanger.
So knight g7, you're going directly for this e6 pawn. Is rook d5 an option somehow?
Wow. What a move. So messy. It's so hard to even understand what both sides are playing for. I guess rook b1, rook a1 is an idea. Rook
b1, rook takes e5.
So as Savelia Tartakower said, the side that wins is the one that makes the second to last mistake.
Yes.
Okay, rook e5, queen g4.
Queen a2. I just think this is messy as it gets. Our queen takes d3, I guess, is also available.
Yeah, eval bar, you watch yourself or you're going to be spending the night in the hospital.
Yeah, the sirens that come in through the streets of London, they'll arrive for this eval bar soon.
Violent commentator. Last round. Demands vengeance for the eval bar. Okay.
I just also want to point out quickly, they're only on move 26, so they don't get the 10-second increment for 15 more turns.
What is Gukesh thinking about? So bishop e7, obviously natural. Knight takes e5, out of the question to my eyes. What is the other candidate move? Queen a4, our old friend?
Queen a4?
Bishop b4 is also a move.
No way. Bishop b4. Wait, bishop b4. Wait. You could even take it and play rook to b1, and that looks scary at the very least, but there might be something better.
And bishop b4 looks horrible. Bishop rook takes c6 is a move.
So bishop e7, right?
But why he's not moving?
Um,
Rook f5, is that a move?
oh, but oh wow, it gets really sharp. Rook f5, rook takes c6,
BC.
rook a5 with tempo,
Oh,
but
rook
queen.
rook e5, rook e5. Yeah, queen b2. No, that's winning for white. ED.
Yeah, that looks very bad. Any position, what Donnie and I are sort of analyzing, is any position where white gets the two minor pieces for a rook, even if black gets two pawns for it, it just the king is too exposed. So white should be very happy about that imbalance.
Essentially, if I had to say, you can't defend tactically here with black. There's too many like vulnerable points in your position to rely on a move like rook f5. Like your queen is vulnerable. Your knight can be captured. Pawn on b7 is vulnerable. So like I'm struggling to come up with a move other than bishop e7. Obviously, there's something he's thinking about here.
How about your ideas from earlier, like queen a4, queen a6? Can you throw that in?
Rook f5 is the top computer move.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to scratch my eye there. Couldn't believe it.
I don't think Gukesh can believe it either. And I can't believe that you actually spotted the correct idea. Rook takes c6, bc, and now rook to a5, putting the rook on a defended square with tempo. Queen to b3 to protect e6, ed. And we're going to get, if Gukesh in fact plays rook f5, this position is very likely to appear on the board.
No. I'm saying no because just the weak squares, it's two pawns for is it a rook and two pawns for a knight and bishop, but it looks terrible.
Yeah, the rook is like inhabiting a trash heap. And I think there could be two things. Like it could be that Gukesh is tempted by rook f5. It also could be that he fears something after bishop e7, and so he's frantically looking for alternatives. That something might very well be knight g7.
Knight g7 looks very promising. There are queen g4 ideas as well, going straight for that vulnerable e6 pawn.
There's a look. Just look at the computer line. Queen a6, rook b to b1, threatening rook a1. Rook to d5. Just like look at this line. Knight e6, rook e5, queen g4. Sorry, queen takes e5.
C7's dropping?
What we're missing is a queen, and c7 is dropping, e7 is dropping, and then black has to find the only move, rook to c8, to prevent the knight from dropping back to c5. And white's attack continues after bishop b4 to d6.
I'm waiting for it. Don't worry, I'm waiting for it now.
Yeah, I butchered that.
Yeah, you did. But I think that these types of tactics are rich, and it looks like this position is far more fun to play from the white side.
Mr. Fabuloso.
And the time advantage is not doing Gukesh any favors.
Yeah. The time was close to equal, but Gukesh has been thinking for about a century on this move. Like civilizations have risen and fallen.
What happens if queen? Did we say queen a6? I'm losing track of the variations we've looked at. Is queen a6 a possibility here?
Yeah, queen a6 we have not looked at yet explicitly. We just kind of vetoed it on the basis of its appearance.
Well, that's
we're queen a6 like discriminating against queen a6, as we very well should, because it's a very ugly move, and it shouldn't be played.
So what's the refutation?
Rook c to b1 maybe. I was hoping you wouldn't ask that.
And then
queen a6 is
and then rook f5. Like, it does get complicated in a hurry.
Nah.
You don't think that's complicated?
I veto this move. I forbid queen a6 from appearing on the board.
It's a headache.
Yeah, mostly for black.
I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, I'm trying to calculate all these variations, but I should leave it up to Fabi and Gukesh because there's just too much to look at on this board. It looks... Oh, Humpy and Junjun, they drew their game.
Okay, congrats.
Congratulations to Anna Muzichuk, a deserved champion, Norway Chess Women 2025. She'll take the lion's share of the prize. And I'm going to quickly go to see the rating list because she was obviously performing well. And she cracked the top five. And yes, she is going to end the tournament, I think, as the number 5 player in the world. Maybe if Humpy just passed her back, it might be number 6. But either way, Anna Muzichuk gained 10 FIDE points approximately.
Another successful chapter for this veteran of women's chess. If your last name ends in Chuk, 2025 is your year to shine. Ivanchuk Muzichuk. Of course, your sister Maria also always has been in contention, but it is Anna Muzichuk's time to shine. She was over 2,600 briefly, and she is not done. She's working her way back up to her pinnacle. Rook F5 on the board.
Wow.
Dramatical. Absolutely unbelievable position, yes. Wow.
It's a great try in an unenviable position, and Rook F5 here, it's on the board.
And Rook C6, I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby plays this in a minute or two. And I wasn't exaggerating when I said I think the likelihood of this appearing is probably over 90%.
It's a very forcing sequence for Fabi in a good way. Like Rook C6, B takes C6, Rook A5. There's not really anything that Black can do besides go down the... It's going to be Rook and 2 pawns for Bishop and Knight path, but it's great for White. I mean, typically you have to fear those pawns get passed, but those pawns are forming a cocoon around the Black King. That's the good news. The bad news is they're not getting anywhere. The
great Danton asks, did Ivanchuk win something this year? Well, first of all, he won over the chess community, I think. And I am in the front rows cheering him on, obviously, ever since I had the great displeasure of, being on the lucky end of that game. But any Chuk, Ivanchuk, Muzichuk, Caruana Hess Chuk.
You laughed when Fedoseev called him Fabik, and now you're calling him Caruana.
Yeah, Fabichuk.
Nakachuk. That's actually somebody online, right?
Yeah, he blocked me. It's Rahul Srivastava.
Oh, well, that's sad.
Rahul is actually Ukrainian slang word. Doesn't mean, I don't forget what it means. I don't think it means something good.
I'm going to ask a quick chess-related question to get us back on track. Sorry for, again, distracting us. But here for Magnus, right? He is going to drop his A5 pawn. That seems likely. You see that Arjun is surrounding it with his pieces. Is Magnus going to counter against the White King? You can imagine the knight on F8 hopping out to a score like F4 or H4 on the small board, and the rook landing on the second rank. That does seem to give some compensation for Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a 2-result game, asterisk. What does that asterisk refer to? Situations where White accidentally lets the knight's out of control, right? Like if a knight lands on F4, rook lands on C2, Black could get a mating attack. So for Arjun, very important not to get too bogged down in attacking the A5 pawn, leading me to another question. Who wants a trade of knights here? Who does that benefit? Under normal circumstances, let's say. I think Black.
Does Black keep the A5 pawn in our small board?
Yes.
Then definitely Black.
Because you put the knight on E6, knight defends the rook defends the pawn defends the other pawn. Time for a draw offer.
Right. But if A5 pawn drops, then obviously White wants the trade. Although, I'm going to also put an asterisk. If the entire queenside leaves the board, and even if that costs Black a knight in the process, rook and 3 pawns against queen and 2 pawns, same side of the board, go consult your Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
With pleasure.
I'm telling the chat, not you. That wasn't a command. That was a gentle request. But these positions, sometimes there are still drawish tendencies, even though one side is a queen, the other is a rook.
Well, I was going to gently transition into a short break, if that's permitted by the higher forces.
Yes, indeed. So can you choose whatever
Hikaru.
games you? Yeah, why don't we?
Been a while, yeah, since we looked at Hikaru's game. So which one should we replace? Probably Magnus's game.
Yeah, replace Magnus' game. That one should at least go on for a while.
And this one probably shouldn't.
Well, I think it will just because Fabi has a lot to figure out, and then for Wei Yi and Hikaru, Wei's queen is on G6, but perhaps there's actually no way to make clear progress. But he's going to try. Both players have a lot to prove. So Donna, take your break. I got this covered, buddy.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go look for the repetition here. Don't see it anywhere on the floor. But maybe Wei Yi will find it and have a better time searching. I will be right back. I'll mute myself briefly.
Okay. So while Danya leaves, he steps aside for the moment, stretches those tired legs. I'm going to start reading the chat. How much better would be for Magnus to have two bishops instead of two knights? Yeah, having two bishops would be fantastic on an open board. I see just random spam. That's always nice to see. Good afternoon, Fishhead Soup. Good afternoon to everybody. And welcome, welcome, welcome to the final round of Norway Chess 2025. I see you do the Barbois. I don't even need to tell you anymore. You know what to do when Danya leaves. And I appreciate the 3,100 of you watching on YouTube. That's like Danya's Blitz rating. And the approximately 2,100 of you watching on Twitch, my Blitz rating. So thank you for joining us each and every day as we have tried our best to break down the action, and I do appreciate you stepping in. We're doing this independently, fully so. We're just trying to bring our best, and we appreciate all the support we've been given, and we would like to make this a continued thing. So all support is welcome. It's very much appreciated, and this is completely independent, and we would like to continue doing that. Just doing what we want, chatting with you all, and trying to break down the chess. So many compliments. Thank you, everybody. You guys are great. So thank you so much. But we're going to break down this chess. Danya may have stepped aside, but you know how my brain works. I always want to talk about the chess, what's happening in these games. Fabi is on the clock on the right-hand side, the big board there. We can see that he is trying to figure out the complications. That rook on f5 pinned the pawn on e5 with that latest move. For those of you, that's the big board. The rook slicing through that e5 pawn towards the white rook on b5. And that's why, ooh, wow. Okay, that's a big, big 49 gifted subs to Danya's channel from Mr. Sheer Luck. That is huge. I can't even keep up with the the gifts there. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That is awesome and super generous, and we really appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, Danya leaves and the donos go crazy. That's really just so generous, and we appreciate it so much. So I'm going to try to talk about the chess while you guys continue to distract me. But Fabi is just considering this rook takes c6. I see some primers in here as well. Thank you so much for Fox's sake. I had to very gently pronounce your username. Wow, 49 gifted subs. That is huge. So Fabi's still thinking. He has not played rook takes knight on c6, probably just calculating what happens in the event of him getting two minor pieces for his sacrificed rook. It looks fantastic for Fabiano, but he wants to be extra careful. Reminder that we can make moves and take them back. Fabiano has to commit to his decisions, and that makes it difficult. I'm watching all of you. Thank you so much, everybody. Lots of kind words. All right, lots of kind words happening here. Danya does have great humility. Oh, Anton Volkov with the $10 dono on YouTube. I see you there. I actually opened the YouTube as soon as you were doing that, so thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Wei Yi could lose if he is not accurate. I see that comment there. I was looking at Fabi's game against Gukesh. Wei Yi does need to be a bit careful, and bam! Fabiano has played rook takes knight. You saw very briefly the double exclamation point showed up, and he's going down the continuation. So rook to a5 for Fabiano. It leaves him with an advantage. Rook a5 given a tiny one exclamation point, but as the natural follow-up. And I don't know if Wei Yi really needs to be careful. I think in certain endgames, perhaps, that he would be in trouble, but for the moment, he's got everything under control. Do subs to either channel help both of you out? That's a Good question. I mean, we both have our own independent channels. Oh, thank you, Chili Mo. Appreciate that. Eric Chen, another 5-0. Appreciate that. I mean, Danya and I are doing this together. We are trying to be a team. We're trying to cover all the events as they happen, and we would love to get camera rights. That would be so huge. We would love to, be able to catch all of the biggest events. Ari Sky, yes, there's your shout out. So, we're trying just to put everything into the streams and try to make it so, we can bring you the best coverage humanly possible. And nice try. I see you with the basketball distraction. Not happening. In what ballpark are those rights? FIDE? Yeah, for big events, oftentimes it's FIDE you have to communicate with, and we'll see. It might be just completely out of our price range. We don't have the budget of a big company. It's just us doing our thing, working as best we can with whatever limitations are put in front of us. So, got to pace ourselves with the puns and distractions. Thank you, Covalent Salts. Your unsolicited advice is very, very meaningful. Now, jokes aside, we're just, doing our best. So we're trying to lead with our hearts and our brains, and sometimes our brains lead us in a direction that is endless puns rather than pawns. So, okay, the chest. Let me focus back on that until Donna comes back. Wow, another. I'll try to thank you for Fox's sake while talking about the position between Fabiano and Gukesh. Gukesh is now down 15 minutes once more. That's not a place you'd like to be. Dark Tiger with the cheers. Hey, Danya, are you back? You're muted. So, did you see all the 49 gifted subs, and also now some cheers? And I think we have a shared hype train. I've never seen that before in my life.
I'm speechless, honestly, and maybe I shouldn't come back at all.
Yeah, get out of here, because everyone's been donating.
Dark Tiger, what is going on?
Paul Butterworth, Breadman. Thank you so much, everybody.
Bread and butter. I don't know if
this is
coordinated or whatnot.
This is fantastic. But Danya, people were saying that maybe Wei Yi could be in some danger if he doesn't play accurately on the left-hand side. And I'm looking at the right-hand side. That's really where my focus has been, because Fabiano has played the variation that we were discussing.
Thank you, Glue Eater 62 for the 39 months. Should rename himself Wallet Finder. Remember that, Robert? That's him. He's a hero. Craziest story of my life.
Wow. And thank you. Oh, wait. I thought you were making a joke of opening their wallets. Yes, I know that story for sure. That was wild.
It's insane.
Also, just so much appreciation for everybody. But Danya, I don't know where to focus. Like, these games are very interesting. There might be an Armageddon starting soon.
I think Daniel lost his mind. Well, that happened when I was about 1 year old. 28 years ago. You kind of missed the moment. Armageddon happening in Humpy's game.
Oh my gosh, 5 more gifted.
Oh, my princess, 50. I think I'm about to get like server overload here.
Oh my goodness, and a $10 dono on YouTube by Mercoid. I can't read Chinese characters, so I don't know who to thank, but thank you for the $10.
But you can read the dollar signs.
Ilka, David James. Okay, so maybe save your donations to the end so we can continue breaking down. Like, we're keep them coming.
The first time in human history that someone has asked people to put off a financial support.
Yeah, like I'm really trying. You know me, I get hyper focused on the chess. So I'm like, stop donating. Let me break down the chess. But in all seriousness, it's just super, super appreciated. You guys are awesome. And we've really had the absolute pleasure of commentating each and every day, breaking down the action as the subs continue to trickle in. But Danya, Queen B2 from Gukesh. Oh,
Shokudan. Damn. I mean, it feels so good to be appreciated. It probably doesn't feel good to put the queen on B2 rather than B3. I pointed this out offhandedly, how the E6 pawn is now unprotected. So E takes D6 will happen. Rook takes A5. There is an intermezzo.
Thank you, Vaclav and Vin in the YouTube chat. They just won't stop.
STAWP. The wallet gambit. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so sorry. Right now, Queen B2, you were saying?
E takes D6. Rook takes A5. And up. The queen should have been on B3 in order to protect the E6 pawn. So what is the logic here, because I have no doubt that Gukesh saw queen b3, compared it to queen b2, and he chose queen b2. What is the redeeming quality of this move? Is it that e takes d6 will be met with rook takes d6?
Wait a second. With the bishop on a5 at the end of the variation, there's like queen a1 check, but I think the problem, so if we just go down the line, e d6, rook takes a5,
Takes.
queen e6 check, king b7.
Bishop a5, queen a1.
But there's bishop e1 at the end.
That's so easy to miss, and it's better than queen e1, which leads to a unclear endgame, but keeping the queens on the board enables white to just eventually hunt down the black king. Oh gosh. Why did Fabi start all this?
I don't know, but thank you, Ed. Thank you, Frederick. Souvenir. Wow, great name.
Birdhouse in my yard. I don't even have a yard, much less a birdhouse.
I feel I struggle when people are actually donating and stuff. I'm like, I feel stuck. I'm thanking everybody. I'm really appreciative. It's just amazing. And we do, like I said, want to continue this with all the big events. And we would like to, try to get the camera rights, and we'll see if that's even possible, because sometimes they're exclusive, but we will do our absolute best to try to bring you all the action.
So much politics in chess when all you want is just look at a player, make a move. But it's the reality. Okay, the Armageddon started, but do we want to watch that Armageddon? Like the tournament, the women's section, it has been decided.
Yeah, let's keep it here. Also, really nice comment there by AC Stewart with the dono saying, Danya gets full credit for my growth from an 1100 scrub to a 1700 scrub. Loving the streams.
Hey, it takes a certain kind of listener, active listening and application of knowledge, so give yourself a lot of the credit. Yeah, Humpy Canero is playing Ju and June, but that game is not deciding the outcome of the tournament, so I feel like we should probably stay here.
Yes, let's keep our attention over here, because if Fabi wins the game and Magnus loses, Fabi becomes the winner of Norway Chess 2025. Magnus does have the inside track, because if he can hold and his position, well, I was going to say, it's holdable, but he did just drop the a5 pawn, and
Oh, it's maybe not holdable any longer. He's making a play on white's king. He is going all in, and he might be all out of resources momentarily.
Haha, you got them. Jokes, Danya.
Strike while the poker's hot.
That actually was very good. But I don't know, we can keep all the games on at once. Maybe we should.
It's a 8-board view.
Maybe actually, can we quickly analyze the
Hikaru gets a sub.
Yeah, I saw that as I was about to say, can we analyze the Hikaru game? I have to watch the stream to see your analysis, and I saw the gifted sub to Hikaru. That's hilarious.
Well, I feel like they're gravitating towards some sort of a perpetual, but I don't know who is the one enforcing the draw, who is hoping for a draw, and who is hoping for something to happen. So rook h1 clearly threatens rook takes h6. So my instinct here would be to just evacuate the king to f8. However, white also has this idea of pushing g5 at some point. So it's going to get a little bit dicey here.
And queen takes d5 by Hikaru. Rook takes h6. Queen takes e4 check, distracting the white queen. That seems like it must be calculated, but should be good for white, because black's pawns will fall.
Yeah, white's going to mow down those. I'm going to put this on the board. Queen d5, rook h6 is one option. Does white have a threat in this type? Yes, queen h7.
Wow. Quick thanks to Auntie Karanin Vaklav again, and Dia Basrai in YouTube. As they keep trickling in, Danya.
This rook takes f6, the tears would trickle down if Hikaru missed this. This is a very important pattern to be aware of. But the point I was trying to illustrate is that I don't think white is a threat in this position, because, okay, I played the move b6. It's just like a random move. Black can play king f8 in response to this check, and queen h8 check can be met either with queen g8 or with king f7. So I think Hikaru actually is the one who has a choice here.
Yeah, it's a very important line. Just step on f8 rather than f7 to give your king a little bit more breathing room and not pin a pawn in your own territory. So that's a beautiful variation for Wei Yi. That means that the chat was right, that he may be in some danger and he needs to find the accurate continuation.
Yeah, but he's got 12 minutes. It feels like an eternity for a player of his caliber. It's obviously not. but I feel like either he draws in the next 5 moves, or if the game drags on, Hikaru's chances exponentially rise.
And you know what Hikaru win coupled with a Magnus loss means is that Hikaru would jump in front of Magnus, and if Gukesh ends up in Armageddon, actually, Hikaru's ahead of Fabi in the standings.
Oh my god, it's so hard to think with like the +3, +1.5.
Well, I'm helping you out here. If Hikaru wins,
Okay.
and Magnus loses,
Yes.
and Hikaru jumps in front of Magnus, and a Gukesh loss would mean Hikaru wins the tournament.
And Gukesh losing is far from the, remotest possibility.
Wow. So, I mean, I guess we could bring back the Magnus game because it looks like Magnus has dropped his A5 pawn.
Nuts.
Somewhat expected, but in general, Arjun just taking it to Magnus.
It just feels like Magnus is losing the desire. We always take his desire for granted, right? Every half point matters. It's a matter of life and death to Magnus. Right? He is the OG, like, modern day defender. But in the second half of the tournament, maybe I'm influenced by his confessionals and his interviews. He just hasn't seemed to be as fully invested as we are used to him being. And maybe that's finally rearing its ugly head here at the worst possible moment.
I'm just looking at all the games, and for Magnus, Danya, I mean, he himself said that losing to Gukesh felt like the tournament wasn't even worth it anymore. He would rather just dominate than win the tournament by one win or two, limp to the finish line. So we see this position for Magnus on the left-hand side. Arjun up a queen for a rook and a knight, and no longer does black have a pawn for that. We know that Magnus wants some kind of rook c2, knight f4, and all that. Oh, wait a second.
What do you see?
His knight probably should be on h4 rather than on f4.
So you're saying knight g6 rather than knight e6 was correct?
I think so, because there are going to be all sorts of problems with the knight on f4, because there are going to be some checks that won't leave that knight well defended.
That, let's, without calculating anything, that what you just said makes a lot of sense. Like, if you look at, let's say you play knight f4. How is white going to diffuse? I don't even know what I'm threatening here with black, but some of these ideas, like, how is white going to coordinate? Never mind. Magnus has played a different move. He has played the top computer move, g7, g5.
And g5 is a very good move at this stage, but it means that you're taking a turn longer to get your knight to f4 instead of h4, whatever, and play rook to c2. So now I think that Arjun can maybe start trying to push his pawns. I would love to play a3 followed by b4 and just get the pawn running, but perhaps that actually plays into black's hands.
What do you make of a materialistic... Well, that would be nice. Okay, there's a couple of options here. You can play knight c6 and go for this pawn. You can play knight back to c4. I'm pretty partial to this move, let's say in time pressure situation, because that would limit the activity of the rook. So if I had to choose a move within a couple seconds, I would play knight c4.
Knight c4 looks good to me. And
it's
then
so hard to choose a move, though.
Yeah, you can play b3, and it doesn't feel like black gets that rook in, because where that black rook needs to be is on c2. But a knight on c4 stops the rook from going e5. Even if the black rook goes to d5, it's not getting to d2, and the f-file is too close to the white king.
And again, let's just repeat. Instead of g5, this is important for understanding the position. Why was knight f4 bad? And I'm going to use the engine here for some assistance. Queen to d6. This is why the knight should be on h4. It's just harder to reach on h4. Oh, and rook takes a5, queen takes f4. I asked this question earlier, right? White has eliminated the a5 pawn, so the trade of knights is no longer to black's satisfaction. And here black hits a dead end. So just the wrong square chosen by Magnus on move 29. He should have played knight to g6. This would have afforded more chances. Let's not forget, Arjun's knight, it was on c4. It takes a5. Mission complete. Does it go back to c4?
I like both knight c4 and knight c6, which looks more aggressive. And one thing to point out, Danya, is that in some positions, when black wins the g2 pawn, white will go like queen a8 check, takes on g2, liquidate, and those a and b pawns are far away from black's pieces.
And speaking of liquidation, right, this move g5, what is its main drawback? The knight on f6 has been left without a defender. The knight on f6 is x-rayed by white's queen. So you could envision a not-so-distant scenario where white lands a knight on, like, some square d4. Whoops, sorry. Oh, he played it. He played knight c4. So, yeah.
You went to apologize and realized that it's Arjun who should be saying sorry.
He took that horsey away from me. Quit horsing around, Arjun.
But did the eval bar react? It feels like it went down a little bit.
You did go down slightly by a touch, by a hair. He literally took that out of my hands. I mean...
Hold up. Remember these questions you asked earlier? Like, what trades does each side want?
I do.
So I'm just trying to figure out if black can somehow trade one pair of knights, use the other knight to just get rid of the queen side. Like, that's my very long-term plan for black.
And then give up a knight and get a fortress with the rook against a queen?
Yeah, try to do that. And one idea that I'm having for black, and maybe it doesn't necessarily help this plan, but g4.
G4. Mm-hmm.
And you're exposing the white king. You're going for, I don't want to call it an attack because I don't think white's getting checkmated, but it does look a little bit worrisome.
I'd be very worried about G4 would be my automatic move in a bullet game, let's say.
And white doesn't really need to react, but you can play G3 and try to keep that white king in the back rank.
Yeah, like if white plays B3, does black play G3?
Queen D6 might.
94. Like, I understand. Oh, Queen A8, Queen F3 maybe is a nice little maneuver.
Yeah, I guess the pawn is overextended and might actually be won by white.
Yeah, sorry that it's on the small board. Fabi is apparently never going to move, so we might as well.
Shout out to CJ Blair. Appreciate that. On YouTube, $10 donation.
Thank you.
Historical. That's funny.
History. Okay, so how does black accentuate the pressure on the white king? Is that even the point of G4? Rook H5. Such an amorphous position. It's like I have no idea what either side's like ultimate idea is or what the goals are. So it's hard to choose a move as a consequence.
But I think we can clearly see that H takes G4, Knight takes G4. Black has threats against the white king. They're going to be back rank checkmates, and white doesn't especially want to play G3 after that just to create luft, right? Then you put your pawns on vulnerable squares, and the black rook is getting involved.
Yeah, and G4 is on the board. G4 is on the board. Magnus, he heard me talk about his level of investment. He's like, my level of investment is just fine.
I think I'd play King H2 here for white.
It's a very circumspect move. Circumspect.
I feel like I'm worried about G3. I definitely don't want to allow a knight on G4. And the white king, it's an endgame, so let's use that piece as a possible weapon.
I love King H2. Just take ideas like G3 off the table. It's a multi-purpose move. You're defending and you're improving your position at the same time. It's a low-cost move, right? You know that this is not going to be a huge mistake, and it may just well be the best move.
I'm kind of passing the turn. That's really what I'm aiming for with that kind of move. Because eventually done at the F5 square looks juicy for the knight on C4, like knight E3 or D6 to F5 if you can rearrange your pieces. But I just don't want to allow shots against the white king.
I can't believe Magnus is on the black side of this, and we got a $20 dono on PayPal. I won't read out the name just because I don't want to dox full names without permission, but thank you so much. We are getting showered with love and support.
Appreciate that. Really do. And we have another one on YouTube, Danya.
We do? There's so many things to look out. Wei Yi played G5 against Hikaru, so I think he's engineering some sort of rook sacrifice in perpetual.
Okay, well, quick shout out to Christopher Weigand on YouTube. And so you're saying this is perpetual. Should we bring that board back up?
I read your mind. So G5 has just been played. What is the idea of this move? Well, H takes G5 will be left as an exercise to the reader. I think we will see a rook appearing on H6 momentarily. There it is.
That was a real laugh. It kind of sounded like Fabi laugh, honestly.
Well, I mean, the point here is that after g takes h6, so white takes back, and black cannot simultaneously evacuate the king to safety while keeping the extra rook alive.
So can you show that actually? Because king e8.
This is Au revoir, not Les Enfants. Good French movie, sad movie, but au revoir to one of the rooks. Okay, g takes h6 has been played. We're going to get a handshake here momentarily, because if the king tries to run away through this path, I think the simplest is just to go queen f5, Robert. And, I mean, maybe king d6, yeah, preserves equality. How does white actually draw this?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Is it queen g6 check? King takes d5, c4?
Yeah, this is a disaster. Because at the end of the line, you're going to lose a rook.
Because queen c.
Oh, this is lovely. Look at this mate. No, that and the move a5. I told Hikaru he shouldn't play it on move 8.
8a5 blunder.
Okay, no, so that's king e8 on the board.
But that move queen c2 check is really important, because I don't think you're winning one of those black rooks without it. And just those moves that are hard to reach are not easy to spot from a distance. So queen g6, queen f5, that should do the trick.
And a rook f7, there was rook takes e5. So we're going to get a result here momentarily, which will lead to the Armageddon. A huge Armageddon. If Hikaru wins, he
still cannot win the tournament.
So actually, wait, not an important Armageddon?
Not an important Armageddon.
Because Gukesh is now the only one who can... Wait, so if Magnus loses, who does that open up the path to, potentially?
If Magnus loses, Gukesh will win if he gets to Armageddon, and Fabi will win if he wins a classical.
Oh my god.
And thank you to Yang and to Pablo. We see you on YouTube. Very nice comments. And hello, you're from Argentina. Hello. Nice to see an Argentine in the chat. Oh, and Brandon. Yeah. So many people to thank.
Dude, stuff has been going on in this tournament just endlessly for 10 rounds. And the players are out of commentators are definitely out of well, commentator. Arjun did not play king h2. He played b3. So he played the sort of... He went down the path that I kind of laid out. Knight to c4, entrenching the knight. The problem is that he now has a serious weakness on h3 that Magnus can start attacking and surrounding with his rook and ponies.
But I guess Arjun's willing to give up the h3 pawn if it means that he can get his queenside rolling. And we've been foreshadowing this for a long time. What's up?
Sorry, wait. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Wei Yi... Look at this perpetual. King takes d5. He can go c4, queen f3, and bounce around between c3 and f3.
That's actually very unexpected.
So he didn't go queen g6. He went queen f6, inviting Hikaru to take.
That's more forcing then, because it just ends the game on the spot. If you go for king d5, it's just a funny draw.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Hikaru will be smiling if he takes that pawn, because I wouldn't flirt with death like that. But either way, all roads lead to a draw here. Oh, king h2 by Arjun. Evalbar dips.
Uh-oh.
Can you... Wait a second. Is there knight g5, queen f6, rook h3, and rook g3? What? Is there knight g5, g5, and rook h3, rook g3?
There's knight e4 at the end. That is...
I don't know.
So simple to miss, and Arjun probably has missed part of that.
I'm helped by the eval bar, but I don't know. Is this the move?
Wait, but knight... Sorry, how does that work?
Knight g5, queen f6, rook h3.
King g2?
Rook g3.
g3. Oh my goodness.
You cannot cross the Rubicon either because of knight e4, knight e-fork, or because of rook fork of h3.
Oh my goodness.
Arjun Aragaisi has just made a huge... Well, this is a blunder. It's a huge turning point. If Magnus finds knight g5, is that an insta-draw?
Well, no, because you can give h3, right, and just try to play elsewhere. But obviously, Black's chances of holding just increase by, I don't even call it tenfold, by many, many, many percentage points.
Well, Arjun might just fold and give up the draw because the psychological effect of a miss like this, he doesn't want to lose this game.
Definitely not. So knight g5, there is nothing that white can do, we're claiming, to play for a win without probably playing for a loss.
It feels like Magnus has played 10 moves on the king side and Arjun has made like snail's progress on the queen side. Even king g7 draws. Yeah, well, king g7 actually sets up knight f4 and knight g5.
And that seems like the very human way, and we'll see if Magnus chooses the human path or the super strong top line knight g5 sacrifice.
That I know. Yeah, I mean the eval bar dipping really helps because I immediately started looking for tactics.
Yeah, no, we always are honest about that. That like, if you gave Magnus an eval bar to look at without even a move, all the players would be invincible. So, yeah, that's crazy, Danya. Knight g5 is such a beautiful idea where the fork potential means that white can't escape with the king.
I mean, there's so many twists and turns in this tournament. Every round is its own story, and the story of the tournament features all of these, individual storylines that I am almost immune to the unexpected twists and turns of fate. And yet, what does fate have in store for us to cap off this turn? I feel like we're in for one more crazy twist. What was the move? Somebody is asking. What was the move?
I don't know. I was just going to quickly say, should we put the Fabi game back on screen just to...
Yeah. Oh, and they have made a bunch of moves. Actually, they going down the line that we laid out as well. Queen A1, Bishop E1 is on the board.
Okay, so Fabi, he's clearly better, but where's his time advantage gone?
It's the same place that Arjun's advantage has gone. He had to play King G2. Paradoxically, Arjun had to step in front of the check because knight F4 check, the king evacuates maybe to F1, maybe up to G3. The point is the knight on F6 is going to be hanging. So paradoxically, he tries to seek shelter, and it has the opposite effect of allowing knight to G5.
Keeps his king stuck in place.
And might keep Magnus in first place. We'll see if he finds knight G5.
That's so obscure, though, right? You're trying to avoid checks and forks, and by avoiding the check, you actually walk into the fork.
It's like me and chess drama the last year or so. It's like you try really hard to avoid it, and it just finds you.
Yeah, this is the bishop c8 of...
It's Fedoseyev's words, actually, not mine.
Yeah, well, good old Fedoseev on an absolute tear over the board in the Grand Chess Tour and pretty much every event, it would seem. Donnie, I want to point out quickly on the right-hand side, our big board, Fabiano versus Gukesh, that queen d1 looks like a double attack, but I'm guessing the problem is that knight g7 and then knight to e8 touching down on the other side would be what white is aiming for and certainly not what black wants to see.
Oh, double attack on the pawn on d. I wasn't even looking at yeah, knight g7 is devastating. And another Forkovich here. And the Kingovich is going to be dead. Shachmat. Right? That's where it comes from. The king is dead.
And that king on b7 will not be living long, as we're not just suggesting it, we're showing it. So for Gukesh right now, the engine is not overly mad at him for what's happened recently. But I think from a human perspective, how can black save this game?
The engine signed up for Stavanger management classes.
The puns are out, aren't they?
For like round 10, it's not too bad. Admit it.
No, you've been good. What do you mean? We've been good. We're a collective.
We have been good. And what are we collecting?
Knowledge.
Wisdom. Subscriptions. Money. Someone has to be the bad guy.
Yeah, I knew you were going to be the bad guy while I was just being, nice and appreciative. You're like, give me the
It's
money.
like my nickname in middle school is D dash Nero because it's Spanish for money. And I was like,
ooh,
dinero.
Mucho.
Yeah, I also dinero mucho. I money a lot. Me gusta.
We're being told that Hikaru drew the game, by the way.
Yeah, what a surprise.
He says sarcastically. So what now? Where does that leave us?
I'm surprised at how much time Gukesh and Fabi still have. Like 16 minutes feels like, I mean, you can found an empire in 16 minutes. Like you can there's a lot of things you can do in 15 minutes.
Do you see people saying Robert De Niro?
Robert De Niro.
That's good.
Emperor De Niro.
Yeah, we don't want to get sued for stealing someone's name and fame, but that's pretty good shared name here for the stream.
Yeah, one more of these puns I'm going to have to call over Hess control.
Oy. Magnus missed and went king 8 g7. Didn't we say that that's also holding?
We didn't say it. The chat, also known as the spokes group for our third commentator, apparently king g7 is also fine. I'm honestly stunned that knight g5 wasn't played, just because there's such a pull to playing this move.
Wait, but this isn't okay.
It's
Knight
still
g5's, but knight g5 seemed to force the issue. I will say that now, like when the knight goes to f4 for black, white can play king g3, right? So the white king can run away from the pressure, and that leads me to believe that knight g5 is difficult as that tactic is to spot at the board when you're exhausted and playing a long game. I mean, that seemed better to me because it didn't give white this opportunity to run and try to use the queenside extra pawn to get another queen.
I'm going to hazard a theory that Magnus saw knight g5 and is potentially playing for the win, trying to give Arjun enough rope here, because given how Arjun has played the last couple moves, I feel like maybe Magnus senses that he's losing control of the game. And Arjun is like, no, I'm not.
And the other board, c5 played and was given a question mark. I know we've been critical of the glyphs that have shown up on that board, but c5 not approved of by the engines. And as you're showing, knight can run around. I get the idea for Gukesh. Give him one free turn, he plays c4, d takes you d3, and but you don't have all the time in the world.
The knight has to get into the game, but where does it do that? Don't go knight f6, first of all, folks. The queen is overloaded. Rook takes f6, shuts it down. I think the choice here is between knight g3 and knight to g7. How would you make that decision?
I would play knight g3 because one potential issue with a knight on g7
he already did.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because the knight g7 could be loose from the queen on a1. Black is trying to go c4, and there are positions, for example, c4, d takes c4, d3, but you're not going to get your pawn to d2 once they break the pin on the first rank because it's queen before check in all these lines.
Is there c4? Okay, I was looking at c4, knight e4 with some beautiful complications, but white doesn't even need to rush. Just tuck your king away, and then knight e4 becomes even stronger.
Absolutely.
So rook to b6. What's your move?
King h2.
Let's put this on the board. Rook to b1.
How scary is this? Because the knight g3 covers that check, and as we see often, Danya, if the knight moves, rook h1 is only a single check. So bishop d2.
Yeah, this is pathetic. This construction, there's just nothing. There's no real estate there. h5 can be tried, and you can just start
g5.
Vacuum cleaner on. You know, it's like shifting gears. It's one of the hardest skills in chess. When you've just spent 20 moves trying to checkmate your opponent's king, suddenly realizing that you can turn off the motor and just sort of tread water, right? You're up material. Your opponent has no counterplay. You can start collecting pawns. That can be a very hard realization to make. Fabik, he's knocking on the door.
Yeah, he had two losses in a row with the black pieces. First to Arjun Erigaisi from a position of strength. Then he was holding on for dear life and ending against Magnus, and he faltered in time trouble. It was the Magnus effect. Actually, it was just good chess from Magnus. And now here in the final game, he wants to beat the world champion with the white pieces. He had an advantage very early on. Danya, was that d5 to d4 pawn push. It was already a bit uncomfortable for Gukesh, but after that, traffic became in one direction, and it was all Fabiano, and Gukesh had some chances, as any player does, but right now Fabiano seems to be playing very accurately and well on his way to securing a full point.
Gukesh, this tournament in Stavanger, he's either been in his hotel room or in a bad position. Two locations, and he has acquitted himself phenomenally. Really established himself as a defensive juggernaut, but there's only so many of these positions that you can hope to save against the top players in the world. Rook to c6 on the board.
Rook
Really
c6. I would be
asking
playing
for it.
king h2 in an instant. I'm just getting out of that pin. I want to use my bishop in an attacking position. You're showing queen e4. That also looks very strong. Just trying to pin that rook on c6.
Hester pin.
Yeah. What is that?
Scarlet letter,
Hester Prynne? Yeah, okay, I got it. Because I was thinking of Court Hester after you said that, so my mind is now being warped.
I sound like a Hester prick, so
No. But I think
the court Hester. Okay, sorry.
There's no actual next move for black, right?
Well, c4 is a phantom threat of the opera, and king h2 it's such a good move because it's a long-term investment, right? There's no downside to this move.
And c4 is not threatening because you just trade pawns, and sure, that gives black a passer, but you also open up your king a bit more.
Let me ask you this. King h2, I'm going to try to trade queens. I think black's only hope here is to exchange the ladies and try to get a quick c4 in. What if I go queen a2 and get the queen back to e6?
Don't I just have knight e4, stopping that in one
queen d5
useful move? So, but where's the queen trade happening from?
I didn't say it would.
Oh, you made indications that it was happening.
I will make it happen if knight d6 just happened on the other board.
I see what you're getting at, though. It's not like white is crashing through just yet. White can play f3, bishop g3, things like that, and still is not just promising winning for white.
Bend, but don't break if you're Gukesh.
That's the exact mantra he's going for. Like, he's just trying to create some complications every which way Fabi moves. And with the clock situation down 13 minutes and 46 seconds for Fabi, we've seen that he has stumbled without much time.
Speaking of stumbling, Arjun's been doing a lot of that. But rook takes h3 has happened. So Arjun, in the meantime, played the move knight to d6, establishing a pressure point on f7, tying down black's knight. And in this position, he is threatening knight takes f7. But okay, knight h5, I mean, very scary.
Knight h5.
Queen takes b4.
Queen b4. No, that starts... Actually, what is black doing here? Because queen takes b4 is next.
Well, we think.
Therefore, we are.
Yeah, he's got the Magnus before the horse. What about just something simple like rook d3, get the rook out of the line of fire?
Ooh. So you're going to play knight d5 in response to queen takes b4?
And hunt for checkmate.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I live to perform. And king h2, a great call by you, Robert. King h2 is such a Fabi move. Just, stamping, laying down the wood, and eliminating a huge source of black's counterplay.
Yeah, once you get rid of the pin, it allows you to make moves like knight to e4 and just start going after the rest of the black position. Because if that bishop on e1 activates, it's over. Why do two minor pieces often beat a rook? It's not just that the two minor pieces are worth 6 and the rook is worth 5. It's that they can team up on squares and attack, and a rook is just one piece. So if attack something and you defend it, you're not adding more firepower.
Absolutely no hesitation there. And it's funny, king on h2 for Fabi. Arjun's king is now on g2. The computer, which we will... Rook d3 is the best move. And knight h5, by the way, is also viable.
Wow. Because queen takes before there's rook f3 or something like that?
Building a do-it-yourself cage. Exactly. Bring your own perpetual check. BYOPC. But
As
this gets
knows
insane. Like queen c4, check. By the way, the idea of queen c4 is to prevent the knight check on e2. And if black gets overzealous, look at this line. Check, bang. Check, bing. Check, and the king can even go to h4 and white is winning. In amongst the trees.
That's nice. Hiding behind the black pieces.
You're not supposed to take on f7 here. Okay, this is just insanity.
Oh, because there's gonna be rook g4 checkmate ideas.
No, but Naroditsky in Title Tuesday game probably would find in an instant, yes? It's knight maneuver to e3. I like how Wesley always becomes evil, like evil in my, even though he's the sweetest guy. Queen a2 on the board.
It's funny because I'm like, I built myself up to expect it, and yet it still makes me crack up.
It's repetitive jokes, I will say it's lowest form
really,
of humor.
It's really just specifically the Wesley laugh.
I'll keep that in mind.
So, King h2, Queen a2 played, knight e4 from Fabi, incoming. And it's all about just that last bit of conversion, that technique required, because I like your queen centralization, and I think Gukesh will like it as well. And it's just about
Rook d3 played, by the way. Sorry, knight f5 check in response. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
Arjun is playing for a loss, and Magnus is playing for a win.
Wait a second. King g6 and then king h5?
I'm telling you, my theory was not in jest. And it wasn't in Hest either.
I think a lot of the chat was saying that as well. So you're on the same page. They know you, you know them. But we all know Magnus Carlsen doesn't want to just end his tournament with a draw if he can play on and try to go after the white king. And done it. King h5 followed by like knight g4. Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh. Is Arjun just losing the thread of the game here?
Where's the mating net is the big question.
Okay, first question. King h5. Which move did you say? Queen takes b4?
Probably queen takes b4, yeah.
Let's say I play knight fe4.
So you're just trying to...
No, that threatens rook d2 check, actually.
Is there a forced checkmate?
No, absolutely not, I think.
Like, no, I mean like knight f5, is there rook d2 and king f1, rook f2? Oh, the knight's hanging on f5. Ay!
f3, excellent move by Fabi. Speaking of hanging knights, there will be none on his board. This is the correct move. And for example, Robert, knight f5, boom. And here you drop the knight on f5. If you don't play knight f5, let me just show people how this could result in checkmate. It's an Arabian mate on steroids. Oh my gosh. This is... Why are we even talking about black delivering checkmate? How is this happening?
And just to point out, a4, you made an intentionally suboptimal move, but knight f5 doesn't really help matters in many positions because there's going to be rook d2 to f2 check, picking up a loose knight.
You got to eject. You got to press the eject button and go to f2 and evacuate the king as far as its legs can carry it away from the king side, away from the danger zone. But this is not easy.
Oh, do you actually get away? Yeah, I guess you do, because the king can step up to e3 in many positions, right?
And then we're going to get all-out pandemonium. We're going to get a situation where black might lose the b pawn. The f pawn might participate in the net. And it's going to be all-out chaos if Arjun finds king f2, but he might very well get checkmated here if he's not careful.
The black king can also step forward to g4, and oh my goodness.
How is black's king the safer one? He takes on b4 and he blunders knight fe4. And Arjun is he losing after knight fe4? Is he losing?
He is on his way to being lost. Oh my goodness.
He is falling for every conceivable idea. Knight fe4 is too easy. It's the most obvious move in the position.
And if
minus 4?
4?
Sese gives -4, but folks, relax. Let's just watch Magnus. He has to find knight fe4. It's the only move.
And I was going to ask, Donnie, if white had to give the queen for the rook, would there be some outside chances? Now, everybody, 2 knights and a king versus a lone king, that's a draw. That's you're not going to win that. I mean, unless your opponent walks into checkmate by putting their king in the corner. But I don't see it, Donnie. There are 2 black pawns remaining. So it's not like white can sack the queen for the rook and then suddenly get both the f and the h pawn.
And the greatest player in chess history smells blood.
My goodness. Knight f e4. And Arjun being down to 10 and a half minutes, that does him no favors. I think he might have to give up his queen for the rooks because of that Arabian checkmate you showed.
There'll be no slamming of the table by Magnus here because he has just turned this around in the span of 5 moves. There was nothing happening on the king side. Nothing at all, not a single piece on that side of the board. It started with g5. It might end with white having to give up his entire queen back for black's rook. How does Arjun keep chances alive here?
Well, I think the big issue is that Arabian checkmate you showed. Let's say you stop it right now with queen to b8.
Okay.
Then there's rook d2 check, king f1, knight f3, setting up rook f2 checkmate. I don't know what that checkmate's called, but it's
this is the Arabian mate. This is the Arabian mate.
Ah. So then what's the mate with those 2 knights like that?
I have no idea, mate. What if I give you a check here? Here and oh my gosh. This is gorgeous.
King
and
g3
a changing of the guard.
Oh, first of all, great use of that expression. The double entendre was not lost on me.
Thank you. It never is. That's a way to win a tournament.
Amazing.
King f1. King f1 played by Arjun.
Rook d2, right?
Rook d2.
Threatens that mate of knight g3, knight f3, so not much has changed. And I guess Arjun has to give up his queen for the rook.
And again, it's not over. Arjun not only has, as you correctly pointed out, the potential prospect of eliminating these 2 pawns for his knight, but he's got connected passers. Knights are notoriously bad at stopping them. And this is Norway Chess 2025. What do you think this is, a super tournament?
Well, we see Fabi's game on the right-hand side against the world champion Gukesh. Fabi played this move, bishop f2, Danya, a very nice move because he could have captured on c4. Now black can capture on d3, but Fabi wants to activate his bishop and use it as an attacker.
Fabi, what a win like this would do to his state of mind, his mood to conclude the tournament after these 2 devastating losses. Oh my gosh. Okay, rook d2, Robert. I would push back very strongly against the idea that the game is over after queen takes d2. A steady hand is required.
That's what I was asking, because white's pawns do look scary. Knights are notoriously slow pieces. They have to take a few turns to get back and prevent passers from reaching the other side. But that's not what Arjun ever wanted from this setup, right? He was the one pressing for a win, Danya, and 10 moves later, he's on the precipice and just trying to survive.
And Arjun, he's had spectacular moments, and he's had spectacularly sloppy moments, and this was unfortunately one of the latter. Rook d2. First of all, let's not jump the gun. Magnus still has to find this quiet but deadly move. It is the only path forward.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking from board to board, wondering if Gukesh has a chance here. Rook a6 could allow white to fall into a trap. If knight c5
knight
check,
c5.
Mistake. Don't do that.
He's found it. I'll show it on the board. Rook a6. Do not go knight c5. Instead, you should go queen to b4 check. Simple move. Here, queen a6. I'm winning, Robert. I'm up a piece. Oh, resign. d2.
d2, d1, and that's that. Black has the last laugh. Whew. So I just think that it's a one-move threat, hoping for a blunder, and I think Fabi is far too strong to play knight c5 there.
And drawing our attention now to Arjun's board. Oh, queen b5, and Arjun, is he blundering his queen or something? Is he allowing the king to infiltrate? I'm going to replace it on the big board.
King g4 to g3 you mentioned before?
Folks, now I'm switching. We now have Arjun versus Carlsen on the big board.
So king g4, queen f5 is a single check. King goes up to g3. There's queen e5 check there.
King f3.
Ah, and then queen f5.
King e3, knight d5.
And then king d4, but that seems wrong. But there's knight g3 at the end, so actually the queen's in trouble.
So you're suggesting king to g4? Oh, Chekaruski. He's going to repeat once, I think. Repeat once.
Reasonable?
But not twice.
No, he's not making a draw here.
King is going to step up.
He knows he's winning, so he's trying to get a little bit of extra time, and that was move. Now it's move 44. So 10 seconds added per move played, and he's down under 5 minutes. So Danya, there may be only one path that wins for black. Rook takes a2, looks like a perfectly
F5.
safe move to
F5. We are
what?
being told. We are being told by the chat.
What?
Oh my god, it makes sense. F5, knight F5, there's rook F2. And you unpin the knight.
And there's a fork on c3 when the white king tries to run away.
Gukesh with rook a6, one last trap. This is incredible. F5, if queen F5, knight G3. If knight F5, bang. Either you get forked on c3, or the whole point is now this knight is free to roam about the cabin and put Arjun on a flight home.
Oh, F5.
Why can't you do rook F2? Because here the knight is pinned laterally. What a move that would be.
Oh my goodness. It's like an invisible move. We've been talking about that in previous days, Donnie. That square is completely controlled by white's knight and queen, and yet you put the pawn on the square anyway, breaking the pin or bringing the white queen in forking distance.
Never play F6, always play F5. Fabiano, by the way, under 10 minutes, he still has work to do as long as Gukesh can maintain a pawn on D3. Dude, this tournament is like the gift that keeps on. What we're really missing is a blitz playoff.
Playoff? No playoff for us.
No playoff for Magnus if he can carry this one home, but he's down to 3.5 minutes. If he draws this game,
yes,
is the tournament in the bag for him?
No, because he entered a half point ahead of Gukesh. So if he draws and loses in Armageddon, and Gukesh draws and wins in Armageddon, then we get more chess and tie breaks.
How much do you want to bet that Magnus spent at least a couple seconds looking across? I know he said it's not about the tournament victory. We know it's about the tournament victory. So can't rely on the other game that's going on. Has to rely on his own wizardry.
But F5 is just, I mean, as a tournament winning move, it hardly gets better than that.
You can't script it any better. You can't compose a study any better than this. This is study-like in its beauty.
Maybe this is not a good question, but if black plays rook takes a2, is it immediately... Oh, king g4 play by Magnus.
Okay, the eval bar is off its meds.
So it still says minus 2.3.
Of course. That's not to be confused with those minus 2.1 positions, really.
So in other words, black still has amazing winning chances, and it's given a question mark because it didn't end the game so quickly, but it's still a pretty good move.
What does Sese say?
Sese says?
Sese says -3 after queen f5, king g3. Your line, Robert. You actually dictated exactly the correct line, with the black king seeking shelter ultimately on d4.
And then the problem is knight g3 check fork. The knight on d5 will be loose, and Magnus quickly brings his king forward, and Arjun, his king, may tip in a few turns because black is winning material.
And Fabi zigging and zagging and knifing his way into black's position, trying ultimately to eliminate the pawn on d3, potentially Gukesh's last source of counterplay. Look at that hero of a knight. Maybe Gukesh can try d2 and then force the queen trade on d6. We'll see.
Ooh, that's a pretty good idea.
Rook
d2, queen trade. White is close still winning because you'll be able to keep your knight and bishop together, but yeah, there will be something to figure out there.
King f3 will happen. We will get the black king walking over to d4.
And Magnus has not moved yet. There may be a time, Daniel, where he repeats moves again just to gain a little bit of time because he is down to his final 2 minutes and 37 seconds, but he sees it. He sees that the king belongs in the center.
Arjun, his task here is paradoxically quite easy because there's no other move. There's literally one feasible check. If instead he tries to evacuate, it's way too late for that. The rook will just pick off the queen with a check on e2.
I just don't know what to say, Daniel. When these turnarounds happen, the players are fighting to the bitter end, whether it's Gukesh with the comeback, Arjun at a comeback, Magnus with one in this game. It seems like all the players in Norway, they brought their their fighting spirit till the last round concludes, and they just want to give it their all. And I mean, Magnus is winning this.
What's insane is it feels like not a single one of these comebacks is what we're accustomed to. Lost position, saved the draw, eked out a draw. No, all of them virtually have been 180s. Whether you take Gukesh's 2 victories, whether you take Arjun's win over Fabiano, and now the last chapter, potentially another 180. First, a repetition, and a repetition of this narrative where a player is losing, and no, he doesn't eke out a draw. He actually manages to win. Unbelievable how many times we've seen that so far. Will Magnus have the guts to close his eyes and trust his calculation?
Yes, he will, because his king on d4 is safe. We know that he likes to play for a win if that option is available to him, and it is in fact winning. So once the king reaches e3 and the knight goes on d5 with check, Danya, the black king steps next to that knight, and black's pieces all defend one another. The only piece that's not defended is the pawn on h6, and who cares about that pawn when you go to checkmate the white king?
And the kings are in the ultimate Mexican standoff here. We've got action here. Gukesh under a minute. He is, I think, evaluating d2. I think he's investing all of his remaining time trying to find that one last defensive attempt.
So Arjun Erigaisi, he's trying to stay in this game. Magnus brings the king back to f3. I think Arjun will quickly play queen f5 check, and then it's about Magnus.
It's the moment of truth.
Play king e3 with 1 minute and now 10 seconds on the clock.
I wouldn't be shocked if he goes for the draw. It all depends on his assessment, how important for him winning the tournament is, his assessment of the other position. Everyone's holding their breaths here. He's under a minute. You could lose this as black if you're not careful.
I just let my breath out. 50 seconds for Magnus Carlsen. Will he continue with king to e3? I don't see the risk, Danya, at the moment. Like, he is the one threatening the white king, but if that white king finds an avenue to escape, then those pawns go. 35 seconds.
Tick tock. He's down to 30 seconds. Is Magnus Carlsen? And what will he decide? To the left, to the right?
What do you think,
Danya? To the right?
What's he going to do?
I think he's going to repeat.
You think he's going to make the draw?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
He doesn't.
He waited for the commentator to say that.
It is not the same stakes, I guess, but when Ding Liren declined the draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi in tie breaks, remember that moment where everyone thought it was just going to be equal and Ding pinned himself and won himself a world championship title. And here, Danya, so white king goes to e1. There is no knight f3 check. Like, what is the deal? How is black winning this game?
First of all, 36 seconds. Magnus Carlsen's like, I can win Norway chess in 36 seconds. Well, the immediate threat is knight g3 check, right?
Yes.
How does white... Yeah.
And rook f2 also looks good.
And is there rook to e2?
Ooh. King d1?
Yeah, it's fancy schmancy. Also, your idea, the Robert Hess approach, just play rook takes a2 and cut off the last remaining risk of losing, I think, given the time situation, makes some sense.
Rook takes a2.
Oh, yeah. Knight b4.
Knight b4 hits
rook
that
a1, and then knight g3 would win the queen.
Okay, so that's the direct threat. Thank you for clarifying that. Rook a1 check, king e2, knight g3. So the queen has to move. Queen d7 looks annoying.
Then knight f3.
Then king d1 by
knight
force.
f2, king c1. Yeah. C1, knight
oh
d3.
my goodness. That
Holy
sugar.
You also have like knight c3 here. I'm looking at all sorts of crazy moves.
Knight c3 now?
By the way, look at Gukesh with rook to d6. His rook is on pre. But if Fabi takes it, the d-pawn is going to rumble forward.
He's a fighter. But Gukesh is 15 seconds?
And Fabi has 5 minutes in a winning position.
Yeah, I think Fabi would be smart just to bring his bishop back to stop that pawn.
How?
But even bishop e3?
d2.
Knight takes d2. And there's queen a6 check.
Robert Hess reaching into his bag of tricks yet again.
Yeah, that's...
King b8?
Queen a7, queen a8, queen takes d8, take on d2 at the end, up a piece.
You're just the gift that keeps on giving.
No, that's actually was chat like about 30 or minutes or an hour ago. I forget how long
Is
ago now.
bishop e5 for Fabi a suitable alternative, or does that walk into some rook d5 action?
Bishop e5 looks pretty reasonable.
But rook d5, and don't take on c7, allowing the queen to recapture with check. So easy to miss.
That would be tragic.
Goron tragic, and queen d7 on the board.
So what's the deal? Magnus now down to his 20 seconds. What's the move here?
Well, the move is to repeat.
But does Arjun have to repeat? Can he bring his king? If he goes king d1, Danya, there's rook d2 check, king c1, king e5.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so easy to miss. Arjun might get frisky here. He might think that suddenly maybe I'm playing for the win. No.
No. You can't spell frisky without
Bishop
risky in it.
e5 played by Fabi.
Uh-oh.
Rook d5 here. Rook d5 keeps something alive, keeps the spark alive.
Spark. Yeah, this rook d5 move, bishop takes c7, not available. Queen a6 check once again. King d7 walks into knight f6 fork.
What is king b8 there? What is Fabi planned here?
Queen b6 is a nothing, is what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. But what is Fabi saying? He must have had a move prepared. f4? I don't know.
And bishop c3, you have d2 now, because then you get the two pieces back for the rook, and that is absolutely not what Fabi wants.
Fabi had an eternity to calculate bishop e3. You can't rush in this moment. And now he's slowing down.
What is it?
Magnus, in the meantime, 15 seconds. Tick-tock goes the clock. Another chance to make a draw if he wants to. And this time, maybe he won't see another move.
Magnus Carlsen makes a move with just 4 seconds.
A draw. He has to repeat. And Arjun will stop the clock.
Wow. And that actually leaves intrigue in this event as Arjun Erigaisi, he survives because of his lead on the clock. King e1 is a draw, 3-time repetition. That's over. That's a draw.
And f5, that was the biggest chance for Magnus. I think already in this position, a totally reasonable decision. But f5 would have sealed the deal. What a game. But we don't have time to summarize it because Fabiano Caruana, not again. Not again. Oh, is there queen a6 and knight c5? And queen b6 there?
Just rook takes c5 and there's d2 at the end.
Oh my gosh.
Should we, since the Magnus game I believe is over?
It is over. It is a draw. By a 3-time repetition, folks.
I don't see the draw.
It's a draw. It's a draw. Trust me.
Okay, thank you. I no longer have to search for Fabi Fischer. It's a draw. You're right. So why don't we put up both boards with the same game so we can analyze a little bit. But Danya, Fabi is now down to 1:45.
He missed something. Clearly. What's the move? What's the winning move here?
I don't know.
Don't tell me he messed this up again.
Bishop c3, d2. That does not look right. Although white wins a pawn in the end, the h6 pawn, but that might not be enough.
Just trying to... Whoop. 1.5 minutes. What is Fabi's move? What did he intend? Maybe he forgot that the queen takes back with check?
So where did he just go?
f4. I saw that move.
Goodness.
And wait a second. d2?
But 10 seconds for Gukesh. He needs to find the move right now. He does not have time to
d2
calculate.
bishop takes c7 is Fabi's idea.
Wow.
Queen c7, but beautiful.
Oh, he wants king... No, but king g1, queen e3 check at the end.
Is there
There's
rook
no knight
d4?
f2. Rook d4, bishop d8.
Oh! He promotes to a queen!
What's that? Oh, there's knight c3 at the end, Danya.
There's a Forkovich!
Oh.
There's a Forkovich!
Oh my goodness. That's game.
What was the move for Gukesh?
I don't know.
Rook d4, queen g8, check. The move was... It was queen takes c7 or rook d4. Both of those moves held a draw. Check, and he held a draw just with doing nothing. White cannot make progress in this position.
Wow. Well, Magnus Carlsen has officially won Norway Chess 2025 with his draw in classical chess. And what are you showing us, Danya?
Rook d4, that was my idea at the end, also holds a draw. He had to find one of these two moves. That was a insane finish, instead
Wait,
missing the retreating knight move.
Why is that a draw? Sorry, rook d4.
What do you do?
Bishop d8 and knight
Rook
takes
c4?
d2.
And rook takes f4.
Okay, but that at least white has winning chances, right? It should be a draw. I think we can say that, but maybe this, like, from a distance, you don't have much time, you don't know exactly how drawish it is.
Retreating knight moves. Rook d4, queen g8, folks. That's a check, and you win the queen.
Oh,
unbelievable. What a heartbreaker.
yeah. I mean, Gukesh needed to win that game. Sorry, to hold that game, pardon me. And for a long time, it looked like Fabi was pressing, and Fabi almost let it slip. And Fabi would have won the tournament, Danya, if Arjun had beaten Magnus. But Arjun didn't only squander an advantage, he squandered the whole thing.
Everything was possible, and at the very end, you called it, Robert. Just bishop back to e3 with the idea of d2, knight takes d2, then a check, another check trade, queens take the rook. This was the cleanest path to victory. Instead, he went up to e5, and here the winning move was a check on a6, followed by bishop g3, but this is like incredibly hard. He had to find this crazy computer sequence. Oh my gosh, you have to interfere with the queen and the rook in order to pick up the rook on d5, and the line goes on. It's not even over. King e8, queen e6.
That is so beautiful.
Dude, this is just straight out of a... Oh my, this is insane.
Mate.
And Gukesh is sitting with his head in his hands. Oh, the world champion is devastated. He knows how close he came.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, it's just so hard to look at him. He's so upset, and what a heroic effort by the world champion.
Oh, and there is that, like, what if moment for Gukesh. What if I held that and I didn't make that last second blunder? And we often focus on the most recent occurrence of that. But for Gukesh, he has gained so much experience. The fact that he was in the running for first place here, it's something that's well within his capabilities, because he's amazing. He's nearly 2,800. He's just turned 19 years old. But Danya, queening there, promoting, and allowing that fork at the end, knight c3, that's going to sting for a bit.
Well, it's stinging right now, and Bobby knows that feeling all too well. The last round of the candidates. A sick twist of irony. If Fabi had defeated Nepo, who would he have faced the following day in a rapid playoff to determine the World Championship ticket? Gukesh Maraju. Everyone at the top knows the feeling. Wow. Gukesh is still at the board.
Yeah, he is going to be thinking about this position even when he's not staring at the pieces, and it's going to hurt. For sure, it's going to hurt, but I think there are many takeaways, and that only brings so much, consolation in a moment like this. So you feel for him. You feel for anybody who just throws away an opportunity. And for Fabiano, Danya, I mean, if he didn't stumble against Arjun, there's a lot of what ifs there for Arjun Naroditsky, right? Like, if he didn't just falter against Magnus and against Gukesh earlier, what could have been? For every single player who competed here, it felt like there were turnarounds that were completely unexpected. But ultimately, Magnus Carlsen, he's the winner of Norway Chess, and Anna Musichuk took down the women's field.
4 out of the 6 players were in contention, and not just mathematically, were in possible contention of first place, with the exception of perhaps Wei Yi and Arjun Naroditsky going into the last round. But the truth, the golden rule of chess in our modern era, Magnus Carlsen always prevails. He just finds a way.
He really does. And you know what's kind of wild?
Do they even play in Armageddon?
I think they might play Armageddon. Maybe there's prize money on the line if Arjun wins or whatever. But by the way, shout out to Dave Baduri. Appreciate that. Don't know. I see that there. But Sarah Kadem and Lei Tingzhe are still playing.
Of course they are.
Move 70 in that game.
Okay, this is a draw.
Never-ending game.
So Oh my gosh, there were some crazy turnarounds in this game. Look at this. Look at this. So I'm going to fast forward or rewind to the critical stage of that game. I'm going to put it on the board. This is unbelievable what happened in this game. So black was in control. Lei Ting-Jie made a horrific move. If white simply played f3, black can resign. Instead, Sara Kadem trades, forgetting that if she now takes the rook, she gives up f2 with check. She had to waste a tempo, allowing the black queen to circle back to f3, protecting f7. Another golden opportunity left on the table.
Okay. And now we're going to see a long endgame, and could Sarah lose this game?
No, but yes. In Norway chess, the world might end any second.
No, but yes is such a good answer.
She shouldn't. But she's down a minute and a half. All right, f5. Sorry, let me refresh.
So you can trade and play rook c4, but then the e-pawn starts rolling.
No.
King d6?
What is she doing? She forgot to trade first.
Wait, how is king d6 wrong? No, the engine's is weak, right?
The engine is, like I said, it needs a shower, needs to get back on its meds, because allowing h takes g4 is wrong. In what universe? No, this is... Sara Kadem is just hallucinating something here.
What is the engine? Why would it not just be completely winning for black?
I'm turning it off. I don't care. Black is winning, and we'll win this game. And I'm going to question the reason for your existence, engine.
I don't understand at all.
Apparently, king d8 is best.
But
why is this not totally winning? Is it because the g6 pawn will be a weakness?
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Is it like hg king e2? But why was putting king on d8 better there? Like, why?
Because maybe there was king e8 in some positions to help protect the g6 pawn?
Stop it. Stop it. Are we playing a 3-result game here after king e2?
I think that black can't lose because bishop g3.
Yeah.
And you're always staying in contact with the h4 pawn. So bishop g3, that might be the draw. King e2, bishop g3, king f1 moves, king g2, king f1, king
f4. Black will win this game.
And then rook h6 and king e4. Oh, goodness.
Black will win this game, I think.
Another turnaround just to end the event with just one side winning that you would never expect.
And the Stavanger city officials will be investigating the water supply. And they will be conducting a thorough investigation. Because I don't think I have ever seen a super tournament of this. I don't even know how to characterize it.
And you're correct. Black is winning again. But
will she win? Is a big if. Don't go f4. Or that's a big oof after rook takes g6.
Right. You don't want to give up the g4 pawn. And king e5? No, king e7 looks better.
In noof already.
Because the king can go to f7. You don't want to step on f6 because there's h5.
And Lei Ting-Jie, with her last ounces of effort, and with her last seconds on the clock, Sara Kadem has had a really, really rough event. It's been one blow after another. The lone bright spot, she did defeat Lei Ting-Jie in their first classical encounter. And the Chinese Grandmaster, the women's world champion challenger, will make that her only bright spot.
Yeah, 3 pawns and a bishop are too much for a rook to deal with. So Lei Ting-Jie is going to finish. I'm trying to load the live rating list to see if Lei Ting-Jie ends up, higher than somebody else with this win. She actually is in third right now in the rankings. Okay, there's the website's bugging.
Magnus, Arjun, Shirley, but does that game matter at all?
No, but just for standings, like Arjun might get a little bit more money if he is able to win the Armageddon.
Okay, I'll put it on the board.
Danya, we never end here. Don't you know?
We never end.
That all of the chat will cry if we go away. So they want...
I might cry, because this tournament has been just like a mainstay. Just like how will I be able to function without Norway chess?
It's a great question.
I'm only
I
half kidding. Like, this has been awesome.
It has really it's a fun format. It's hectic. It tires us out. I know every day after the commentary done, you and I are
Exhausting. I mean, this
we,
has been the round is only 4 hours long. That's the paradox, right? It's not a long round. It's like every second is action filled.
yeah, and you and I debrief and we're like, okay, so how was today? Yeah, I'm tired. I gotta eat food. Gotta go. And then we obviously chat via text. But I mean, it's been a lot of fun, and chat has made it all the more fun.
No, no on stream blitz grind. I mean, off stream at best. The rest day I slept like 15 hours.
And people are telling me that I better keep streaming. I mean, is that a demand?
All they making demands of you, after all of this heroics, Yes. No, we
I,
really appreciate you guys. Just the amount of support, the vibes. You are an indelible, irreplaceable part of what makes commentary fun.
oh, oh, look at
Look at
Echoplex with the 5 gifted.
Echoplex.
Is that what's going to happen now? They're trying to keep us streaming by uh, throwing in all the last
Chat is
minute.
back to their old tricks.
They want to hear us commentate this Magnus Argent. I could imagine Magnus just shipping it.
Well, I can see why Arjun's thinking there are 20 moves possible here, and that's quite a difficult choice to make.
Shout out to Echoplex. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Say yes for more Hess.
Okay,
No.
Leighton J, just finish this game so that we can finally watch a single game being played, which has been a rare luxury, an unseen luxury. We must commentate our commentary. We have investigated ourselves and found no evidence of wrongdoing.
Oh, well, this it's funny that Arjun and Magnus have to play. Like it's such a what other discipline? I guess if there's overtime in a basketball game that's meaningless, you still got to go to overtime. But it's just funny that they have to keep slugging.
Well, it isn't the World Blitz Championship after all,
Oh,
which took me a while to get over, I'll be honest.
I'm sorry.
Because once it was made clear that the rules are malleable, I probably should have made me and the other Daniel should have made a bigger stand, but he had a nap to go attend to, and I did as well for that matter.
I'm sorry. I know how much you put into that, and you were tied for first with all the others, and they could only take 8. But you made everybody proud. I'm sorry still, because I know you
Oh.
would have fought to the bitter end in the tie breaks.
The funny thing is I kind of suspected that I didn't qualify. Then Gelfand comes running up to me. He shakes my hand, pats me in the back. He's like, Daniel, what a comeback. Amazing job. And I'm like, oh, I guess, well, if Boris Gelfand is congratulating me, I guess I did qualify. And then Sag.
Oh,
But happy that I got to experience a tournament like that.
oh,
Never again. But
I'm sorry.
sorry, I don't
Thank
mean
you,
to ruin the mood.
thank you, DJ Angus. Appreciate that on YouTube.
E3. Speaking of ruined moods, you feel for Sarika Dem? She's had her chances. She had a win on the spot in this game.
Just never the way you want to end a tournament with a loss in a position that you are completely winning, like 20 or now like 60 moves earlier.
It follows you to the flight. It follows you home, and eventually the stinging pain it wears away. But the next few days after a loss like this in the last round, they suck. There's no getting up the next morning for your flight. You remember, oh my gosh, I had a terrible tournament. It's so much easier when you've got the trophy to get home.
Oh, and your chat is commiserating. They wanted to see you in the tiebreak as well.
Thank
So
you.
maybe next year or this year.
For the final time, because I played him in the last round.
One for the road. We appreciate it. One for the Michael Road.
One for the Academy.
I already had you with a set up for a pun.
Man, gotta pull out my Persian vocabulary.
So are we actually getting an Armageddon?
Well, if late, I think I have no idea. A Leiting J at the very least probably will finish first. But how does she actually win? I think she gets her bishop to e5 or what?
Bishop to e5, king to e4, push the f pawn.
She's doing it the longest possible way, and she don't blunder your bishop.
F4, rook e5, and that would not be fun for her.
King f4, bishop d4, bishop e5. It's like the only plan.
She'll get there eventually, right?
One
It's
way or
move
the other.
99.
King h4.
Ah, there's no rook h8 check.
Rook d8.
Then e2. No, no, yes, e2.
Rook e8 f4.
Yeah,
No stalemate.
no stalemate.
Okay. I thought there was a 10-second increment, not 10-hour increment. Wait a second.
Armageddon apparently is... Danya, I'm going to give it my all to the Armageddon game. I know it doesn't impact who wins the event, but I'm going to go out in the way I started this. Just every
Always
last
do.
ounce of effort. Every last ounce.
You are my role model in that regard. I apologize. I don't mean to be salty. I wish that they kind of made things more compact toward the end.
Yeah,
Just
I
like
get that.
Leiting J is making her pawn structure compact.
Yeah, f3 check is a fork, winning back the rook on e2, and then the g pawn will get to the other side.
So Magnus is walking somewhere at a furious pace, like he has somewhere to be.
Maybe at the board?
I believe so.
You believe Wesley, I know.
Magnus seems to be a lot of confusion.
Of course. Oh, there's a move.
And he's at the board. Beautiful.
Yes.
Look at the timing as Sarikademar will resign.
Indeed. Although, if e1 equals queen,
Nope.
does rook takes g4 check, right?
King h5.
Yeah, but just one last little tactic. Okay, Donna, we've got a King's Indian. You must be happy.
I'm more tired than happy, but I am also happy.
You really sound thrilled.
King's Indian with an early knight beat at e7.
All right, I'm gonna take it from here, my friend. Let's do it. Oh,
Knight to see. What do you see?
Go look in YouTube.
What's
Do yourself a solid. I'll talk about the chess. You look in the YouTube.
Wait, what's going
We're all
on?
happy. Just go look.
Where to... Oh my gosh, we're getting $50 dono from Miglani Shiva. Thank you so much. That's so sweet.
And now Danya is ready. He's back invested. Queen
And
to
Magnus
c2.
Carlsen, he plays the King's Indian, the best opening in chess.
Well, Arjun needs a win. So a draw is a victory for the black pieces in Armageddon. I think Magnus is doing a solid job because he's playing an opening that's hard to crash through. The King's Indian known to be just an absolute amazing opening. Right, Danya?
That's right. That's right, Robert. Hey, do you like the King's Indian? Yes, you do, don't you? Now, bishop h4 and bishop to d2, there are two directions that you can go to. The point here by Arjun is to discourage f5. Very often you see black playing g5, but that move comes with a hefty positional price tag.
Yeah, and h5 is also available because when white does play h3, which will happen soon, you slide back to h6 and you still keep the flexibility of the kingside pawns. And black can storm forward h5, g5, h4, but there are going to be some positional weaknesses as you were highlighting.
My instinct would be knight g4 back to h6, evacuate to f7, and reset for the second wave of attack.
Sounds good. And right now, Magnus still down 3 minutes, but he's paused at this stage and now finally plays g5.
And follows it up with a bolt from the blue.
E takes f5 is a free pawn for now. Black castles and wins it right back.
Castles, queen f6. There's many ways to get to that f-pawn. Castles, of course, is the most conducive to the other needs of your position. I love it.
And Magnus Carlsen playing Danya's favorite opening as Graham Duras hits us with a $19.99 dono in YouTube saying, please never stop covering these tournaments for us. Hey, we'd love to be back. We will cover big events. And Danya, I think you're on the same page. We enjoy it. And we want to bring the best coverage possible to the masses.
And we want to bring the best bishop possible to the massive way. F4? Am I crazy? Bishop takes G4 and F3 he wants. Aha.
To free up a square on the diagonal for the bishop, and after FG3, FG4, the pawn structure would have been ugly. Done it. It's still locked up. And don't they say in the King's Indian, as long as black has a light square bishop, there will be attacking chances?
No, this is going completely wrong for Arjun. He has to castle queenside. I think his only chance is queenside castles and rip open the kingside as quickly as you can.
But Dania would flag his opponent here.
But that's why Dania's sitting in his cabin. Charlotte, and playing Charlotte Rap and Blitz events. Arjun or Geises, playing Norway chess.
But I do believe
I might play the bullet brawl tomorrow. I mean, it depends whether Norwegian Airlines will have internet and a flight.
I waited to the end just to be a bad influence. I was provoking you. I think that right now there are going to be weaknesses provoked in White's position because down at G4 hits, you don't want to take. The E4 pawn loses a defender. The F4 pawn can push in the near future. So usually White wants to play like H3, I guess, and just try to keep that pawn chain going from G2 to D5.
And Arjun evacuates to the queen side. And they're playing for honor. Yes, they're playing for money, but they're playing primarily right now for honor. You want to put not a period, not a whimper, but an exclamation mark to this event. And I would play G3. Just cause chaos.
G3 is usually a very good move, especially when the black king has castled.
No. Is
black just castling queenside and connecting the rooks and taking the G file?
Typical King's Indian idea, by the way, is to play A4 and then to meet B4 with A3 followed by knight A4.
The reason why I worry about those ideas, Danya, is because the pawn on A3 for black in the end game will be a clear weakness.
That's why you can't reach the end game. You gotta crush White in the middle game.
That's true. You either deliver the checkmate or get checkmated first. And in this game, Danya, I mean, G3 was the idea for Arjun. He'll have to play Rook F1 at some point, Bishop back, and only then can he play for G3.
Oh, and Magnus squashing that idea like squashing a bug with his shoe. B4, AB, AB, and knight again to A4. Attacking on all fronts, on all sides. He can drop back to H5. E4 is weak. Rook takes G2 is on the table as well. Lovely coordination.
Well, King E7 is somewhat, I don't call it a risky move, but castling queenside wasn't available because knight A7 to C6, and that would be annoying to deal with.
Arjun's the kind of guy who's going to go bishop H4 and start finding ways around the blockade.
What Magnus has done best, though, is his time management. He is down a minute and a half, and he started 3 minutes behind on the clock. He's doubling his rooks down here. He's playing very well from the black side.
Tightening the screws, but watch out for this knight A7 to C6 maneuver once the rook leaves A8.
Such an easy thing to forget about because, well, there's a rook on A8. Whoa, the Kraken. You must be from Seattle. Thank you for the amazing commentary. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for the donation there.
If Arjun gets desperate enough, I've fallen prey to these types of ideas like knight to D4 and E5, just smashing open the center. I'm running out of violent words to use to describe what White wants to achieve. The reality is a lot more grim.
Knight to D2, no trades allowed. It's a 1 minute lead on the clock for Arjun Erigaisi. Donna, the good news for Arjun is that knight A7 idea keeps the rook on A8 at bay, but also the time advantage. If he can keep playing quickly, keep the position closed, Magnus may at some point want to lash out, and he could do it at the wrong moment.
Or he could do it at the right moment.
Like now?
I would play bishop H5.
Okay, bishop H5 because GF4, EF4, bishop D4? What's happening?
Queen takes B5 there. Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
No, rook takes G1, queen takes B5.
Nice find by Danya. Just the rook on G1 would be loose. Black gets too much material. And even without getting a rook at the end, that still would be fun from the black side.
It would be fun. It would be fine. Arjun, anything but fine.
He's more
go
Ruben.
for a Ruben, right? You got me.
Well, we're on the same wavelength there.
Synchrony.
Yes. And thank you to Sergey in the YouTube chat. Appreciate more donations flooding in. This is the final game of Norway Chess 2025. So it will be our last game that we are covering before we say goodbye. And we will just keep on going as long as the players do. Daniel, rook takes g1.
No, but rook g1, queen b5, bishop f6, intermezzo.
That's actually sick.
So what I'm very quickly, guys, very quickly on the big board, queen b5. If you take the queen, boom, boom, too much material. But bishop f6 is nastiness. Speaking of nastiness, queen h3, where is he going? He wants a fork on d3.
That looks like a good square for the knight. So bishop takes f6. If queen d3, then... No, I was going to say white goes a queen sacrifice, but I don't think that works.
No, bishop f6 has to be played.
What's the... Okay, but bishop f6, king f6, rook takes g7. Is there knight d3 check takes e1?
Bishop f6, king f6, I would play e5 and knight e4.
Ooh. You are a very adventurous man. The knight on c5 can take the knight on e4, but I see what you're going for. Just trade some pieces in the center, go after the black king.
Always go for mate. You best not miss.
That's still around. Super Not, thank you so much. I see those 10 pounds, 10 quid. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And okay, king f6,
e5,
and queen h7 at the end.
And time for black to write his last will and testament.
The testament to Arjun Erigaisi's skill that he's able to unleash this attack against Magnus's king.
Oh, and knight d3 check. You can slide the king over, and then king takes f6, queen c3 check. The knight cannot block because the queen will be undefended.
That's so frustrating.
And e5 apparently wrong.
How could this be wrong?
This be wrong. Wait, de. What's your move?
Yes, queen takes h7.
Okay, and then we calm ourselves down. Bishop g4.
Ooh, cutting off the g file from the white rook. Otherwise, there would be a mating attack. That's really nice find. If Magnus finds it, it might be out of necessity rather than some well-drawn-out plan.
But there's some ideas later where the knight swings over to d3 and then back to b4. Let's not forget... What?
What? He won King of the Hill, but he's going to lose this Armageddon game.
But what's the move here?
Queen takes h7?
Can you go knight f... Anything was winning. What is king takes c5? Get this man to a doctor.
Or just get him to the podium. He's still winning first place.
Dr. Erigaisi will be taking a lethal dose to the Black King.
Erigaisi, MD, Queen E...
Rookie...
Queen g7, king f5, knight d4 is Shah and Mat.
All right, Mamadar. Knight f3 check, I think, is also possible, but then the king slides back to f6, so...
It's mate.
Mat is on the board. Knight of the Hill.
Oof. What a way to conclude this event. Magnus getting absolutely destroyed.
King takes e5. The move was de5 and bishop g4, and this was equal. Queen e3 only move.
That's hard to find with no time on the clock.
But king e5 is he joking. Very funny. That was the last Wesley laugh, and that was the last move of Norway chess. It starts with 1 d4, Magnus Gukesh. It ends with knight d4 mate.
And the final standings, Danya, Magnus Carlsen still wins the event. And I think Arjun Erigaisi, actually, he wasn't playing for anything at all. Like, he won this Armageddon match, and he still ends in 5th place.
He was playing for his fans. He was playing for us. He was playing...
Well, Danya, let's be honest. When any of these youngsters beat Magnus Carlsen and then it gets shared, like, Modi might tweet out a congratulations, and that leads to more, sponsorship and viewership for these youngsters. So Arjun Erigaisi, he finished the event with a win over Magnus Carlsen.
And these are our final standings, folks. Magnus wins. Fabi held up high. He's in second, and the world champion in third, bronze medalist, with Hikaru trailing by half a point. In the women's section, we congratulate Anamuzachuk Leiting J with that victory over Sara Kadem. She crosses Humpy Canaru, somehow leapfrogging her and claiming silver medal.
Wait a second. So if Anamuzachuk did not win in the Armageddon, she drew her game. She was winning, but she couldn't convert. Yeah. So she won in Leiting J, got awfully close. And Donnie, it was a great final 2 days for Leiting J because she beat Humpy Canaru thanks to that blunder of a piece, and then she takes down Sara Kadem in a game where
She pulled a
seemingly
Gukesh.
had
She
no
was losing in one move to Sarah Kadam and losing to Campicanero.
Wow. What a
Oh,
comeback in the end for her. And thank you, Matthew Slight. I see that donation in YouTube saying Matthew appreciates the hard work and dedication and told me to tell you, Danya, that you're a legend.
I really appreciate it. I'm bad with compliments. I am good, however, at wrapping up shows. And I think, unfortunately, the time
Uh-oh.
the bells are ringing,
Uh-oh.
the notifications are arriving, a boarding pass. Check in for your flight in 24 hours. The players will be departing Stavanger, flying back to Oslo, and then to their place of origin.
Uh-oh.
This was one for the ages, frankly.
It was, and you see the people crying in chat, but they're not crying because it happened. They're crying because it came to an end.
Love the quote.
Danya, Norway Chess, so much fun. Just such a great event. I had so much fun covering it with you. Oh, we just gotta sort of sit back, analyze. If we make mistakes, we take it back. We rib each other, kind of give each other a hard time in jest. But in all seriousness, just so fun to commentate an event with you once again. Seems like an eternity.
It's 10 rounds. It feels like this is just, like I said, it's a mainstay, right? Wake up, do Norway Chess, and there's really nobody I would rather wake up and do it with other than you. I mean, you're have been my role model for so long in commentary, and I, in many ways, am living a dream. It's been awesome, really, really awesome to cover these games with you. And for other classical organizers, the lack of the 30-second increment, the Armageddon, so much to learn from the games, from the organization, from the players. And we keep moving forward. We keep improving our product thanks to the amazing support of viewers like you.
Look at all the hugs that you're getting in YouTube over there.
Too much non-drama, too much wholesome. I'm not used to this. Is this the chess world in 2025?
Well, I do hope that in the future, maybe we can get those camera rights. It's not going to be easy, but Donnie and I have gone independent. We're doing this, trying to do it professionally. Obviously, it takes the support of all of you to make it happen.
It's a risk.
It's a risk, but it's also highly rewarding. I feel, definitely peaceful emotionally. We're having a great time. Ooh, couple last minute gifted subs here. I really appreciate that. They're trying to get us to stay, Danya. That's what's happening.
They're trying to get us to stay. No, they're succeeding.
They're trying to keep us here and not let us leave because they know that we thank them for their generosity.
And thank you for covering the first segments alone the second to third day. Also, really appreciate it.
And I guess I'll answer this question because people keep asking it. Ooh, Michiko. Another 5 gifted late in the day. But they're asking, what do we mean when we say we're independent? Donna, you've been very public, that you have chosen to go your own path.
Mm-hmm.
I've been less vocal because sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
No,
I'm going to eat my M&Ms.
Well, I was going to say taste the rainbow, but that's Skittles, so I don't want to cite the wrong candy. But yeah, I am just going to cover things independently and often with Danya. I will be streaming more. That's part of the plan. But it's going to be independent, me just enjoying my commentary and doing it with Danya often and just choosing to, how we want to cover events as well. Hopefully we do get access to cameras because that would be amazing. But for the foreseeable future, I think it's going to be myself and Danya independently of each other, but also collectively as a team. And so, I just want to say all that because I know there's been a lot of speculation. It was like Danya made his choice. I made my choice. So we have both independently gone independent. That's a funny way of putting it. But we have both made decisions on our own. And so we are here. We want to help this community get better at chess. If that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for puns, well, you're definitely in the right place. And I see you, Connor White, with the 10 pound or the 10 euros. My vision's bad. Donation YouTube. Really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I second everything you just said there. I really don't want people to think of this as, competition or I don't do anything out of spite. Life is too short for that. I think I'm doing this because, you're my favorite commentary partner. I do what I think is the maximum best use of my time to bring my knowledge of chess in the most sort of entertaining and palatable way to the masses. And it's a new chapter, right? You don't know how many of these chapters will be written in your life. This is just a new and exciting chapter, and I think I'm in safe hands. And ultimately, I'm in the hands of the lovely chess community that has supported me and allowed me to do what I love and what I never dreamed I'd be able to do for a living. So,
yeah, and I know we're getting into that final stage where we're wrapping up. I do want to thank everybody again, because as we've been discussing, and Donnie and I honestly are not super comfortable. I don't want to speak on your behalf necessarily, but we're
Please
not
do.
really comfortable asking for donations and subs and all that stuff. But it's what's going to be necessary as we continue this cooperative, as we try to continue bringing the streams and the coverage, because we don't get paid to show up. We just get whatever is given to us here. So thank you so much. I'll speak on behalf of myself, Don. I've loved every day that we've commented together. It feels like it's been forever, even though we did the American Cup, I guess, a couple months ago now. That was sort of a testing ground, but here we are doing it live and having a great time in front of all of you. So really, thank you so much for the support. And Danya, we have a request. They're saying one last Wesley laugh for the road.
I'm a little bit tired, but for the road. It's been awesome. We will continue to improve. I will improve. I'll tone down the puns. And as long as we keep putting one foot in front of the other, I think people will continue to show up with a smile on your face. All right, get out of here, folks. Stay safe. Be well. We'll see you again very, very soon. It's been real. Congrats to Magnus. Congrats to Anna Muzichuk. And we'll see you guys